Hey everyone, and welcome back to Daily Tuition. In this tutorial series, we are starting the JavaScript tutorials. We will start learning JavaScript really from scratch, so don't worry if you don't have a programming background. We will start this series from a beginner level and end up this series with advanced tutorials. So first, if you haven't subscribed to this channel, then must press the subscribe button and also press the bell icon to get notified of my every new video, because there is very interesting tutorial yet to come. So in this lecture, we will first talk about what is JavaScript, history of JavaScript, then we will talk about ECMAScript, and then we will talk about what is ES6. So before we getting late, let's get started. So we will first take a look what is JavaScript. If I want to simply describe JavaScript, then I will say JavaScript is a client-side scripting language that executes on your browser. JavaScript essentially used to make your page alive. Using JavaScript, you can capture event, create animations, validating the user input, and much more. But as I said, the present JavaScript not only runs on client browser but also on the server. Node.js is one of the most amazing example of server-side JavaScript language. There is tons of framework that scripted in the JavaScript language. Using JavaScript, you can do anything if you have a power of imagination. Anyway, let's talk about history of JavaScript. JavaScript was developed by Brendan Eich in 1995. He is a developer in Netscape Communication Corporation in 1995. JavaScript started his life with the name Mocha and was concisely named LiveScript. In 1995, LiveScript officially renamed to JavaScript with Netscape Navigator release. Java was very popular language at that time, so to tie success, LiveScript renamed to JavaScript. Now, let's talk about what is ECMAScript. ECMA stands for European Computer Manufacturer Association, the non-profit private international standard organization. In 1996, Netscape announced that he had submitted JavaScript to ECMA. So, ECMA International published the first edition of ECMA 26 specification. So the relation between ECMA specification called ECMAScript. JavaScript is just the implementation of ECMAScript, so get that into account. Now let's talk about what is ES6. ES6 is ECMAScript 6. ES6 is the update of ECMAScript 5, you can also call as ES5, which was standardized in 2009. ES6 was published on June 2015. At this time, this is the latest version, and we are making all the tutorials on the latest version. By investing your time in learning it now, you will be prepared for the future. Hey guys, welcome back again in JavaScript tutorial. In the previous video, we learned what is JavaScript, history of JavaScript, what is ECMAScript, and what is ES6. Now in this lecture, we will create our first JavaScript program with Hello World. Now the first thing you just need to write JavaScript program is browser and text editor. We need text editor to write a program of JavaScript, and to run that program we need browser. There are different free browser in the market, so you can download it and install in your computer. You can use Notepad as an editor, but there are more powerful editor available in the market, just like Brackets, Atom, Sublime Text, Visual Studio Code, and Notepad++, etc. In the whole JavaScript tutorial series, we are using Visual Studio Code text editor. This editor is very powerful and has a new features just like auto completion, syntax highlighting, brackets matching, code folding, and so on. After that, we will also take a look how to create a comment in JavaScript code. Comments are used to specify code explanation. If you are or your fellow programmer need to know what's going on in the code, then comment will help you to describe what is happening. Most programmers use comment for documentation. We will discuss how to write a single line comment and a multi-line comment. To install editor in your computer, just go to Visual Studio Code website and from here download the Visual Studio Code as per your system. I am using Windows 7, so I will download the 64-bit version. I already downloaded and installed it in my computer. So now you just need to download and install this Visual Studio Code in your computer. After installation, open Visual Studio Code and install very important extension Live Server. To see live result of your project, this extension is very helpful. So just go to Extension tab from here and search for Live Server. Install this extension in Visual Studio Code and reload it. Now just click on the Explorer project. We first need to create an empty folder in computer. So we first create an empty folder on desktop. You are free to choose your own location to create a new folder. So to create a folder, I will right click here and select a new folder and name this folder JavaScript. Now I just wanted to open this folder in Visual Studio Code. So I will click on the Open Folder button and select my empty folder. Right? Now your project is ready to build. We will create our first JavaScript file. To create a file in Visual Studio Code, you can click on this icon or you can go to the File menu and select a new file. There is one more way to create a new file. Just right click in the Explorer and select New File. But I will choose the first method to create a new file. So I will click on this icon and specify name for this file. So I will just say index.html and press enter. Now index file is created. In this file, we first create a simple HTML5 snippet. To create a quick snippet, just type exclamation mark and press tab. Now you have a simple HTML5 snippet with HTML, head, title and body tags. I will just change my title and specify JavaScript here. To insert a content in the HTML document, we specify element in the body tag. The same way JavaScript works. But you can specify JavaScript in the head also. But this is not recommended to use a JavaScript in the head because JavaScript will execute before the document object model. We will talk about a document object model in the subsequent lectures. But now just keep in mind specify JavaScript file in the bottom of the page before the closing body tag. So if you execute JavaScript code before HTML element completely loaded, then you will get an error message. So we will create a script tag in the body section before the closing body tag. Here we use script tag to specify JavaScript code in the HTML file, just like you are using the style tag in HTML document to specify CSS code, cascading style sheet code. Using script, you tell the browser that this is script tag and I am inserting a JavaScript code inside of this script tag. So the browser will take this code as JavaScript code. Now to print a message on console, we will write in the script tag console.log. And in the parentheses, we specify a message which we wanted to display. So in the parentheses, we specify double quotes. To tell the browser this is a string, we use double quotes. You can use single quote also to specify a string. Console.log is a function that prints a message on the console. So I will just say hello world here and just save the document. Now to describe what we had done here, we are inserting a comment. To insert a single line comment, you can use 2 forward slashes and specify your comment. To create a multi-line comment, you can use forward slash and asterisk and end with asterisk and a forward slash like this and specify your multi-line comment here. Now to execute this file, right click on the HTML file and select Open with Live Server. This will open your browser and you will see live result of your project. But wait, where is your message? If you read the code carefully, then you will see we print this message on the console. To see your message, right click here and select Inspect. Now on the right side of the screen, you will see the Element tab. Click on the Console tab. That's it. Now this is your Hello World text. Now you can print anything here. You can print your number, your name, your birth date and anything. That's it. Now you know how to install editor in your local computer and how to print a message in JavaScript. In the next lecture, we will move forward and learn data types in JavaScript. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial series. In this lecture, we will talk about literals, variables and constant. We will first take a look what is variable, then we'll take a look what is constant, and then we'll move to the literals. And we will also take a look how to create variables, constant and literals in JavaScript. So let me first tell you what is variable. If I wanted to simply describe a variable, then I would like to say variable is just a name of a specific value. This value can be changed anytime. Just think, if you want to store age, then you can use a variable to store the age value. But when you call your age, it is very difficult to call the exact age value. In that situation, variable help you out. You specify a name for your age and access this name anytime, anywhere. So now let me first tell you how to create a variable. To create a variable, we will write age is equal to 24 and then specify a semicolon. Now this statement does two things. It declares or create a variable age and assign it an initial value 24. You can change this value anytime if you want. To display this variable, we use console.log method, and in the parentheses, I will just specify the variable name. You don't need to specify double quote here because we don't want to display a string message, except we just wanted to display a variable on the console. So we'll just say age in the parentheses and end the statement using semicolon. Now when you run this document, you will get 24 on the console. But this is not the way you declare a variable. If someone wanted to run this document in the strict mode, then he will get an error message when we access the age variable. We will talk about this use strict literal in the future lectures. How to use a variable in a ECMAScript 6. We can use let keyword before the variable name. Using let keyword, we will create a variable, or you can say we would declare a variable with a value or without a value. If you remove this value from the variable, then you will not get an error message, except you will get a special undefined value. So this statement is equivalent to let age is equal to undefined, right? Now You can declare multiple variables at the same time with the let keyword, just like this. So we'll declare let first name, comma, last name is equal to, in the double quote we specify daily tuition. And you can create one more variable with a different value. So we'll just say comma and specify age is equal to 24 and end the line with the semicolon. In the last name variable we declare a string value, and after that we create a variable with the number value. Now let me move to the next topic, which is constant. In ECMAScript 6, a new keyword added in the JavaScript, which is constant. Constant also hold value, but unlike variables, it can't be changed after initialization. You can't change the constant value after you declare it. Let me show you how to create a constant variable. So, to create a constant variable, start with the constant keyword followed by the name of your constant. I will specify temperature here, so I'll just say temp here and specify number. To create another constant, just type comma and specify your second constant here. You can also specify the string value to the constant. I personally use the capital letter to specify the constant because it is very helpful to understand and find out where is constant and variables. Now, the next topic is what is identifiers. Variable and constant are usually called identifier, and they have a naming rules. Identifier consists of letters, numbers, underscores, and the $sign. Unique code characters are allowed. Identifier must start with the letter, $sign, or underscore. Identifier cannot be a reserved word. Reserved words are the words in the JavaScript that created for a specific task. They can't be used as an identifier. If you do that, then you will get an error message. Now, let me move to the next topic, literals. We already seen the literal in the previous example, where we specify a variable name with the numerical literals. So, the literals means you are providing a value directly in the program. Literal is just a way to create identifier with the value. So, let's create a variable with the let keyword and name this variable goal. Now, we'll specify the literal to this variable. So, just type $, and then in the double quote we specify tutorial make happy and just close this statement using a semicolon. In the double quote we specify a literal. You can specify this literal to the other variable also. So just say let reference is equal to goal. Now the reference has the same value as a goal variable. You can specify a literal with the numerical value, with the float value. We'll talk about this in the later tutorials. It's upon you where to use a variable and where to use constant in your program. So now we understand what is variable, constant, and literals. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will discuss data types in JavaScript. There are two types of data type in JavaScript: primitive type and object type. So in this lecture, we will discuss primitive types. Keep in mind, JavaScript data, or you can say values, are at the primitive or object. Primitive data types are immutable. Immutable means you can't change the value of the variable after you initialize it. Let's take an example. In the previous lecture, we specified 24 value to the age variable. The number 24 will always be the number 24. You can't change it. The same way string also work. If you specify a string for a particular variable, then you can't change the string because it is immutable. If you specify 32 to the age variable, then you will get 32 on the console. The variable value is modifying. It is not. When you specify a new value to the variable, it will not modify the previous value. But instead of this, it will create a new variable. The same way work for the string type also. But what if you concatenate two strings using plus sign? Using plus sign, you can concatenate two strings. But keep in mind, as I said, string is also immutable. So the concatenation represents a new variable. When you concatenate two strings, it will create a new variable with the concatenated string, not the modified string. JavaScript recognizes 4 types of numerical literals: binary, decimal, octal, and hexadecimal. Using a decimal literal, you can specify number, decimal value with 10 exponential notation. Then you can specify hexadecimal, octal, and a special value which is infinity and negative infinity. We also have a special word, not a number, to specify this is not a number. But infinity and not a number is not a numerical literal. It isn't. But this value taken as a spaceholder. Let's move to the next topic, string. In the previous lecture, we learned how to declare a string literal. String is just a simple text data. We can specify string in the single or double quotes, or you can use both. We will not dive deep into string topic because it is beyond the video. So we will clear all the concept and all the small detailed information of string in the separate video. So I had just cleared the basic concept of string here. Now I will move to the next topic, which is Boolean. What is Boolean? Boolean is just a value type that have only two possible values, true or false. But be careful when you are using the Boolean type. If you intended to use a Boolean, then don't specify the Boolean type in the quotation mark. If you specify the Boolean value in the quotation, then the literal equals to the string literals. The best way to create a Boolean type is this. So we'll just say let do is equal to true and close this statement with semicolon. We'll create one more variable, let more is equal to false. That's it. Your Boolean type is created. So now let's move to the next topic, symbols. In ECMAScript 6, we have a new type symbol. Symbols is a new data type in ES6, which represent unique tokens. Once you create a symbol, it is unique and it will not match any other symbols. In the future lectures, we will take a brief look of symbols. But just for the basic, I just wanted to show you how to create a symbols. Symbols are created using symbols constructor. We will learn what is constructor functions and all that in the future lectures. So we'll just say const, which is constant value. So we'll just say constant blue is equal to symbol, and this is a constructor, so we'll specify parenthesis and just close the statement using semicolon at the end. Now we'll create one more constant using const white is equal to symbol, and in the parenthesis we specify a string. To create a string, we're gonna add double quote and we'll say color white, and then we close the statement using a semicolon. Now if you check both constant, then you will get false, because as I said, symbols are unique. Every symbol has a unique token, so if you print this statement, you will get false. Now let's move to the next type, null and undefined. JavaScript has two special types, null and undefined. Null has only one possible value, which is null, and undefined has only one possible value, undefined. Both null and undefined represent something that doesn't exist. It means you haven't specified any value to the identifier, but most programmers use null type to check the value is exist or not. You can also use undefined, but giving undefined value to the variable is sometimes complicated, because if you specify a variable without explicitly specifying a value, it will have a value undefined by default. So let's take an example. Now we'll first create let my value and close this statement using semicolon. If you print this statement, you will get undefined because it is a default value. Then we'll just edit the statement and specify let my value is equal to null. If you print this statement, you will get null. Now just change this null to the numerical value, so I'll just say here 19.4. If you print this statement, you will get 19.4 on the console. And at the last, if you specify undefined, then you will get the same result, undefined, as default. That's it. I hope you understand the primitive types of JavaScript. In the next lecture, we will explore object type. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we will talk about object type in JavaScript. In this lecture, we will cover object type. There are 5 types of objects: array, date, regular expressions, map and weak map, set and weak set. In this lecture, we will cover all these 5 objects with their syntax. Now, let me first talk about what is object. Object is not like a primitive type that immutable and take only one value at a time. Object can represent multiple and complex values. It is mutable, so you can change any value of object anytime. Object type always work like a container. You can put different kind of data in the container. Object have a literal syntax, open and closing curly braces, like this. These curly braces allow us to express an object content. So let's create a simple object. So we'll just say const obj is equal to open and close curly braces and close this statement with semicolon. You can put your content inside these curly braces. The content of an object are called members. You can also call them properties. The members, or you can say properties, consist of key and value pair. The properties keys must be string or a symbol, and a value can be anything, for example primitive type or object type. So let's create a property of an object. To create a property, you can just specify object dot your property name. You can also specify value to that particular property, or you can leave that as it is, so it will take a default value undefined. Property name must be a valid identifier. In the previous videos, we talked about what is identifier is all about. So let's take an example of object with properties. To create object with their properties, you need to take care of these things. First, object property are always specified in curly braces. Second, to separate properties, you can use comma. Third, to separate key and value, you can use colon. Now, let's take an example of how to create a simple object. So, we'll first create constant object. So, we'll just say const obj is equal to, in the curly braces, we will create property. So, we'll create a first property name, and to specify value, we add colon and specify string Sandy. So, this is the value of the key. Now, to create a next property, we need to separate them. So, to separate them, specify comma and create a new property with the name age and specify age value. So, we will just add colon and here we specify 24. You can create multiple objects with multiple properties. So, in the above example, we created a obj object, and in the curly braces, we specify two properties with the key and value pair. So, we specify key name, and after that we specify a colon, and then we specify value of that key is Sandy. After that, we specify one more property with the key age and value 24. You can also create a function in the object. We will talk about this in the future tutorials. Now, to access the object value, we will just specify the object name dot the property name. That's it. Now you will get the property value on the console. There is a complex objects are there in the JavaScript language, but for the beginner level, we will just take the basic objects. We will talk about the advanced object in the advanced JavaScript tutorials. Now, if you wanted to delete the object property, then you have to specify delete keyword to delete the object property from the object. So, to delete age property, we'll specify delete obj dot property name. So, we'll specify age and specify semicolon at the end of the statement. That's it. Now your property is deleted. If you are from the object oriented programming, then this concept will not really hard to understand. Now let's move to the next topic, array. Array is just a collection of data. So the data means here a collection of different types. It is primitive or object type. Array is a sequential data that start with the 0 and end with n. So the n refers to the endless value. So let's take a look at the important features of array. Array element can be any type of data. It may be object or primitive type. Array size is not fixed, so you can add and remove array element anytime. Array is zero base, so the first element of the array is 0 and the next element is 1 and so on. To declare an array, we can use square brackets, and to separate element, use comma. So let's create an array with a different type of data. To create array, we'll just say constant a1 is equal to, and in the square bracket we specify 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4, comma 5. To separate each element, we use comma, and to end the statement, we use semicolon at the end. Now let's create an array with a different data type. So we'll create a constant a2 is equal to, and in the square bracket we specify 1, comma 2, comma null, comma 4, comma 5. So this is a string 5. Now we have a different type of data in the A2 array. Now let's take one more example of array. So we'll specify a string value in the array element. So we'll just say constant A3 is equal to hello, comma world, comma array. So in the third example we have array with the string value. Then we also have an array containing array. So to create that, just create const A4 is equal to, and in the square bracket we'll just specify one more array. So in the first index we specify square bracket and specify the values 1, comma 2, comma 3, and to separate the element we specify comma here, and then we create a first index value in the square bracket. So we'll just say 4, comma 5, comma 6. So now we have array containing array, right? So now if you wanted to check how many elements are there in the array, then just specify array and call the length method. This method will return the number of elements in the array. Now let's talk about how to access this array value. As I said, array start from the 0. So in the first example, the index of 1 is 0, index of second is 1, index of 3 is 2, and so on. So to get the value, we will just write array name and in the square bracket specify index value. So here I will specify 0. So now you will get the 0 index value on the console. If you specify 1 in the index, you will get the 1 index value on the console. Now let's change the array element. To change the array element, specify index value and specify your new value. It will automatically update itself. Now let's talk about the new topic, date. So date represent the date and time using a date object. Date object used to get a date, or you can use to set date for a particular event, and you can also specify time using date object. To create a date object, we will write const now is equal to new date and specify parentheses and close the statement with semicolon. To print current date, we will specify now in the console. So here is your current date. Now on the console you will get the current date. Let me show you how to specify date to the particular identifier. So we will just say const dt is equal to new date, and in the parentheses we specify the year 2018. To separate the year and month we use comma, then we specify the month 9, comma, and we specify the date 13. Now when you print the dt constant, you will get the date. And you can also specify time with the date object. So after the date, we'll just add comma here and specify 15, comma 0. It means 1500. There is a different type of method of date object where you can get current date, month, year, time, second, and so on. Now let's move to the next topic, regular expressions. Regular expressions is sub-language of JavaScript, and it is used to perform complex search and replace operations on string. Regular expression is a big topic for explanation. It is beyond the lecture. We will cover the regular expression in the separate lecture. But just for now, keep in mind regular expression is used to perform complex search and replace operations. Let's move and talk about what is maps and sets. In this topic, we will cover map and weak map and set and weak set. In new ECMAScript 6, a new data type introduced is map and set and their weak counterparts, weak map and weak set. Maps are just like an object, but it is offered more advantages than object in certain situations. Sets are similar to array, except they can't contain duplicate element. Now let's take a look how to create a map. So we will just type constant rules is equal to new map and specify parentheses because it is object. To call object, we specify parentheses and specify semicolon at the end. Using map, you can assign a particular role to the user. Using set method, you can specify key and value pair to the map object, just like this, roles dot set, and in the parentheses we specify t1 comma user 1. We will create one more user, so we'll just say roles dot set, in the parentheses we specify t2 comma user 2. If you are not understanding this topic, then don't worry, we will take a brief look on this topic in the subsequent lectures. Now let's take a look how to create a set in JavaScript. Sets is just a collection of data where duplicates are not allowed. To specify a role to the particular user, you can use set. To create a set type, const roles is equal to new set and specify parentheses and end statement with the semicolon. Now using the add method, you can add a specific role to the user. So we'll just say roles dot add, and in the parentheses we specify user. If you check the set object, then you will see the user added in that object. Anyway, this is just the basic of map and sets. If you don't understand this topic, then don't worry, we will cover everything in detail in the future lectures. Now I think all these 5 topics are completed. We will move forward in the next lecture. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we will take a closer look at string. As I said in the previous lecture, string is a big topic to describe, so that is why we created a separate video for string. So let's talk about what is string. String is just a simple text data. You can also say string is a collection of characters, numbers, and symbols. In the JavaScript, string represent Unicode text. If you think, then this will definitely comes in your mind, what is Unicode? Unicode text is a computing industrial standard for representing text data. Unicode store letter and characters by assigning a number of each one. I will show you how to create Unicode in JavaScript after a few minutes. But first, let's take a look what is escaping. So you probably know that creating a string or to create a literal of string, we need to specify single or double quotes. What if I want to add a single quote to specify apostrophe in my string? When I use apostrophe in my string, it will terminate string literal. Let's take an example. If I say let str is equal to, in the single quote we will say we took bag from him, comma he said, in the double quote we say this is my bag and end the statement with semicolon. Let's take in one more example. Let str1 is equal to, in the double quote we will say don't touch my bag and end the statement with semicolon. So the both literal are correct because the string is set off with the single quote in the first example and the double quote in the second example. What if I want to add both at the same time? If I say let str error is equal to, and in the double quote we will say we took bag from him, comma, and he said. Now we put double quote here and say don't. So we specify don't and specify apostrophe here for T, touch my bag. So this statement produces an error message because at the same time we use single and double quote for the string literal. So that is why the JavaScript doesn't know where to set off the string. To solve this problem, we have escaping. I will write down the previous example again without any error. So we will just say let str is equal to, and in the double quote we specify we took bag from him, comma, and he said. So now to specify single and double quote in the string literal, we have a backslash. So we'll say backslash double quote don't backslash single quote T, touch my bag backslash double quote, and end the statement with the semicolon. So this example doesn't create any error message because we had used escaping here. The backslash not only used for the quotation mark, but also it can be used for non-printable characters. Following is the string literal commonly used for special characters. So backslash n used to display text in the new line, backslash r used for carriage return, backslash t for tab, backslash single quote is for single quote, backslash double quote is for double quotes, backslash backtick used for backtick. So this is new in the ECMAScript 6. There is one more special character new in the ECMAScript, which is $sign. To add backslash we have a double backslashes, and the final is we have a backslash u and the 4x used for represent Unicode characters, where 4x represent hexadecimal value of particular character. Now we will take a look how to add a unique code in the string literal, and I will also show you how to concatenate strings. So we will first create a variable called temp is equal to 20.5. After that we'll create one more variable of strcat is equal to, and in the double quote we specify weather of India is, and to concatenate string we have a plus sign. So I will just add a plus sign just after the double quote and specify my temperature here. So I will say temp plus, to concatenate one more string we add plus here, and in the double quote we add a degree symbol. So this is unique code to add a degree symbol to your string. So I will just say backslash u 00b0c. So this unique code will add degree symbol in your string. In ECMAScript 6 there is one way to concatenate two strings using string template, also known as string interpolation. So to do the same thing in the ECMAScript 6, instead of using a double quote we are using a backtick to concatenate a string. So we have a same example here, but I will just edit the literal. So I will just put a literal in the backtick, and to call a variable in the literal I will use a $sign and open and closing curly braces. In that curly braces, specify your variable name which you wanted to display in your string, and then specify your unique code. So this is as simple as that. You are free to choose your own way to write the string literal. What if you wanted to print your string literal in the new line? Suppose you have a string and the remaining string of your literal, you wanted to display that string in the new line. What will you do? So we have two methods to display string in the new line using special characters. So we will just write let str is equal to, in the double quote we specify one line backslash and second line, and end the statement with semicolon. So this statement will print string literal on two lines. On the first line you will see one line text, and on the second line you will see second line text. Now let me show you the second method to use the same thing with the backtick. So I will just say let str is equal to, I will add backtick here and specify one line, enter, two line. So when you print this statement, you will get the same result on console. So you will get one line text on the first line and two line text on the second line. So this is the way where you can insert the multi-line string in your code. Now there is one more interesting thing of string literal. When you play with the string literal, you will get confusing result. So if you say let result1 is equal to 5 multiplied by 5 of string type, and you also have a second statement of let result2 is equal to 5 plus 5 of string type, then what is the result of the first and second statement? Is it string or number? And what is the output? Let me know in the comment what is the output and type of these two statements. Write down your answer in the comment. I will reply you with the correct answer. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will take a look control statement. In this tutorial, we will explore if and else statement. So we will describe where to use and what is the use of if and else statement. So what is if and else statement? The if statement is the fundamental control statement that allows JavaScript to make decisions. More precious, if and else statement allow us to choose conditional choices. You can use if and else statement where you wanted to execute a statement on condition. Let me first show you the syntax of if and else statement. If statement has two forms. The first form is if. In the parenthesis, we specify expressions followed by the statement. Right? First, we just need to specify if keyword to start the control statement, and then in the parenthesis specify expression. So what is expressions? Expression is a condition. It may be true or false. In the expression, you just need to specify your condition, which is either true or false. The same way used for second form also. But here we specify two statements for the if condition. So the second form is if. In the parenthesis we specify expression followed by statement 1, then we specify else keyword followed by the second statement. Now in the second form we specify two statements for the if expressions. So the if statement will execute the first statement if the condition is equivalent to true, otherwise the else keyword will execute the false statement. So if the expression is equal to false, then the second statement will execute, or if the condition is equal to true, then the first statement will execute. Let's take an example of first and second form of the if statement. So in this example, I will show you how to greet people using program. So I will just say let time is equal to 9 and end the statement with semicolon. So we created a variable time here and specify 9 value to that variable. Then we create if statement, and in the parentheses we specify expression. So I will just specify time, the name of my variable, is less than 12, followed by the statement, and in the statement we specify console.log and print good morning. When you run this statement, you will get good morning on the console. In the if expression, we specify if time is less than 12, then we execute the good morning message on console. So the if statement will first check the condition in the expressions and return true if the time value is less than 12, otherwise it will return false. So if we just change the time value to 15, so the 15 means 3 p.m. then what is the result? You will not get anything on the console because we did not specify any message for the false statement. If you specify 15 to the time variable, then the expression is equal to false. So the condition is false. So here we specify a second form of if statement where we just use else and specify our second statement. So we just wanted to add the else keyword here just after the statement and specify our second statement. So I will just say console.log and specify good afternoon message. Now when you execute this statement, you will get good afternoon on the console. Because the condition is equal to false, so the if statement will skip the first statement and execute false statement. We always specify false statement in the else block and true statement in the if block. If you wanted to specify more than one statement, then you can use a block statement, sometimes called compound statement. Using the compound statement, you can specify more than 2 statements in the block. Compound statement is just a series of statements enclosed in the curly braces that is treated by the JavaScript as a single unit. To insert more than one statement, specify curly braces. So to specify a curly braces, just after the expression, we specify open curly braces, and just before the else statement, we specify closing curly braces. Now in these curly braces, we specify statement. So I will just insert console.log and we specify a message, welcome to daily tuition. So this compound statement will execute 2 statements. So it will print good morning and welcome to daily tuition on console. You can also make nested if and else statement using compound statement. So I will just say let time is equal to 9, and in the if expression I will specify time is less than 12. Then I will just remove the welcome message, and here I will say if and then specify a parenthesis and specify expression time is equal to 9. Then I will add curly braces, and in this curly braces if block I will say console.log and specify a message, the time is to take your breakfast, right? So when you run this statement, this will print 2 messages on the console, good morning and the time is to take your breakfast. So when the second nested condition is equal to true, then the message will print on the console. If the nested condition is false, then you will not get any message on the console. So you can also put else statement in the nested if condition, and you can also put your nested if condition in the else statement block also. Now I just wanted to show you how to create a ladder using the if and else statement. So to create a ladder, we'll just say if time is less than 12, then we print message good morning, else we specify one more condition here. So I will just say if in the parenthesis, so time is less than 17, so the 17 means 5 p.m. and now using the curly braces we create a compound statement and specify console.log and print the good afternoon message, and then we specify else statement and print good evening message. So now when you execute this program, you will get a different output on different situation. So the if statement will first check the time is less than 12. If the statement is true, then the statement will execute good morning message on the console. Or if the statement is equal to false, then it will move to the else and check if time is less than 17. If the statement is true, then this will print good afternoon message on the console. If this statement is also false, then the else statement will execute it and print good evening on the console. So this is what the ladder is all about. So I hope you understand the if and else control statement. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In the previous video, we had learned what is if and else statement. Now in this lecture, we will talk about switch statement. If and else statement allow us to specify one or two statements on the expression. But using switch statement, you can specify expression with the multiple statements. Suppose, if you wanted to specify 4 statements for a specific expressions, then you can do that using switch statement. If you use if and else statement to execute more than 4 statements, then you need to specify multiple expressions to execute more than 4 statements. Using switch statement, you can execute multiple statements with a single expression. Let's take an example of switch statement. So we'll just say switch. In the parentheses, we specify expression and we then add curly braces, and in this block we specify case keyword value 1 colon, and here we specify our first statement. So this statement executed when the result of our expression matches value 1, and then we specify break keyword. Then we specify case value 2, and here we specify statement 2 with the break keyword. Then we also add case value 3 colon and the statement 3 with the break keyword, and then we add case value n. So the n stands for n number of values. You can specify multiple statements if you want, and then we specify break keyword. The last we specify default colon and specify the default statement here. Using this syntax, you can create multiple statements with a single expression. We start switch statement using switch keyword and specify expression in the parentheses. Then we open the compound statement using open and close curly braces, and in this block specify our first case and its value. JavaScript will evaluate expression and pick the case matches to that expressions. So the statement will execute one by one at the time and execute matches case statement. And after that, exit from the switch statement using break keyword. We will talk about this break, continue, return and throw keywords in the future lectures. But just for now, keep in mind that break statement used to break the execution of the statement. You can specify number of n values in the case. It's upon you. Now let's take an example of switch statement. Suppose you have a question with 4 options. You need user input to select one of the 4 options. When the user selects the option, we display that option on the console. This is very simple example to understand. So if you have a question like which language do you choose, that have 4 options. First JavaScript, second Python, third PHP, and fourth ASP.NET. And when the user select one of the 4 options, then we display that selected option on the console, right? So I'm gonna add let answer is equal to 1 and end the statement with semicolon, and then we start the switch statement with the expression. So in the expression we specify the variable name answer and specify curly braces. So in that curly braces we specify first case 1 colon the statement. So now we display message on the console. So I will write console.log and print you have select JavaScript, and after that I will break the execution. Then we create case 2 and display message on the console you have select Python and break the execution. Then create case 3 and print the message you have selected PHP and break the execution using break keyword. After that we create fourth case and specify message in the console.log method and just say you have select ASP.NET, and then specify break keyword. At the last we specify a default execution. So I will add a default keyword, then colon, and specify default message. So I will say console.log sorry you choose wrong answer and break the statement. Now when you execute this code you will get the first statement on the console because we selected first option. Now if I change the answer variable value and select second option, then the result would be second statement. And the same thing work for the third and fourth options also. It's depend on your cases. We just specified 4 cases here. You can specify more than that. So switch statement is not limited for a specific program. You can use this concept to achieve a different task. Now what if I specify 5 in the answer variable? So switch statement execute a default block for those values which was not matches to the cases. Now I also wanted to cover one more topic, which is JavaScript external file. There is one more way to link your JavaScript file to your HTML. When you are creating more than 100 lines of code, then the code will be complicated. To solve this problem, you can create separate JavaScript file to manage code. So to create a new file of JavaScript, just click on this icon and specify your JavaScript file name and its extension. To recognize the JavaScript file, you need to specify .js extension to the JavaScript file. So I will just create a main.js file here. After that, you need to link JavaScript file to HTML using script tag. So to link this file, go to your HTML and specify script tag. In this script tag, insert source attribute and specify your absolute path of JavaScript file. Now your JavaScript file is linked to your HTML file. Now I will just copy this program and paste it in the JavaScript file. The program is working fine. Separating your JavaScript code from the HTML document will help you to organize your code properly. I asked a question in the comment. Answer that question and increase your knowledge. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we will talk about what is loop. Let me first describe what is looping means. Looping is a sequence of instruction that is continuously repeated until the certain condition is met. In simple words, looping is a continuous task that happens until the condition is true. When the condition is become false, then the looping terminated. The JavaScript has 4 looping statements: while, do while, for, and for in. One common use of loop is iterate over the element in the array. We will discuss array and advanced looping in the future tutorials. In this lecture, we will discuss while loop. So let me first show you the syntax of while loop. So the syntax of while loop is while, in the parenthesis we specify expression, and just after that the statement. So first, JavaScript will evaluate expression. If the value of the expression is true, then it will print the statement until the value of the expression is become false. On the other hand, if JavaScript return false, then JavaScript skip the statement and execute rest of the code. In simple words, while loop only executed when the expression returns true. If the value of expressions return false, then the while loop terminated. To wrap multiple statements in the while loop, you can use compound statement using open and closing curly braces. So let's take an example and understand how while loop works. So in this example, we print 0 to 9 numbers on console. So we create a variable, let count is equal to 0, and then we create a while loop using while keyword, and in the parenthesis we specify expression. So I will just say count is less than 10. Then I will specify curly braces, and in this curly braces we specify console.log and print count value. After that, I will say count plus plus and use semicolon to end the statement. As you can see, we created a variable count and specify value 0 to that variable. Then we created while loop, and in the expression we specified count value is less than 10. Then we wanted to print the count value on console. To print count value, we are using console.log method, and to increase count value by 1, we use count plus plus shorthand operator. We will take a brief look at operators in subsequent lectures, but just for now, to increase count value by 1, we use plus plus sign. You can do the same thing with this code also. So we will just say count is equal to count plus 1. Both statements are equal, but choosing a minimum code will always help you to maximize your performance. So when you execute this statement, you will get 0 to 9 numbers on console. But how did this happen? So the expression will first check the count is less than 10. If it is true, then we print count value on the console. So the JavaScript print 0 on the console because 0 is less than 10. Then the next statement will increase the value of count variable by 1, and now the loop will goes on the top again. Then it will check the expression again with the new variable value. So it will check 1 is less than 10 or not, and if the expression return true, then it will print the count value on the console, and again increase the value of count variable by 1. So the JavaScript will do the same thing over and over and print 0 to 9 numbers on the console. But how did the loop terminated? When the count variable value is equal to 10, then the expression become false, because 10 is not less than 10. So the expression returns false, and JavaScript skip the compound statement and finally terminate the loop. You can put multiple statement and complex expression in the while loop. It's upon you how you can use the while loop. So that's it. In the next lecture, we'll explore do while loop. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we we will take a look at second looping statement, which is do while loop. Do while loop is just like a while loop, but except that the loop expression is tested at the bottom of the loop rather than at the top. We first declare do section and then specify while with expression. It means that the body of the loop is always executed at least once. Using do while loop, we first execute the statement and evaluate expression. JavaScript executes the program from top to bottom. That is why it will first execute the do statement and then evaluate expression. So, following is the syntax of do while loop. Do, then statement, followed by while with expression, and after that don't forget to put semicolon just after the closing parenthesis. You can put multiple statements in the do block with compound statement using curly braces. Occasionally you have a certain situation where you need to execute statement at least once. At that time, do while loop is very helpful. So let's take an example of do while loop. So we'll create a variable using let count is equal to 0. Then we start do while loop using do keyword with compound statement. So I will specify curly braces here, and then to print value on the console we use console.log and put count value string, and to concatenate count value we use plus sign and specify count variable here. Just after that we will increase the count variable value using plus sign, and then at the bottom we specify while, and in the expression we will specify count is less than 5 and specify semicolon at the end. Now in this example we are printing count value on the console using console.log method. Using concatenation we concatenate string and count value together, and after that we increase the count value by 1 using plus shorthand operator, and then after the compound statement closed we will specify while with the expression. In this expression we will check count value is less than 5 or not. So now let me first execute this statement and show you the output. On the console you will get count value from 0 to 4. So the do while loop first execute the do block and then move to the while expression. Then the do while loop evaluate expression, and if we get true value then the execution will move at the top and execute do block again. So the do while loop do the same thing again and again till the value of expression will become false. When the expression returns false, then the loop terminated. So that is why when the value of count variable become 5, the expression will check that 5 is less than 5 or not. As you know, 5 is not less than 5, 5 is equal to 5. So the expression returns false and the loop will terminate it. Now you will be think this is the same as while loop, isn't it? It is not. Do while loop work like a while loop, but there is a one difference in do while loop. As I said, do while loop execute at least once. So if I change this expression and check if count value is less than 0, then what would be the output? Let's see. When you execute this code, you will get count value 0 on the console. So do while loop execute do block first and evaluate expression. So in the expression we already specified false condition. So the expression will return false and terminate the loop. As simple as that. You can do the complex things in the do-while loop with the use of if and else statements. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. Well, in this lecture, we will talk about for loop. For loop is often very convenient than while loop because of its structure. For loop is very easy to construct. In while loop and do while loop has a common pattern of initialization, expression and statement. We first initialize the variable and then evaluate expression and execute statement. The same way for loop also executed. But there is one difference in for loop is you can initialize variable and also specify expression and increment and decrement variable value on the one line. So let's understand for loop using syntax. So the syntax of for loop start from for, and in the parenthesis we will first specify initialization, semicolon, expression, semicolon, and then specify increment or decrement operator. After that, specify your statement. We will start for loop using for keyword, and in the parenthesis we specify initialization, expression and increment or decrement operator. So we will first initialize the variable with the value and specify semicolon after initialization. After that, we will specify expression and specify semicolon at the end of the expression, and then specify increment and decrement. After that, we will specify our statement which we wanted to execute. If the value of the expression is true, then the statement will execute it. Keep in mind that every loop executes its statement only if the value of expression returns true. Otherwise, the execution of the loop will terminate it. Using the example, you will get complete understanding of for loop. So let's take an example. So we will print a 0 to 4 number on the console using for loop. So we specify for. In the parenthesis, we first initialize the variable. So I will say let count is equal to 0. Then specify semicolon. Don't forget to specify semicolon after each expression, right? Then we specify count is less than 5, semicolon, and then specify increment or decrement operator. So I will say count plus plus. I am using increment operator here. Just after that, I will specify my statement. So I will say console.log, and in the parenthesis I will specify number in the double quote and concatenate count value, right? Now the important thing is don't forget to specify semicolon before and after the expression. Now when you execute this example, you will get a 0 to 4 number on the console. Looping is executed just like a while loop, but we just initialize a variable, specify condition and increase the count value on the single line. The difference between while and for loop is structure, right? Let me first explain how for loop works. When you specify for loop, it will first create a variable count and specify value 0 to that variable. After that, it will check if the value of count variable is less than 5 or not. If it is returning true, then the body of the statement is executed. So you will get 0 on the console. After that, for loop will increase the size of the variable using increment or decrement operator. We had used increment operator, so the value of the count variable will increase by 1. So now you have 1 in the count variable. So the for loop will go at the top and again evaluate expression with the new count value. So it will check if 1 is less than 5 or not. If the expression returns true, then the body of the statement is executed and increment the value of the count variable again. So the for loop executes the same pattern again and again till the expression of the for loop become false. So when the value of the count variable become 5, the expression will return false because 5 is not less than 5, right? So let me first explain the steps of execution pattern. First, for loop will initialize variable with its value. Second, for loop will evaluate expression before moving to the statement. If the expression is false, then for loop will terminate it. If expression returns true, then the for loop follow third step. Third, for loop will execute statement in the third step. You can also use compound statement to execute multiple statements one by one. And the fourth and the last step is for loop will increase or decrease the value of the variable by 1 using increment and decrement operator. After that, for loop will go at the top again and skip the initialization step because we already initialized the variable. So for loop will move to the next step and evaluate expression. Then it will move to the third step and then move to the fourth step. So it will evaluate expression, then execute statement, and then increase the value of the count variable. So the for loop follow the execution pattern repeatedly till the expression returns false. You can specify multiple variables also in the initialization step and also specify multiple expression and increment and decrement operators. For example, now we have a multiple variables, so we'll say for let I is equal to 0, comma j is equal to 5 and specify semicolon. Then we specify condition I is less than 5, semicolon, and specify I plus plus, comma j minus minus. So we use increment and decrement operator at the same time. And in the compound statement, we specify console.log to print I and j variable value. I will specify I plus, in the double quote we specify and to concatenate j value I will specify plus here and specify j variable. Now in this example we declare two variables I and j and specify 0 and 5 value. After that we'll check if I is less than 5 or not. If this expression return true, then we will execute console.log method and print I variable value and j variable value on the console. You can also see we use increment and decrement operator to I and j variable. So when you execute this code, you will get 0 to 4 number value of the I variable and 5 to 1 value of j variable on the console. So we had increased the value of the variable I and decreased the value of the variable j, right? That's it. We completed our for loop. Now in the next tutorial we will explore nested for loop. Nested for loop is very helpful for accessing multidimensional array data. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture we will learn how to create a nested for loop in JavaScript. In the previous video we learned for loop and its example. Now in this lecture we will discuss nested for loop. So nested for loop is just a for loop inside for loop. Nested for loop used to access the dynamic array element, or you can also use this for creating different patterns and for matrix manipulation. There are multiple ways to use nested for loop in your program, but we are using the nested for loop for dynamic array. Taking this lecture will help you to understand how nested for loop works and how you can use this for dynamic array. So let's create an example, and after that I will explain everything in detail. So now here I just wanted to say for, in the parenthesis I will specify let I is equal to 1. Then I will specify expression. So I will say I is less than 4. Then I will increase the value of the I variable. I will specify compound statement and here we specify one more inner for loop. So I will say for let k is equal to 1, k is less than 4, and k plus plus. Now here I will print I and k value. So I will say console.log, and here I will first specify I variable. I will print I variable value first, then specify comma to separate I and k value, right, and specify k variable here. So when this for loop executed, I will print I variable on the new line. So I will say console.log and specify a special character /n. So this will print a character on the new line, right? Now let me show you what is the output of this code. So I will just run this code, right? You will get this output on your console, but it is really weird. So let me explain how this output came out. So first, outer for loop executed and specify 1 to the I variable. Then it will check I is less than 4 or not. If the expression returns true, then the body of the statement will execute. So the I is less than 4, so the inner loop will execute, right? In the inner loop, so we declare a k variable with the value 1 and check k is less than 4 or not. So if the value of the k variable is less than 4, then this expression returns true and execute console.log statement. So now you have a 1 value on the k variable, so the expression will return true and execute the console.log method. So let me explain how it's work. I will add comment here. Now you have I variable, and the I variable contained value 1, right? So first the outer for loop will evaluate the expression and execute the body. So in the body we have one more for loop, so we declare k variable here. So I will just say k. So now the k variable is equal to 1, so I will say k equal to 1, right? So when the inner loop execute, it will print 1 and 1 value on the console, right? So I is equal to 1 and k is equal to 1, so you will get 1, 1 on the console. After that, the value of the k variable will increase and execute the inner for loop again, and now the value of the k variable became 2, and you will get 1 and 2 on the console. After that, the increment operator will increase the size of the k variable by 1. So now you have 3 in the k variable. So now 3 is less than 4. So it will return true and execute console.log method. So you have 1 in the I variable and 3. So we will get 1 and 3 on the console, right? Now the incremental operator increase the size of the k variable by 1. Now you have 4 in the k variable. So now it will check if k is less than 4 or not. So it means it will check 4 is less than 4 or not. So the expression returns false and skip this console.log method. After that, it will print console.log on the console right here. So you will get a new line over here. After that, the incremental operator will increase the size of the I variable, right? So now you have 2 in the I variable, right? It will check I is less than 4 or not. So if I means 2 is less than 4, then this will execute the for loop again. So now this will return true and execute this for loop again. So you will get 2 on the console and print 1, 2, 3 again. So this loop will execute 3 times again, right? So now you have 1 in the k variable and 2 in the I variable. So you will get 2 and 1 on the console. right? After that, the k++ operator will increase the size of the k variable and k became 2, and then this for loop evaluate this expression and check if k is less than 4 or not. Now this statement return true and execute console.log method again. So you will get 2 and 2 on the console. This will increase the size of the k variable again, and the k value is equal to 3. So now you have a 3 in the k variable, and this will check 3 is less than 4. It will return true and execute the console.log, and you will get 2 and 3 on the console, right? After that, the k value become 4, and it will check k is less than 4 or not. So now 4 is less than 4 or not, it will return false and skip this console.log method and execute this console.log method, right? So you will get this line on the console. After that, I will become 3. So this statement will increase the value of the I variable by 1. So the value of the I variable become 3 and check expressions. This expression check 3 is less than 4 or not. So now this expression returns true and execute the for loop again. So this for loop executed 3 times. So you will get 1, 2, 3 on the console with the I value. So now you have 3 in the I variable, so you will get 3, 3, 3 on the console and the value of the k variable, which is 1, 2, 3. So when this for loop terminated, console.log method will execute. So you will get a new line over here, and the value of the I variable became 4. So now you have 4 in the I variable, so it will check I is less than 4 or not. So it will check 4 is less than 4 or not. It will return false. So when the expression return false, so the outer loop will terminate and exit from the loop. So you will get this output on the console. So that is why you will get this type of output on the console. That's it. I hope you understand the nested for loop enough. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will discuss for in loop. In the previous video, we learned what is for loop and nested for loop. Before you moving on to the for in loop, I personally recommend that must watch for loop tutorial, because for in loop is depend on for loop, and it's very easy to understand for in loop in this lecture. To create for in loop, we have a syntax for, and in the parenthesis I will specify variable in object. Just after that, I will specify statement. As you can see, the syntax is very simple. We start for in loop with the for keyword and declare a variable using let keyword. Just after that, we specify in keyword with an object. So here, object is just an expression that evaluate to an object. Then we specify statement or statements block serve as a body of the loop. Using example, you will completely understand how for loop works. Except explaining the syntax, I will explain example in detail. For in loop only works on object data type. Keep that into your account, right? Suppose you have an object with some key and value pair. So here in this example, I will declare constant object obj is equal to, in the curly braces, I will specify key and value pair. So I will specify a:1, comma, will specify second property b:2, comma c:3, and then the last property d:4, and specify semicolon at the end. Just after that, I will call my for in loop using for keyword, and in the parenthesis I will say let o in object. Just after that, I will specify compound statement using curly braces and just say console.log method to print object properties, and say obj, and in the square bracket I will say O, right? So when you execute this example, you will get 1, 2, 3 and 4 on the console. We had already learned what is object and how to declare it. So in this example, we declare object with some values and pairs. To access object property, you need to specify particular key to access that values. What if you don't know the key and you have multiple key and pair in the object property? Then what will you do? And again, what if you wanted to access all the properties in the object and display them on the console? I know you are not insane to display each object property using key, right? In that situation, you have a for in loop to rescue. Using for in loop, we iterate each object property one by one. Using for in loop, you can display each object property and its value on the console. So first we declare a variable O and specify in keyword just after that, and then specify our object. So the for loop will first evaluate the object and start the loop execution. So the loop starts from the first index and end with the last index value. In the O variable, for in loop will insert each key one by one, just like a for loop I variable, which increase its value by 1 using incremental operator and execute the statement. So first, for in loop evaluate object and execute the statement with the first key. So first we have a value in the O variable. After that, for loop execute its statement and print specified value of the key. After that, for in loop will move at the top and take the second key, which is B, and then execute statement with the specified value of the key. So for in loop execute the same pattern again and again and print each property of the object on the console. Then the loop will terminate. For loop is not limited to print object properties on the console, but also you can print array element and also all the object data which is evaluate to an object. You are not just print the value of the properties, but you can print the key also. So just change the console.log and remove object from the console method and just specify O variable. When you execute this code, you will get all the keys in the object on the console. We are using for in loop in array tutorial also. So in the subsequent tutorials, you will completely understand how to use for in loop in your program. Experiment with this tutorial and understand how for in loop works. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we will talk about for of loop. In the previous few lectures, we learned 4 types of loops. But there is one more loop added in the ECMAScript 6, which is for of loop. In latest version of JavaScript, we have 5 types of loops: while loop, do while loop, for loop, for in loop, and for of loop. Now in this lecture we will learn for of loop. For of loop is just like a for in loop, but this only works on iterable object. For of loop is new in ECMAScript 6, and for of loop provides another way to loop over the element in the collection. For of loop generally used to iterate over an array, an object, type array, map, set, string, and other iterable objects. Following is the syntax of for of loop. So for of loop starts with the for keyword with the parenthesis and specify variable with of keyword and the object, and then we specify the statement which we wanted to execute. The for of loop can be used on array, but more generally you can use it on any object that is iterable. So now here is the example of for of loop. So we'll start with the array. So we'll declare array. So we'll say let array, which is array, is equal to, and in the square bracket I will say 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So we have 5 elements in the array. Then we declare for of loop with the for keyword, and in the parenthesis I will say let value of array in the compound statement I will say console.log and print value. So I will specify value variable here. So when you execute this statement, you will get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the console. For of loop will loop over each array element and print on the console. As I said, for of loop work like a for in loop, but there is a little difference between for of loop and for in loop. Suppose if I have changed the for of loop into for in loop, then what would be the output? So the output is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So for in loop will not print the element on the console. Instead, it will print index number of an array. So the output you are seeing right now is index number of an array element. I will just change this for in loop in for of loop, right? Using for of loop, you can also print string characters. So suppose you have a string tuition, so I will declare a string here. Let str is equal to, in the double quote I will say tuition, and end this statement with the semicolon. Now you need to specify the string in the for of loop. So I will just remove the array object and specify the string here. When you execute this code, for of loop will separate each character and print on the console. As I said before, string is just a collection of characters. So for of loop will just print that character on the console. Just simple as that. For of loop is the best choice when you don't know the index number of an array. But if you know the index number of the array, then you can use for loop also. The difference between for in loop and for of loop is for in loop loop over enumerable properties, and for of loop does use an iterable object and loop over generated values. So the benefit of for of loop is you can change the iterable element. So using for of loop you will get the index value on the console, not the index number. Suppose I increase the value of the array element by 1. When you execute this statement, you will get a different output. Now in this object, you will see 1 is added in the element. So this will increase the value of the array element by 1 using for of loop. If you know the concept of for loop, then this topic will not really hard to understand. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we will talk about expressions. We have used expressions many times till now. So in this lecture, we will describe what is expressions. So expression is just a statement that evaluates to a value. In simple words, JavaScript expression evaluates to produce a value. Variable is also an expression that evaluates to whatever value has been assigned to that variable. So the most common way to build complex expression is with an operator. We will talk about operator in the next tutorial, but for now, let's take a look at the primary expressions. So what is primary expression? The simple expression is also known as primary expression. So primary expression in JavaScript is constant or literal values. It can be variable reference or certain language reserved keywords. You already know that literals are just a constant value that are embedded in the program directly. They look like this. So I will just say 5.30. So this is a number literal, and you can also say daily here. This is a string literal. And some of the JavaScript reserve words are also expressions, just like null, true, and false. And finally, the third type of JavaScript expression is a bare variable, it will be look like this. str is just a variable evaluate to a value of the variable str. Undefined, it is a global variable, not a keyword like null. So null is the keyword and undefined is a global variable. When you specify identifier in the expression, JavaScript assumes this identifier as a variable and look up its value. If no variable found or no value exists, then JavaScript evaluate to undefined value. Now let's take an example and understand expressions. So I will just create an example here and I will declare a variable. So I will say let y. Then on the second line I will say y is equal to 4 multiplied by 5 and specify semicolon at the end. And to print this value I will say console.log and specify y variable here. So this expression dissolve the number. When you execute this code, you will get 20 on the console. Now let's take a look at the common operation in expression, which is multiplication. It makes sense that multiplication is an expression. When you multiply two operand, you will get the result. Now in this example, the first line will declare a variable y. So the more interesting thing is that there is two combined expressions on the second line. We first multiply two numbers and resolve to the value 20, and then there is an assignment operator that assigns the value 20 to the variable y. So if I just declare one more variable here and assign it to y variable, so then it will look like this. So I will just add a variable here. So I will just specify comma and specify j. Now I will assign the y variable value to the j variable. So I will just say here j equal to y, right? Now let me explain this example. So now here multiplication and assignment both are expressions. When you execute this statement, JavaScript will first solve multiplication expression and assign 20 value to variable y. But still, when you print variable j, you will get undefined value. When JavaScript specify variable 20 value to y variable, just after that assignment expression will assign 20 value to the variable j. So the execution process done one after another, right? When you are using operator just like multiplication or assignment are known as operator expressions. When you are using any operator in expression, then this expression known as operator expressions. In this example, multiplication consists of a multiplication operator which is asterisk sign and add two operands. Operands means the number you are trying to multiply. So here 4 and 5 is your operand and asterisk is your operator. But there is two expressions that are not operator expressions: identifier expressions and literal expressions. A variable and a constant is itself an expressions. Along with that, literals is also itself an expressions. So in short, everything that result in the value is an expressions, right? That's it. I hope you understand what is expressions are all about. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we will start a new topic, operator. Operator is very important topic to understand because using operator, you can solve many problems and you can create amazing things. In the previous video, we learned what is expression is all about. Now in this lecture, we will take a look at operators. We mostly use operator to specify our expressions because using operators, you can compare two values, you can add, multiply, divide and do so many things. Now the question is, what is operator? In simple words, operator is just an expression result in a value. Operator take one or more operand to produce a result. For example, in this example I will say 1 plus 2. Now here 1 and 2 is operand and plus sign is operator. In programming language, you often see operand called argument. So we will start our operators from the basic mathematics. So we will discuss arithmetic operator first. As long as I know, you feel comfortable with arithmetic operator because you learned most of them in the school. Now let's take a look at the arithmetic operators. So first, plus. Plus is used for addition and also for concatenation. For example, 3 plus 2. Now the result would be 5. This operator evaluates value right to left. Second, subtraction. Used for subtract values. For example, 3 minus 2, the result would be 1. This operator evaluates value right to left. Next, division. Division used to divide two values. For example, 3 divided by 2. The result would be 1.5. This operator evaluates value left to right. Then the next one is multiplication. Multiplication used to multiply two values. For example, 3 multiplied by 2. The result would be 6. This operator evaluates value left to right. Next, remainder. Remainder returns remainder after division. For example, 10 remainder 3 is equal to 1. 10 remainder 3, the result would be 1. So 3 goes into 10 3 times and with 1 left over. This operator evaluates value left to right. Next, unary negation. For example, it is negative y. It means if y is equal to 10, then minus y will be minus 10. This operator evaluates value right to left. Next, unary plus. It is plus y. It means if y is equal to minus 10, then plus y will be 10. This operator evaluates value right to left. Next, pre-increment. Pre-increment used to increment value by 1 and evaluate to a new value. So this operator evaluates value right to left. Then we have post increment also. So post increment used to increment value by 1 but evaluate the value of y before the increment. Right? So this operator evaluates value right to left. I will explain pre and post increment after a few minutes. Then we have pre-decrement operator also. We use pre-decrement operator to decrease value by 1 and evaluate to a new value. So this operator evaluates value right to left. Post decrement. Post decrement used to decrease value by 1 and evaluate the value of y before the decrement. So this operator evaluates value right to left. So this is arithmetic operators. Now let's take an example of pre and post increment. If I declare two variables here, let j comma x is equal to 5. Then I just wanted to specify pre-increment operator. So I will just say j is equal to plus plus x. So I will specify pre-increment operator and just print the j value on the console. So when you execute this statement, then what will be the result? The result will be 6, because when JavaScript assigns value to the j variable, it will first increase the value of x variable by 1 and then specify to the j variable. So you will get 6 on the console. What if I specify post increment here? So I will just specify post increment here. So what is the result now? So the result will be 5. When you execute this statement, JavaScript will specify value x to the variable j and then print on the console. If I just specify this statement again, so I will just say j is equal to x plus plus, then the result would be different. When you execute this statement again, you will get 6 on the console. So JavaScript will increase the value of the x variable by 1 and specify to the j variable, and you will get 6 on the console. The same method applied to the decrement operator also, right? That's it. Now our arithmetic operator is completed. In the next tutorial, we will move forward and learn more operators. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In the previous video, we learned arithmetic operators. Now, in this lecture, we will take a look at comparison operator. As the name implies, comparison operator compare two different values. Broadly speaking, there are 3 types of comparison operator: strict equality, abstract equality, and relational equality. We will take a look at all these 3 types in the next tutorial, but now just take a look how comparison operator looks like. So the following is the comparison operator to compare two different values. First, less than operator. Less than operator evaluate to true if its first operand is less than its second operand. Otherwise, it evaluate to false. Less than operator evaluate to value left to right. For example, if I declare two variables here, let x is equal to 5, comma, y is equal to 10. Then I will just print these values on the console. So I will say console.log, and in the parenthesis I will say x is less than y. Now what will be the result? The result would be true because x means 5 is less than y. It means 10. 5 is less than 10. That is why the result would be true. Next, greater than operator. Greater than operator evaluate to true if its first operand is greater than its second operand. Otherwise, it evaluate to false. Greater than operator evaluate to value left to right. For example, we are using the same variable for this example also. So I will just use console.log to print values on the console. So I will say console.log, and in the parenthesis I will specify x is greater than y. So now the result would be false because x is less than y. It means 5 is not greater than 10. That is why the result would be false. If I just swap these values, then the result would be different. If I just say y is greater than x, then the result would be true because 10 is greater than 5. That is why the result would be true. Don't be confused between less than and greater than operator, okay? Keep that into your account, how to declare greater than and how to declare less than operator. Next, less than or equal to. Less than or equal to operator evaluate to true if its first operand is less than or equal to its second operand. Otherwise, it evaluate to false. Less than or equal to evaluate to value left to right. For example, if I just say console.log, and in the parenthesis I will specify x is less than equal to y, then the result would be true because x means 5 is less than 10. It is not equal to 10, but it is less than 10. So that is why the result would be true. If I just change the value of the y, so I will just say 5, specify 5 value here. So the result would be true. because 5 is not less than 5, but 5 is equal to 5. That is why the result would be true. And if I just change the value of the 5 and specify 3 here, then the result would be false. Why? Because x means 5 is less than 3? No. Then it will check again. X means 5 is equal to 3? No. That is why the result would be false. Next, greater than or equal to. Greater than or equal to operator evaluate to true if its first operand is greater than or equal to its second operand. Otherwise, it evaluate to false. Greater than or equal to operator evaluate to value left to right. For example, I will just print a message using console.log, and in the parenthesis I will specify x is greater than and equal to y. Then the result would be false, because x means 5 is not greater than 10 and x means 5 is not equal to 10. That is why the result would be false. And if I just change the value of the y variable and say 5 here, then the result would be true, because 5 is not greater than 5, but 5 is equal to 5. So that is why the result would be true. And if I just change the value and just say 3 here, then what is the result? The result would be true, because x means 5 is greater than 3 but not equal to 3. So the first value is true, means x is greater than 3. That is why the result would be true. As simple as that. That's it. Now your comparison operator is completed. In the next tutorial, I will describe 3 types of comparison operator. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we will talk about different type of comparison operator. In the previous video, I described there are 3 types of comparison operator. Now in this lecture, we will take a closer look at comparison operator types. There are 3 types of comparison operator: strict equality, abstract equality, and relational. We will start this tutorial from the strict equality, and after that, at the same time, we compare strict and abstract equality. So, what is strict equality? When two values considered equal if they refer to the same object or they are the same type and have the same value. I personally recommend you to use strict equality when you are comparing two values. We will also take a look at what is benefit of using strict equality rather than abstract equality. To check strict equality values, you can use 3 equal sign. And to check not strict equality value, you can use exclamation mark and double equal sign. Right? We will take an example after a few minutes. But now, let's move on to the next type, abstract equality. When two values consider abstractly equal if they refer to the same object or having the same value. To check abstract equality, you can use double equal sign, and to check not abstract equality, you can use exclamation mark with the equal sign. Now, let's take an example of strict and abstract equality. So I will just declare 2 variables here. First one is a number, so I will say let x is equal to 10, comma, str is equal to, and in the single quote I will say 10. So the first variable is number and second variable is string. Now I will just print its value on the console using console.log, and in the parenthesis I will say x, I will specify double equal sign here and specify str. So this is abstract equality. So when you execute this statement, then what would be the result? True or false? The result would be true, because we use abstract equality to compare two values. When you are using abstract equality, it is very important to understand abstract equality only check its operand values is equal or not. It does not check its type. And when you convert this to strict equality, then the result would be different and you will get false on the console. Because when you comparing this value with the strict equality, x is not equal to str because of its type. X is a number and str is a string. That is why the strict equality returns false. Using strict equality operator, it will check its operand value and its type. If both variables having the same type and value, then strict equality say true. Abstract equality will just check value in the variable. So if you wanna use strict equality, you can convert string into number like this. Just say console.log. In the parentheses, I will say x, specify strict equality operator and say number, and in the parentheses I will specify str variable. So when you execute this statement, the result would be true because x is now equal to str because str is now converted into number, right? So this statement will convert string into number and the result would be true because x and str has the same values and also having the same type. The same way you can compare not equal to value also using strict and abstract equality. So I will just say console.log and in the parentheses I will specify x is not equal to number and specify str in the parentheses. So we are using not strict equality operator here. So the result would be false. The best way to compare two values is using strict equality. Strict equality will give you pure result, right? Let's move on to the next topic, relational. Relational operator is also used to compare two values. In the previous video, we learned different type of relational operators. We described all these operators in detail with example, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will take a look logical operator. There are three types of logical operator supported by JavaScript, which is AND, OR, and NOT. So let's start with the first operator, AND. Logical AND operator used to perform Boolean operations on the two values. It returns true if and only if its first operand and its second operand are true. If one or both operands are false, then logical AND operator returns false. Logical AND operator used as a conjunction to join two relational expressions. So let's take an example and understand how AND operator works. If we declare two variables here, so I will just say let x is equal to 10, comma, y is equal to 10, right? So if I just wanted to check x and y is equal to 10 or not, I will use if condition here. So I will say if x is equal to 10. After that I will use AND operator here and then evaluate next expression. So I will say y is equal to 10, and in the first true block I will say console.log and print true message on the console. Using else I will just print false on the console, right? If I execute this statement, it will return true because both relational expressions are true. X is equal to 10 and y is also equal to 10. Now if I just change any expression, evaluate to false, then the if condition execute else block and return false. It means logical AND operator returns true if both relational expressions return true. If anyone returns false, then the logical AND operator evaluate to false. It means logical AND operator return true if and only if both expressions evaluate to true, right? Now the next operator is OR. So logical OR operator perform Boolean operations on two relational values. It will return true if one or both operand evaluate to true. It means when both expressions evaluate to false, then logical OR operator returns false. Otherwise, it will return true. For example, if we use the previous declared variable, then I will just say if x is equal to 10, and now I will use OR operator here, and then we specify the second expression. So I will just say y is equal to 10. Now in the true block, I will say console.log and print true message on the console, and using else block, I will just print false on the console. When you execute this statement, you will get true on the console because both expressions return true. And if I just change any expression, evaluate to false, then what would be the result? The result would be true, because in logical OR operator return false when both expressions evaluate to false. Otherwise, it will return true. So it means one expression evaluate to true and second evaluate to false, then the logical operator return true. And if both expressions evaluate to false, then the logical operator return false. As simple as that. You are not limited to use two expressions only. You can add multiple expressions of logical operators. Now, the third and the last logical operator is NOT. The NOT operator is little bit different than AND and OR operator. NOT operator is a unary operator and it is placed before the single operand. The use of NOT operator is to invert the Boolean expression. It means if x is equal to true, then using NOT operator you can invert its value by just specifying NOT operator before the variable. You can just invert Boolean value by just specifying NOT operator before the variable. So if I just say let z is equal to true, and I will just print this z on the console. So I will just say console.log and print z on the console. So when you execute this statement, you will get true on the console. What if I just specify NOT operator before the z variable? If we execute this statement again, then what would be the result? Yes, you are right. The result would be false because we inverted z variable value to false using NOT operator. You can use NOT operator to invert any expression anywhere, right? That's it. Our logical operator is completed. I hope you understand this lecture. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we will take a brief look at bitwise operator. In the JavaScript, we have bitwise operator to manipulate low-level binary representation of numbers. This operator is not commonly used in JavaScript programming, but you can take this tutorial as a knowledge. Bitwise operator works on only integer operand and assume this operand as 32-bit integer rather than 64-bit floating point value. Now the following is the bitwise operator. First, bitwise AND operator. Bitwise AND operator perform Boolean operation on each bit of its integer argument. A bit is set in the result only if the corresponding bit is set in the both operand. For example, so we have two operands here with the hexadecimal value. When you execute this statement, the result would be this. So we specify 4-bit for the first operand and 2-bit for the second operand. Now the AND operator returns only 2 bits as a result because we equally set 2 bits on the operand. right? Now the next bitwise operator is OR. The OR bitwise operator performs Boolean operation on each bit of its integer argument. A bit is set in the result if the corresponding bit is set in the one or both of the operand. For example, we have two hexadecimal values with OR operator. So the result would be this, right? The next bitwise operator is XOR. The XOR bitwise operator performs a Boolean exclusive OR operation on each bit of its integer argument. Exclusive OR means that either operand 1 is true or operand 2 is true, but not both. For example, so we have this example with XOR operator. When you execute this, you will get this hexadecimal value, right? The next operator is NOT. The NOT bitwise operator is unary operator that operates by reversing all its bits in the operand. For example, when you execute this, you will get this result, or -16, right? The next operator is shift left. The shift left bitwise operator moves all bits in its first operand. For example, in the operation A, then we specify the shift left operator and 1. Now the first bit of A becomes the second bit, then the second bit of A became the third bit, etc. Shifting a value left by one position is equivalent to multiplying by 2. Shifting 2 position is equivalent to multiplying by 4, and so on. For example, 7 left shift 2. When you execute this statement, the result would be 24, right? The next operator is shift right. The shift right bitwise operator moves all bits in its first operand. Shifting a value right one place is equivalent to dividing by 2. Shifting right 2 place is equivalent to integer division by 4, and so on. For example, 7 shift right 1. When you execute this statement, it evaluates to 3. And if we say -7 right shift 1, then it evaluates to -4. Then we have a last bitwise operator, which is right shift with 0 fill. The right shift with 0 fill operator is just like right shift operator, except that the bit shift in on the left are always 0. For example, -1 right shift 4 evaluate to -1. But when you say -1, then we specify right shift with 0 fill operator and specify 4 evaluate to this, right? That's it. Our bitwise operator is completed. If you are not completely understand this complicated topic, then don't worry, it is not that much important, okay? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn assignment operator. On many occasions, you use assignment operator to assign value or to evaluate values of two operand. The assignment operator is really very straightforward. As the name implies, assignment operator assigns a value to the variable. So we recall the previous lecture where we use assignment operator to assign value to the variable, and we also use it in many expressions. In the past lectures, we use assignment operator to assign value to the variable. You can use assignment operator to assign value to the object and array also. We also showed you how to use chaining system to assign value to the variable like this. J is equal to X is equal to 40. But the assignment operator is not as limited as you are thinking of. Using assignment operator, you can do arithmetic and bitwise operation. So let's take an example with some feature of assignment operator to minimize your code. the following shorthand operator would be convenience when you are working with the arithmetic and bitwise operator. So this is the arithmetic operator. The following is the example of arithmetic addition. For example, if you have two operand and you wanted to first add them and assign its value to the first operand, then the code would be look like this. X is equal to x plus y. So this statement will add two operand and assign its value to the first operand. So if we declare two variables here, x and y, so I will say let x is equal to 10, comma, y is equal to 5. And we use the simple addition operator here. So I will say x is equal to x plus y. And when we print variable x on the console, the result would be 15. Now using assignment operator, you can perform the same operation just like this. I will just comment this statement, and after that I will say x, specify the addition operator, and just after that specify the assignment operator and the y variable. So this statement equivalent to the previous one. So this statement first perform the addition and then assign the value to the first operand. It is equivalent to the previous statement. So when you execute this statement, the value would be 15. So it will first perform the addition of two operands and specify the new value to the first operand. Right? Next, we also have a subtraction assignment operator like this. X minus equal to y. We also have multiplication assignment operator like this. Then we also have a division assignment operator, and we also have a remainder assignment operator. Right? Now the assignment operator is not limited for the arithmetic operators, but using assignment operator you can perform bitwise operator also. Here is the example. So this is the bitwise left shift assignment operator. Now this is the bitwise right shift assignment operator. Then we have right shift zero fill assignment operator. Then we also have a bitwise AND assignment operator. Then we have bitwise OR assignment operator. And at the last we have bitwise XOR assignment operator. Right? That's it. We know that how to use assignment operator in the program. When you are making 1,000 line of code, then the shorthand operator is very helpful to minimize your code. I hope this tutorial is helpful to you. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we will talk about some other important operators. Now, we'll first take a look type of operator. Type of operator mostly used to check the type of its operand. So, the type of operator returns string representing the type of its operand. Unfortunately, type of operator doesn't exactly map to the 7 data type in JavaScript. The 7 data types are undefined, null, boolean, numbers, string, symbol, and object. So which has causes no end of confusion. So let's take an example and understand how type of operator work. If you wanted to find out type of a variable, then this operator help you out. So if you have 1, then using type of operator you can find out its type like this. I will say type of and specify 1 here. Now the result would be number. Then we specify the string. using type of operator and specify daily here in the double quote. Then you will get a string on the console, right? We also have a boolean expression, so we'll say type of true, so the result would be boolean. And we also have a null type, so I will say type of null. Now what is the result? When you execute this statement, the result would be object. Yes, that's true. Type of operator return object when you check the null data type. It usually referred to as a bug because null is not an object, of course. It is primitive data type. It has been suggested many times that it fixes, but too much existing code is already built on this behavior. So just memorize this as an exception. You can also get the type of the function like this, type of, and specify the function. The result would be function. Don't worry, we will talk about functions in the future lectures. So now let's move to the next very interesting operator, which is comma. Comma operators simply provide a simple way to separate expression, just like this. If we create two variables, we use let y is equal to 40, comma x is equal to 10. So here we use comma operator to separate two different variables. As simple as that. After that, we have a grouping operator also. So the grouping operator is parenthesis. Parenthesis used to specify order of the operation. We will use grouping operator to specify operator precedence. We will talk about this in the future lectures, so don't worry, we will cover everything step by step. Now the next operator is void. You think this operator is useless because this operator has only one job. So this operator will evaluate its operand and return undefined. This operator used when you wanted to return undefined value. So where do you use it? There is a different situation where you can use this operator. Suppose if you wanted to create an anchor tag in HTML, and when you click on the anchor tag link, the browser will take you to the another page. To prevent this behavior, I will just use the following code. I will just declare anchor tag with href attribute, and then in the double quote I will say JavaScript colon void operator and specify 0, and then specify your anchor tag text. As simple as that, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn destructing assignment operator. So what is destructing assignment operator? We had never heard this operator before. The destructing assignment operator is new in ECMAScript 6. Now we know that destructing assignment operator exists in ECMAScript 6, but now let me tell you what is destructing assignment operator and what it does. Destructing assignment operator allows you to take an array or object and destructure it into an individual variable. So let's take an example of object and understand how destructing assignment operator work. So we will declare a normal object here. So we'll say constant obj is equal to, and in the curly braces I will specify some object properties like a colon 1 comma b colon 2 comma c colon 3 and say comma e colon 5, and end the statement with semicolon. Now we will use the destructing assignment operator here. So I will say constant, and in the curly braces I will specify some variables. So I will say a comma b comma c comma d comma e, and use assignment operator and specify object, right? So now I will just print this variable on the console. So I will say console.log and specify variable a. So the result would be 1. If you wanted to print the second property value, then I will just specify b here, then the result would be 2. And if I say c, then the result would be 3. What if I just specify d here? What is the result? The result would be undefined because we did not specify d in the object property. So why not we remove one variable from here? So I will just remove the b variable. Now let's see what is the result. When you execute this statement, you will get an error message. B is not defined. The error occurred because of we did not specify the variable in the destructing assignment operator, right? So now the important thing is, when you create destructing assignment operator, you need to keep in mind, when you destructure an object, the variable name must match to the property name in the object. When you destructing assignment operator didn't match any property in the object, then it will return undefined. Also, we didn't specify b in the declaration, so the JavaScript return error message. You can do the declaration like this also. So I will just wrap this declaration in the parenthesis. But keep in mind, when you're doing this type of declaration, it must be surrounded by parentheses. Otherwise, JavaScript assume left side of statement as a block. Now, let's take one more example of destructing assignment operator with array. So we will declare a normal array here like this. Constant array is equal to, in the square bracket I will specify some array element 1, 2, 3. Now we will declare a destructing assignment operator here. So I will say let, in the square bracket I will say a, b is equal to array. Keep in mind, when we declaring an object, we use curly braces in the declaration, and when we declare array, we used square bracket in the declaration. Now we will just print this variable on the console. So when we print a, the result would be 1. When we print b, the result would be 2. And if I print c, what is the result? You will get an error message because c is not defined. You will get the same result as an object. So I will just add some more element 4, 5 and 6. So I will increase the element of the array. Now, is it possible to store a remaining array element in the new variable? Yes, it is. Using spread operator like this with the 3 dots, you can store remaining array element in the new variable, just like this. Specify 3 dots with the variable name. So I will just say rest here. So I will just say console.log and print rest variable. Now when you print the rest variable, you will get the remaining element of the array. We will cover the spread operator in the future lectures, but just keep in mind that we use spread operator to print remaining array element using destructing assignment operator, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we will talk about JavaScript operator precedence. To understand how JavaScript evaluate an expression, this topic is very important. Till now, we have been covered most of the operators in JavaScript. Now we will take a look at how JavaScript perform operator operation. Operators are arranged in order from higher precedence to lower precedence. Operator precedence control the order in which operators are performed. Higher precedence operator perform before the lower precedence operator. Now consider the following expression. So I will create a variable here, let x, and then we specify x is equal to 5 plus 3 multiply by 2. Let's understand how JavaScript perform this expression. First, JavaScript perform the higher precedence operator, which is multiplication. So the JavaScript first perform the multiplication with 3 and 2. And then perform the lower precedence operator. So the addition is lower precedence operator and multiplication is higher precedence operator. So when the multiplication will completed, JavaScript perform the lower level precedence, which is addition. And after that, JavaScript perform the assignment operation and assign 11 to the x variable. Operator precedence can be overridden with the explicit use of parentheses. If you wanted to perform addition operator first, then the expression look like this. I will just wrap 5 plus 3 in the parentheses. When you perform this operation, the result would be different. JavaScript assign 16 value to the x variable because you perform lower level precedence operator first using parentheses and then multiply with 2 and assign the value to the x variable. Using parentheses, you can perform a lower level precedence operator first. Now let's take one more example of operator precedence. So I will just comment this statement. And here I will say x is equal to 20 divided by 4 plus 2 multiply by, and in the parenthesis I will say 7 plus 4 minus 2, and I will just say console.log and specify x to print the value of the x variable. Now when you execute this statement, what would be the result? The result would be 23. Now let me explain how JavaScript interpreter perform this expression. So the JavaScript first perform the operation in the parentheses, then it performed the division between 20 and 4. After that, JavaScript performed the multiplication and then perform the addition. And after that, assign value to the x variable. So now you have 23 in the x variable. Now if you wanted to know which precedence level applied to which operator, then don't worry, I will solve your problem. JavaScript provide different precedence level to different operators. I have created a chart of precedence level. You can download this chart from the link provided in the description. After a few days of practice, you will have a complete understanding of operator precedence. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will talk about array and object operators. So we will just look at some important operators in object and array. Now the first operator is member access. You can assign this operator using a single dot. As the name implies, member accessing operator used to access members in the object. In the previous lectures, we had seen how to create object and access the members using member accessing operator. The syntax of member accessing operator is as following. Object, then we specify the member access operator and your property. The important thing is, property must be a valid identifier, and when you are accessing the property of the object, it must match to the object property. A property consists of a key and a value pair. Property key must be string or symbol, and value can be any type. For example, I will say constant obj is equal to, and in the curly braces I will say id colon 1 comma name colon I will say daily in the single quote, right? And to access the property of the object, I will say console.log, and in the bracket I will specify object.name. In this example, we use member access operator to access member in the object. So using console.log, we print name property value of the object. We had created a complete video on object. If you had not seen this video yet, then must watch this video first and move on. You can watch this video on the top right corner of the screen or from the description. But the nutshell of this topic is using member access operator, you can access members of the object. The next operator is computed member object. So what is use of computed member access operator? If you go to the past, then you would remember we use this operator to create an array. This operator not only create an array, but also you can access elements. There is one more way to use this operator. I will use the previous object and access their property using computed member access operator like this. I will say console.log, and in the bracket I will specify object, and in the square bracket it means using the computed member access operator I will just access the property of the object. Now you can see you can access object properties using this operator, right? Now let's move on to the next operator, property existence operator in. The in operator return true if its left side operand is in the right side operand. It means the in operator return true if the left side property is in the right side object. For example, if I declare a simple object here, so I will say constant car is equal to, and I will specify some properties like CNAME means car name, BMW, model i8, and the year which is 2015, and I will say console.log, and in the single quote I will specify CNAME in car. When you execute this statement, the result would be true because in operator match CNAME property in the car object. We had learned the basic use of in operator in for in loop also. If you wanted to watch for in loop video, then click on the card over here, or you can watch this video from the link provided in the description, right? The next operator is new. The new operator is used to create an instance of the user defined object. For example, when you wanted to create an instance of the object, you need to create a class like this. I will say class model, and in the curly braces I will specify a constructor, right? When you create your class and constructor, no instance has been created yet. Now to create an instance of the model object, I will say constant c1 is equal to new model, and I will say parenthesis and specify semicolon at the end. To create a second instance, I will say constant c2 is equal to new model. Now we have two instances of a model object. We will take a brief look at class, object and creating an instance of the object in the future lectures. So don't worry, you will get complete understanding to create class and instance of the object. Right? In the next tutorial, we will cover remaining operators of object and array. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will complete the JavaScript operators. Now, the last few operators are remaining to understand. In the previous lecture, we learned what is new operator. Now, let's move to the next operator and learn what is instance of operator. The instance of operator takes an operand on its left and right side. The instance of operator expects a left side operand as object and right side operand as class object. The instance of operator evaluates to true if its left side operand is instance of the right side operand. Otherwise, it will return false. For example, if I create an instance of date here, so I will say constant d is equal to new date. Now I just wanted to know that d is instance of the date variable or not. So I will say console.log d instance of date. The result would be true because d is instance of the date object, right? After that, I will declare an array. So I will say constant array is equal to, and I will specify some elements 1, 2 and 3. Now I will check if the newly created array is instance of the array object. So I will say console.log and specify array instance of array. Now the result would be true because the newly created object is an array. But if I say console.log and I will say array instance of date, now the result would be false because array is not instance of the date object. That is why you will get false on the console. Now you know that what is instance of operator, but do you know how instance operator work? If you wanted to know how instance operator work, then you need to understand prototype chain. This is JavaScript inheritance mechanism. We will take a look at this in the future lectures. But now let's move on to the next operator, delete. Delete operator is the unary operator which used to delete the object property or array element. Let's take an example. If I declare an object here, so I will say constant obj is equal to, and in the curly braces I will specify some properties x1, y2 and z3. Now let me first check object property x is in the object or not. So I will say console.log and in the single quote I will specify x, then we specify the in operator and specify object. Now the result would be true because x is the property of the object. Now I just wanted to delete one of its property using delete operator. So I will say delete, specify the object dot x. Now I will delete the first property of the object. Now when you print this property, the result would be different. Now I will execute the same statement again. So I will just copy this statement and print here. Now when you execute this, the result would be different and you will get false on the console because property x is deleted from the object using delete operator, right? So now x is not exist in object, right? Now let's take an example of array. I will declare a simple array here. So I will say constant array is equal to, and in the square bracket I will specify some array element 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now let's print the fourth array. So I will say console.log, then specify array, and in the bracket I will say 3. I will print 4 on the console, right? So I just wanted to specify 3 in the bracket because array start from 0. After that, I just wanted to delete last element from the array. So I will say delete array, and in the bracket I will specify the last element index 3. Just after that, I just wanted to print this element again. So I will say console.log and specify the array and just print the last element. When you execute this statement, the result would be different. You will get undefined on the console because the delete operator will delete the last array element, right? Now let's move on to the next operator, the conditional operator. Now what is conditional operator? Now the conditional operator is ternary operator. Ternary operator means it has 3 operands. The conditional operator has 3 operands. The first operand goes before the question mark, the second goes before the colon, and the third goes after the colon. Conditional operator is just like if and else statement, but this operator is very handy in certain situations. Now let's take an example of conditional operator and compare this operator with if and else statement. So I will just create if and else statement first. So I will just declare a variable here with literal. So I will say let print is equal to, and in the double quote I will specify a message, hey everyone. After that I will specify if and else statement. So I will say if, in the expression I will specify print. Now in the statement block I will specify console.log and print the variable, and in the else statement I will just change the text of the print variable and specify welcome and print this variable again. If I execute this statement, then what would be the result? You will get hey everyone on the console because we specified value to the print variable. If I just remove the literal, then the else block will execute. So I will just remove the literal from here and execute this statement again. Now the message on the console is welcome, right? Now let's take the same example again with conditional operator. So I will just use the previous print variable and I will say print is equal to, and then specify the expression. So I will say print, then we specify the question mark, and then we specify the statement. So I will say print colon and then specify the second statement. Now I will specify welcome here. Now here, if the print expression is evaluated true, then we will return print to the print variable. If the print expression evaluate to false, then we will return welcome text to the print variable, right? and just after that I will say console.log and print the variable. So when you execute this statement, you will get "Hey everyone" message on the console. Using conditional operator, it is very easy to evaluate expression. And what if I just remove the literal from the variable? You will get "welcome" on the console. Conditional operator is very easy and handy, right? That's it. Our JavaScript operator is completed. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this lecture, we will talk about jump statements. In JavaScript, there are few jump statements that allow you to jump from the specific place to the new location. These jump statements causes the JavaScript to jump a new location in the source code, just like the break statement used to jump to the end of the loop or other statement. Jump statements are used to jump the execution to the new location. There are few statements that allow you to jump from specific location to the new location. Now let's understand how jump statements work. The first jump statement is break. So the break statement use alone. Break statement causes the switch statement or the innermost enclosing loop to be exit immediately. The syntax of break statement is very simple. Just write a break keyword like this and specify semicolon. That's it. I think you already seen the example of break statement in the switch case. But break statement is not limited for that. Here is the example. I will create a for loop here. So I will say for, and in the bracket I will specify let I is equal to 1, I is less than equal to 5, and I plus plus. Now I will just print this I on the console, right? So the result would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will get 1 to 5 on the console. Now let's see what's happened if I use break statement in the loop. So I just wanted to add the break statement here. So I will just specify if condition, and in the expression I will specify if I is equal to 3, then I will break the loop. Now when you execute this statement, you will get 1 and 2 on the console. Because using break statement, we break the loop execution. So when the I value became 3, then the if condition became true and execute the break statement. Then the break statement will terminate the loop and exit from the loop block. JavaScript allows us to use break keyword with label statement. We will learn what is label statement after a few minutes. But now let's understand what is syntax of a break label statement. The syntax of a break label statement is as following. So I will say break label name and specify semicolon. So this is the syntax of a break label statement. Using the break label statement with the break keyword, the break execution jump to the terminate enclosing statement that has specified label. Now we will first understand what is label statement. Now the statement may be labeled by preceding it with an identifier and a semicolon. Using the label statement, JavaScript allows you to specify a name to the specific block that you can refer it to the elsewhere in the program. You can label any statement, although it is very helpful when it has body, such as loops. By giving the name, you can use a break statement inside the body. So here is the syntax of a label statement. So I will say identifier colon statement and just specify semicolon at the end. Now let's take an example and understand how label statement work. I will just write some code here. So I will say let a equal to 1, and then I will say label colon and then specify the while loop. So I will say while. In the expression I will specify a is equal to 1, and in the statement I will print the a on the console using console.log method, and then I will say break label. So now when you execute this statement, you will get 1 on the console. If you omit the break label statement, then the while loop executes thousands of times because we did not specify any false statement in the while block to terminate the loop. Now if you remove the break label statement and execute this code, your browser will print 1 on the console more than thousands of times, and it will be continuously printing the 1 value on the console. So don't remove the break statement, otherwise you could need to close your browser. Right? That's it. I hope you understand this lecture. In the next tutorial, we will move forward and learn some more jump statements. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. We will continue the previous lecture and learn some more jump statements. Now the next jump statement is continue. Now the continue statement is similar to the break statement, but there is one difference in the continue statement. Except terminating the loop, continue statement will restart the loop from the next iteration. The continue statement syntax is just like as simple as break statement. Just like this. Continue and specify semicolon. Can also use with label. Like this. Continue and then specify the label name. Right? You can use continue and continue label syntax in body of the loop. If you use this syntax elsewhere, then it causes a syntax error. Now let's take an example and understand how continue statement work. For example, I will declare a variable here. So I will say let x is equal to 0. Then we will create a while loop. So I will say while, and in the expression I will specify x is less than 10 and specify the compound statement using curly braces. Now here I will first increase the value of x using post incremental operator. So I will say x plus plus. After that I will use if statement, and in the expression I will specify x is equal to 5. Then I will continue the statement. And after that I will print x on the console. So I will say console.log and specify x. Now when you execute this statement, you will get 1 to 10 on the console, but it does not print 5 because we use something in the code. We use if condition with continue statement. So as you can see, continue statement will skip the rest of the code and continue the while loop. So when the continue statement execute, the execution goes at the top and continue the while loop without printing the x value on the console. Continue statement also used when you have some expression that terminate the loop using false expression. In that situation, you can use continue statement to continue the loop. So without terminating the loop, continue statement will continue the iteration and execute your loop. Right? Now the next statement is return. So mostly return statement used in the function. As the name implies, return statement used to return value to its caller. Following is the syntax of return statement. So I will say return and specify expression. As simple as that. It is a syntax error for it to appear anywhere else. The function that contains the return statement return the expression to its caller. For example, so to create a function, I will say function and then specify the name of that function. After that, I will specify the parenthesis, and in that parenthesis I will specify argument. So I will say x here, and just after that I will specify the body of that function. So in the function body I will specify return statement with x plus x expression. So here I will just return the addition of two equal values, right? Just after that I will print the x value on the console. So I will say console.log and in the parenthesis I will call the function. So I will say add, and in the parenthesis I will specify the parameter value. So I will say 3 here, right? So when you execute this statement, you will get 6 on the console. So when we call the function, function return its value to its caller. So using return statement in the function, we will return addition of 2 equal values. If we just change 3 and specify 5 here, then you will get 10 on the console, right? We will learn the function and the parameter and all that in future lectures, but just for now, return statement is used to return a value to its caller. Keep that into your account. That's it. I hope you understand this lecture. From the next tutorial, we will learn what is function. Don't forget to watch the next tutorial because it is very important to understand what is function. Function is used anywhere in the JavaScript program. There are also few jump statements are remaining to understand, but we will cover that after a few lectures. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. Well, in this tutorial, we will learn a new topic, function. So, in this tutorial, you understand what is function and how to create function in JavaScript and where to use it. Now, in simple words, function is just a collection of statements that run as a single unit. You can take function as a subprogram. Function starts with the function keyword followed by function name. Function is very useful when you wanted to execute the same code again and again. Without writing the same code in the separate file, you can just call the function and execute the same code again. The function will have been saved your lot of time. Now let's take a syntax of function and understand how to declare a function. So as I said, function starts with the function keyword followed by a function name. After that, we specify parenthesis, and in that parenthesis you can pass comma separated optional arguments. The parameter arguments are optional. Now the body of the function is composed of any number of statements. So these statements will not execute until you call the function. Keep in mind, the curly braces is not the optional part of the function. It is necessary to specify curly braces to the function even if the body of the function consists of only single statement. Right? Now let's take an example and understand how function works. We will take a simple example. So I will say function. So we'll start a function with the function keyword and specify name. So I will say magic here and specify parenthesis. Just for now, we did not specify any argument to this function, and I will just specify curly braces. Now here, in the statement, I will say console.log and print hello on the console. I will again print one more message, so I will say console.log and print function message on the console. Now when you execute this statement, you won't get anything because you just define a function. To execute the function, you need to call that function in the program. To execute this function, you need to call them just like this. So to call this function, you need to specify name of your function like this. So I will specify the name of my function magic and specify parenthesis, and at the end I will specify semicolon. Now when you execute this program again, you will get hello function message on the console. Now let me tell you how execution works. So when you execute this statement, it will first go to the magic statement right here and call the function. After that, it will print message on the console and exit from the function. At the end, execution will end the magic statement and exit from the program. Now let's take one more example with return keyword. In the previous lecture, we know that what is use of return keyword. Now we will just use this keyword to return a value to its caller. For example, I will just print some message again with the return keyword. So I will just first get rid of these two statements. and say return, and in the double quote I will specify hello function. When you execute this statement, you will get hello function on the console. There are two ways to call the function. When you use parentheses just after the function, you are calling the function, and you tell JavaScript to run body of that function. Now there is one more way to specify function without any parentheses. When you did not specify parentheses, you are referring to the function object, just like this. I will just get rid of this statement and say magic and specify semicolon. Now when you execute this, you will get function on the console because this statement referencing to the function. Now when you have reference to that function, you can assign it to any other user defined variable, just like this. I will specify a constant variable, so I will say constant f is equal to, and I will specify name of my function, so I will say magic here. And after that I will call the function using the reference, so I will say f and specify parentheses. Now when you execute this, you will get hello function on the console. Or you can do the same thing with object also, like this. I will declare a constant object here, so I will say constant object obj is equal to, and I will specify a property, so I will specify f colon and call the function, so I will say magic here, right? Now using the first property, we will call the function just like this. I will say object dot f and specify parentheses. Now you will get hello function on the console. So here we just referencing to the function using object property, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will take a look at function arguments and default arguments. So we will first understand what is arguments. In the previous video, we learned how to declare a function. Now in this lecture, we will understand what is arguments and how to pass arguments to the function. Now take attention on this line. The primary mechanism to pass information to a function called is function arguments. You can also call them parameters. Argument is just like a variables. It's just used to pass values to the function. Arguments doesn't exist until the function is called. So let's take an example and understand how arguments work. So we will first create a simple function with two arguments. So I will say function and specify name. So I will specify demo here and pass two parameters. So I will specify a, comma, b. To separate arguments, we will use comma operator, right? And in the body of that function, I will specify a return keyword with addition of two variables divided by 2. So this will give us average of these two numbers. And after that I will call the function. So I will say demo and pass two values to this function. So I will say 5, 40, right? So when you execute this statement, you will get 22.5 average, right? Now in this function, a and b is formal arguments. You can also call them formal parameters. So when the function is called, the formal arguments receive values and become an actual arguments. So now let's understand this process step by step. In this example, formal arguments a and b receive values 5 and 40 and become actual arguments. Now you have 5 and 40 value in the function arguments a and b. Function arguments exist only in the function. You cannot access the function argument outside of the function. So when the function has been called, a and b become 5 and 40 then function will return the average of 5 and 40 to its caller. What if we just specify the variable except specifying the value? Like this. So I will declare a variable here. So I will say let a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 40. Now we will use this variable as argument. So I will say demo, and in the parenthesis I will specify a and b as arguments. So what would be the result? The result would be same. You will get 22.5 on the console. Keep in mind, when you create a function, the function name must be a valid identifier, right? So now here we pass two variables a and b when we call the function. A and b distinct variable from the arguments a and b in the function, even though they are having the same name. When JavaScript call this function, JavaScript won't pass the variable as a function arguments, except JavaScript will pass variable values to the function. It means in the function arguments you have 5 and 40 in the function arguments variable. Now in ECMAScript 6 there is a new concept introduced, default values for arguments. Normally when you did not specify default value to the variable, it returns undefined. For example, I will create a function here. So I will say function f, and in the parenthesis I will specify a single argument. So I will say x and return this x to its caller. So I will say return. I will use backtick to specify the string. I will use the interpolation to print the value of x variable. Right? Now I will just call this function. Now when you call this function, you will get undefined variable value because we did not specify any argument to the function when we call them. So here we have a new concept, default values for arguments. We will take the same example and just make some changes. In arguments, so I will say x is equal to, and in the double quote I will specify a string. So I will say default here. So we specify x as a string with a default value, right? So as you can see, we just specify a default value to the function parameter. So when you execute this statement, you will get default on the console. If you just change this default value and specify 3, then you will get 3 on the console, right? Now as you can see, you can specify any primitive and object data type in the parameter, right? This is very amazing way to specify default value to the variable, isn't it? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn what is anonymous function, where do you use it, and what is the use of anonymous functions. So till now we have been learned how to declare a function and how to specify arguments to the function. Now we will take a look at what is anonymous function. When we specify function, we specify both body and identifier. But JavaScript support anonymous function which don't necessary to have an identifier. You might be wondering, how will we call the function if we don't specify the name for that function? Now wait a few minutes and keep this topic aside and talk about expressions. Now we know that an expression is something that evaluates to a value, and we know that functions are values like any other in JavaScript. You can specify function as an expression. Anonymous function help us to do that. So when you declare a function as expression, you don't need to specify identifier for that function. When you use function as expression, a function expression can be assigned to something or called immediately. We will create a variable and assign function as expression. Let's consider the following example. So I will create a variable here. So I will say constant f is equal to, and then we specify function here. So I will say function parenthesis and just specify the body. So here is your statements. So the outcome of this function is same as if we had declared the function in the usual way. In this function, we have f variable as identifier that refers to the function. So if we wanted to call this function, just use f and specify parenthesis like this, right? The only difference is that we are creating an anonymous function and assigning it to the variable. Now you know that what is anonymous function and how do you use it. But now we just wanted to understand why we need to use anonymous function. Now there is a different situation where you need to call function immediately. Anonymous function used as an argument or as a method or to create function properties in the object. Just like this. In this example, we will understand how to use function in the object property. I will declare an object here, so I will say constant O is equal to, and in the body of that object I will specify first property, so I will say name colon, and in the double quote I will specify anonymous function. Now I will declare a second property, so I will say invoke. So invoke is the name of my second property. Then I will specify value for that property, so I will declare a function here, so I will say function, and in the body of that function I will specify return keyword with some message. Right? And after that I will here say console.log and call the second method, which is invoke, and specify parentheses. We specify parentheses here because we need to call the function. Now what would be the result? So when you execute this statement, you will get you called me message on the console. In this example, we had created an object with two properties, name and invoke. For the invoke property, we had specified function expressions, and to call this function you need to specify object and call its property with parentheses. If you don't use parentheses, then this would be return the reference of the function. You can do the same thing with shorthand syntax, just like this. So I will just remove the colon and function keyword like this. So when you execute this code, you will get the same outcome. The reason behind this, we use method in the object. In ECMAScript 6, this is a new shorthand syntax for methods. So here invoke is the method, and to call this method we use object.method name with parentheses. We will understand method and object in future lectures. But just for now, keep in mind to declare a method, just use the name of that method and specify body, just like the function body. Right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will look at very interesting topic in JavaScript, which is arrow notation. In ECMAScript 6, a new and welcome syntax called arrow notation. To specify arrow, you can use equal sign with greater than operator. This new feature helps you to reduce number of times you have to type the word function, as well as a number of curly braces you have to type. Arrow function allows you to specify syntax in three ways. First, you can omit the function keyword. Second, if the function take only single parameter, then you can omit the parentheses. Third, if your function have only single statement, then you can omit curly braces also. Arrow functions are always anonymous. In the previous lecture, we learned what is anonymous function, If you wanted to know what is anonymous function, then you can click on the link on the top right corner, right? After that, keep in mind you can't specify identifier for the arrow function like you can with the function keyword. Now let's take a look at a few function examples. So if you wanted to create an anonymous function to return a message, you will write this. So we will say constant f1 is equal to function, and we will return hello everyone. Right? You can do the same thing with arrow function also, like this. So we'll create a constant variable. So I will say constant f1 is equal to, so here we will omit the function keyword and directly specify parenthesis with arrow. So I will specify equal sign with greater than operator, and just after that we omit the curly braces and specify hello everyone in double quote. So in this example, we omit the function keyword and after the parenthesis we specify arrow annotation. As I said, if you wanted to specify only one statement, then you can omit curly braces while creating arrow function. Now let's take one more example of arrow function with only one argument. So if you wanted to create a function with only one argument, you will write this. Constant f2 is equal to function, and here you will specify first parameter, and in the body you will say return value of the argument and print this argument on the console. Or you can do this with arrow function also, like this. So I will say constant f2 is equal to, so here we first specify argument. We did not specify parenthesis here, so we directly specify argument here with arrow. So we specify argument 1, then we specify arrow, and then we specify body of that function without curly braces. Right? So we'll say value of the argument and print this argument on the console. So here both functions are same. Now if you wanted to multiply two values, then you can do this. Constant f3 is equal to function, and we specify two parameters here. So I will say argument 1 comma argument 2, and in the body we'll say return argument 1 multiply by argument 2. Now let me show you the same result using arrow function. So I will say constant f3, and in the parenthesis I will specify argument 1 comma argument 2. So here we use two parameter, that is why we use parenthesis to specify arguments. After that we'll specify arrow and call the body. So we'll say argument 1 multiply by argument 2. Now using this example, you will understand how you can use the arrow function. Using arrow function, it is very easy to declare a function with arguments. Now we will move to the next topic, this keyword. This keyword is normally associated with object-oriented programming, and we will be learning object-oriented programming in future lectures. However, this keyword has also some important features and it can be used in multiple ways. Normally, this keyword is related to the function that are properties of object. This keyword normally refers to itself, just like we create anonymous function and specify reference to that function in the variable. So this keyword refers to the current object where he used. Now let's take an example and understand how this keyword works. Like this. So I will say constant obj is equal to, so here we specify two properties for this object. So I will say name, and we specify daily tuition for the name property, and we will create a method here. So I will say magic and then specify parenthesis, and in the body of the magic method we will say return hello and call the first property using this keyword. So I will say this dot name, right? And after that, using console.log, we will call the magic method. Now in this example, we had created an object with two properties. So first we declare a name property with daily tuition message, and then we create second property. In the second property we specify magic method and return hello message with first property value. You can see here we use this keyword to call the first property of the current object. So when you execute this statement, you will get hello daily tuition message on the console. Now here this keyword is bound to the object, not because of magic is the property of the object, but we called it directly on object. Now if we create a reference of this object and compare both using assignment operator, then what is the result? Just like this, I will say constant m1 is equal to obj.magic. I will compare this using assignment operator. So I will say console.log and say m1 is equal to object obj.magic. Now the result would be true, right? Because both have the same reference of the same method. And if you call this method using reference, then you will get this output. So here JavaScript called undefined to this keyword because JavaScript didn't know that this keyword is originally declared in object variable. So this keyword bound to undefined, right? That's it. That is all for this lecture. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will take a look at destructuring arguments. In the operator tutorials, we have seen destructure assignment operator. Now, in this lecture, we will understand destructure arguments. Destructuring is a convenient way to extract values from data in the object or array. Using the example, you will understand how to use destructured arguments. For example, so I will create an object here. So I will just specify constant O is equal to, and in the curly braces, I will specify three properties. So I will say W1 and then specify daily. Then I will specify second property W2 tuition, and I will specify third property. So I will say W3 tutorials. After that, I just wanted to create a function that return these three properties to its caller, right? So I will say function get data, and here in the argument I will specify destructure assignment operator. So in this curly braces, I will specify argument. So I will say W1, comma, W2, comma, W3. So now here these arguments are completely distinct from the object properties. Now in the body of this function, I will say return, and I will just return these three arguments using backtick, right? So I will say return, and in the backtick I will first specify first argument, then specify second argument, and then specify my third argument. Now I will just say console.log and print object properties on the console. So I will say get data. So here I will call the function, and in the parameter, without specifying each property, I will just specify the object. So I will just specify O here. So when you execute this statement, you will get a daily tuition tutorials message on the console. Now in this example, we are just extracting different properties from the object using destructured arguments. Keep in mind your arguments are valid identifier. Using the destructure arguments, you can extract multiple values in the object at a time. You can do the same thing with array also. For example, I will declare an array here, so I will say constant arr is equal to, and in the square bracket I will say daily comma tuition comma tutorials. After that I will create a function, so I will say function get data, so we will say square bracket, and in the square bracket we will declare 3 arguments. So I will say w1 comma w2 comma w3, and I will just return these 3 arguments using backtick operator. Right? Now I will just call this function in the console.log. So I will say console.log and call this function using the function name. So I will say get data, and in the parameter I will specify array. So I will say arr. So when you execute this statement, you will get the same output on the console, because the structure arguments extract the values and display that values on the console. So here you need to understand one thing, which is when you create the structure array argument, you need to specify square bracket, and when you wanted to extract values from object, you need to specify curly braces in the destructure arguments. Now using destructure arguments, we extract values from the array, right? Now we will move to the next topic, call method. You will be wondering, what is call method? Call is just a method available on all functions that allow you to call the function with a specific values of this keyword. In this topic, we will take a small example that gives you an understanding of the use of call method with this keyword. For example, I will create a function here, so I will say function magic, and in the body of this function I will specify return keyword and return some message. So I will say welcome to, using interpolation I will just say this dot name, right? So I will just call the property of object, but we did not specify any object here. We call the object using call method, right? You will see after a few minutes. After that we'll create 2 objects, so I will say constant obj1 is equal to, and in the curly braces we specify name daily, and we'll specify second object, so I will say constant obj2, and in the curly braces we specify name tuition. Now using console.log, we will first call the function, so I will say magic. Using the dot operator we will call the call method, so I will say dot call, and in the parenthesis here I will specify parameter for the call method, so here we specify object. So when you execute this, you will get welcome to daily on the console. So using this example, we wanted to show you how to access object within the function only with this keyword. So here you can see we call magic method, and using dot operator we call method and specify object in the parameter. So now using call method, this keyword bound to the call object. So it means this keyword refers to the object which is specified in the argument. So if you specify second object in the call method parameter, then you will get welcome to tuition, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will talk about variable scope. Now this is very important to understand the scope of the variable when you declare and wanted to access that variable. Sometimes if you are accessing variable outside of the scope, then you will get an error message. Taking this tutorial will help you to use proper variable scope and take away error messages. So let's get started and understand what is scope. Scope determines when and where variables, constants and arguments are considered to be defined. Now you know that arguments in the function only accessible in the function body. For example, if we declare a function here, so I will say function f, I will specify one argument here, so I will say x and return this argument, so I will say return x divided by 2. I will just call this function, so I will say console.log and in the parenthesis I will just call this function and specify argument, so I will say f and in the parenthesis I will specify 10. So when you execute this statement, you will get 5 on the console. Now I just wanted to access the x variable outside of the function, so I will say console.log and say x here. So when you execute this, you will get an error message. You will get a reference error message which says x is not defined. You can see you can't access function arguments outside of the function, right? Now let's understand what is lexical scoping. So when you look at the program, you are looking at the lexical structure. When the program actually runs, execution can jump around. Consider the following example and understand how lexical scoping works. So I will say function f1 and here in the body of that function I will specify console.log and say function 1. After that I will declare one more function, so I will say function 2 and say console.log function 2. Now I will just call this function randomly, so I will say f2, f1 and then call f2. So this program is just a series of statements that we generally read from top to bottom. So when you execute this statement, it will first call the second function, then call the first function and call the second function again. So you will get function 2, function 1 and again function 2 on the console, right? A lexical scope in JavaScript means that a variable defined outside a function can be accessible inside another function defined after the variable declaration. Consider the following example. So we will take one more example. So I will say constant x is equal to 5 and after that I will declare a function here. So I will say function f and in that function I will say console.log and access the outside variable. So I will say x here and just after that I will say console.log and call the y variable. When you complete this function, just after that I will declare y variable here. So I will say constant y is equal to 4 and then I will call the function. Now I have a question that whether the variable can be accessed within the function if we declare them outside of the function scope. The answer is yes. You can access the outside variables in the function. So this program executes top to bottom, but when you call the function, we already declared the variable. So here, because we did not specify any scope to the variable, you can access it inside of the function. So here we first declare x and y variable and then call the function, right? But what if we declare a variable after the function invoke? If you do that, you will get an error message on the console. The reason behind this, when you call the function, you are accessing the variable without declaring it. As per JavaScript rule says, you can't access the variable without declaring it. So in this example, we call function and then declare the variable y. So that is why you will get an error message of undefined y variable, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will take a look at global and block scoping. You know that when you declare a variable, it has a specific scope. You can only access that variable in that specific scope. But now, we will understand what is global scoping. So when JavaScript program starts, before any function called, it is a global scope. Anything which you declare in the global scope will available all over the program. Anything which you declare in the global scope is called global scope. Frankly speaking, global scope have a bad reputation because global scope available in all over the program, and it causes the error if you declare the same identifier. I personally suggest you to don't rely on the global scope. Now consider the following example and understand what is disadvantages when you're using the global scope. So I will declare a simple example here. So I will say let name is equal to daily. Then I will create one more variable. So I will say let sub is equal to 4000. After that, I will create a function here. So I will say function show, and then in the statement I will say console.log and print the name value. So I will say $, and in the curly braces I will specify name. You have subscribers. So here I just wanted to print daily you have 4000 subscribers, right? After that I will create one more function. So I will say function make, and then in the body of that function I will say console.log and say thank you so much subscribers. And I really wanted to thank you to subscribing this channel and give me a lot of support. Now move on to the example. Now in this example we are using global variables. So here name and subscriber is the global variable which you can access anywhere in the program. You can see both functions are highly dependent on the global variable. Accidentally or say intentionally, if we change the name or value of the global variables, then this will affect to the function because both functions are rely on the global variable. Now the better approach to use this global variable is this. So here I will just get rid of these global variables, and here I will declare an object. So I will say user is equal to, and in the body of that object I will declare two properties. So I will say name daily, and I will declare a second property subs 4000. I will just change this sentence and just remove the global variables and specify my object properties here. So I will say user dot name, and here I will say user dot subs, and here I will say user dot subs. So now the result would be same. So in this example we just put global variables in the single object. Doing this, I will reduce global variable name conflict. Suppose if you wanted to declare more than two variables, then you can't use global scoping because it causes the error of a name conflict. In that situation, when you are using more than two variables, specify them in the object. Using this approach definitely helps you to reduce name conflict, right? Now you know that what is global scoping. Now we will move to the next topic and understand what is block scoping. Block scoping is opposite from the global scoping. In the block scoping, which specify a specific area to access the specific variable value. Outside of the scope, you can't access that variable value. Using block scoping, you can specify boundary to the variable, preventing access from outside function. Block scoping is a statement surrounded by curly braces. Now, let's take an example and understand what is block scoping. So here I will just print some messages on the console and print variable values on the console. So I will say console.log, and in the parentheses I will say block start. After that I will declare a curly braces here. So I will start the block from here, and in this block I will say console.log and say inside block. Just after that I will declare a variable. So I will say constant x is equal to 5 and print that value on the console. So I will say console.log and say x here. Just after the block, when the block end, I will say console.log and print the message block end. And after that I will access the x variable and say console.log outside of the block x is equal to and print x value here. So here you have a standalone block. Usually a block is a part of control flow statements such as if and for loop, but it is valid syntax to have a block of its own. Now when you execute this statement, you will get a few messages on the console. So here you can see JavaScript first start the block and print message inside block. After that it will print x value on the console and then print block end. Just after that we will print the x variable on the console. Just after that we wanted to access the x value which we specified in the block. So when you do that, you will get an error message, x is not defined. Here you can see we cannot access the x variable outside of the block. So now you know that what is the use of block statement. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. Now in this lecture we will understand what is closure. We will understand what is closure is all about and take few examples. It is very important to understand what is closure, so must watch the complete tutorial. So what is closure? Closure is the combination of function bundled together with references to its surrounding states. This definition is more complicated, right? Now let's read this in simple words. In the other words, the closure gives you an access to an outer function scope from the inner function. It means closure is simply a function inside another function to expose it. Now here you can see we use expose word for the function. To expose the function, you can use a return keyword or you can pass it to another function. Now let's take an example and understand how closure look like. So I will declare a function here. So I will say function counter, and in the body of that function I will declare a variable. So I will say let count is equal to 0. Now you can't access this variable. So to access this variable I will say return. I will just return a function. So I will say return function and just return the count variable and increase the value by 1 using post incremental operator, right? Now after the function I will create a reference of the counter function. So I will select counter is equal to counter function, and after that I will just print this counter function on the console. I will just print this counter function 3 times. So when you execute this example, you will get 0, 1, 2 on the console. In this example, we created the inner function and outer function. We named counter to the outer function and we create anonymous function in the counter function as a inner function. Now you can see to expose the variable we use closure. and return outer function variable. As you know, you can't access the function variable outside of the function, but using closure, you can access them with just a return keyword, and using the function, you can return variable to its caller. Now let's take one more example of closure. So I will say let closure, and I will declare a standalone block here, and in this block I will say let block is equal to character, and I just wanted to access the block variable outside this block. So you can't access this variable outside of this block. You will get an error message, right? Well, you know that you can't access the variable outside of the block scope, but using the closure you can do that just like this. I will just create a function here and specify a reference to the closure variable. So I will say closure is equal to function, and in the body of that function I will say console.log and specify block variable. Now when you call the closure, you will get block variable value. So now when you execute this statement, you will get character on the console, because using closure you can access the inner variable outside of the function, right? Let's take one more last example with object. So in this example, we are using arrow function as a closure. Take attention on this example. So I will say let f, I will declare a variable here, so I will say let f, and after that I will create a standalone block, and in this block I will declare an object, so I will say let obj is equal to and specify a property, so I will say name character. So now I just wanted to access this object outside of this block, so I will say f is equal to, and after that I will specify arrow function here. So you know that how to specify arrow function, so just specify parenthesis and arrow, right? And in the curly braces I will say return obj, right? And just call the function. So when you execute this, you have reference of the object in the f function. Now if you just create a reference of this function, then you can access the object properties like this. So I will say let ref is equal to, I will call the f function. Just after that I will say console.log and just say ref.name, right? So when you execute this, you will get character on the console. Now using the reference, you can access the object. As you can see, you can access the block scope variable outside of the block using closure, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. Now in this tutorial, we will understand what is IIFE. This topic is very important to understand because in many situations you will need this. So we will understand what is IIFE. IIFE stands for Immediately Invoke Function Expression. Immediately invoke function expression declare function and run it immediately. Now we know that when you create anonymous function, you need to create a function expression and specify that anonymous function to the variable, and then you can access the reference of that function and call that function using the parenthesis. Then why we need this? The reason behind this is that anything inside it has its own scope, and because it is a function, it can pass to any other variable and it call immediately after its declaration, right? Immediately invoke function expression look like this. So I will just declare a parenthesis here, and in that parenthesis I will wrap the function. So I will say function. So here I will creating an anonymous function, and here you can specify the body of your function, and just after that here specify open and closing parentheses. So here we create anonymous function using a function expression and then immediately invoke that function. Now in this syntax we created a parenthesis and put function inside this parenthesis. Inside this parenthesis we declare a simple anonymous function. Just after that we specify the body of our function, and then after the closing curly braces and closing parenthesis specify open and closing parenthesis right over here. So this parenthesis call this function immediately. Using the example you will have a better understanding of this function. Let's consider the following example. I will just create a function and specify this function to the variable. So I will say constant f is equal to, and in the parenthesis I will put an anonymous function. So I will say parenthesis, and here I will specify a function, and in the body of that function I will say let str is equal to, and in the double quote I will specify immediately invoke function expression. And just after that return str, right? Don't forget to specify parentheses just after the closing parenthesis over here, right? And after that I will just call the variable using console.log. When you execute this statement you will get immediately invoke function expression message on the console. We just created an anonymous function and call this function using the parenthesis. Now what if we remove this closing parenthesis from here? If you do that you will get a reference of that function. Now if you wanted to execute this function immediately you need to specify open and closing parentheses over here. If you wanted to refer this function to any other variable you don't need to specify this parenthesis, just specify this function to the variable, and when you call this function just specify parenthesis with the variable, right? Now you know that you cannot access the function variable outside of that function. In previous video we learned how to access that variable using closure. For example, so I will just get rid of a body of this function, and here I will just say let count is equal to 1, and using return keyword I will just return a function. So I will say return, and in the body of this function I will say return, and in the backtick I will say value of count, and just using interpolation I will just specify my count variable with post incremental operator, right? So here we just wanted to increase the value of the count variable by 1 when we call the function. Just after that I will say console.log and specify f variable. So I will just specify parenthesis just after the f variable. I will just call this statement 3 times. So I will just copy this statement and paste it over here. So when you execute this statement you will get 1, 2, 3 on the console. Using closure you can access the count variable, right? So here if you just specify this f variable then you will get the reference of the function because we are returning a function to the f variable. Now if you wanted to call this function you need to specify parentheses over here, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial we will understand what is difference between let and where keyword. and we will also take a look at JavaScript strict mode. We will first take a look at let and var keyword. So what is the difference between let and var keyword? In the earlier version of ECMAScript 6, we use var keyword to declare a variable, just like this. So to declare a variable, we will say var v, we will specify the identifier, so I will say v is equal to 4 and just print this on console. So using this statement, you can also declare a variable. So why JavaScript was needed to invent let keyword? Var keyword is available everywhere in the current scope, even before its declaration. For example, so I will say console.log and print x variable here, and after that I will declare var keyword. So I will say var x is equal to 4. So if you run this example, then you will get undefined on the console. But if you just specify let keyword except var to the x variable, then you will get different output. When you do that, you will get an error message, x is not defined. Right? The reason behind this, when you specify var keyword to declare a variable, JavaScript scans the entire scope and declare x variable with undefined value. But JavaScript does not assign a value to that variable. This mechanism called hosting. Now let's take the following example and understand what is the difference between let and var keyword. So I will just create a simple example with for loop. So I will say for var I is equal to 0, I is less than 3, I plus plus, and just print I variable here. And just after the for loop, I will say console.log, and here I will print I variable again. So I will say outside block and print I variable. After that, I will create one more for loop. So I will say for let, so I will use let keyword here to declare a variable. So I will say let k is equal to 0, k is less than 3, k plus plus, and just print this k variable on the console. And just after the block, I will say console.log and print k variable. So I will say outside block and just specify k variable, right? We are using concatenation here to concatenate value with the string. So in this example, you can see when you execute this statement, you will get x value outside of the block, except that you will get error message when you are accessing the let variable. I hope you understand what is the difference between let and var keyword. You cannot access let keyword outside of its block, while you can access var variable outside of its block, right? Now let's talk about what is strict mode. In ECMAScript 5, if you forgot to declare var keyword, JavaScript assumed that you were referring to a global variable. If no such a global variable exists, then JavaScript create that one. So this has been a source of a programming error. For the solution, JavaScript introduced a concept of strict mode, which would prevent implicit globals. To use strict mode in your program, specify string use strict in the double quote on the top before any other code. If you do this, the entire program run in the strict mode. If you wanted to execute function in the strict mode, you can specify this string in the function also. I will just first take an example of global strict mode. For example, if you just specify x is equal to global and just print this on the console. Right? Now when you execute this, you won't get any error because JavaScript create X variable and assume as a global variable. Let's add a strict mode in this program. So I will just say in the double quote I will specify use strict. So I will just add a strict string here and I will say in the double quote I will specify use strict. Now when you execute this, you will get an error message on the console. X is not defined. Now JavaScript run the entire scope in the strict mode. When you run the entire scope in the strict mode, JavaScript will not assume this variable as a global. So you will get error. X is not defined. You can do the same thing with function also. Like this. So I will just create a function here. So in the parenthesis, I will wrap the function and just say use strict. Declare a variable X global and just print this variable on the console. So when you specify this strict mode in the function, this strict mode is only available in the function. Using strict mode, you can secure most of the error messages. So when you execute this, you will get error message, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will briefly look at an array. We will understand how to declare an array and a different type of array literals. In previous lectures, we understand how to declare an array and use them. Now, in this tutorial, we will take them in brief and understand how to declare different type of array literals. So, let's get started. So, you know that array is a simple collection of data which you can manipulate anytime. Array are ordered with numerical indices. Array in the JavaScript can be any type. It means in JavaScript, array can be non-homogeneous. You can specify any type of data in the array element. Every array has a length property which tells you how many elements are in the array variable. Literals are constructed with square brackets, and the same square bracket are used to access element by index. Now let's take a look at a different type of array literals. So we will create a simple array here. So I will say constant arr1 is equal to, and now to create array, we know that we need to specify square bracket. So I will just specify square bracket here, and in this bracket I will specify array element. So I will say 1, comma 2, comma 3, comma 4 and comma 5. So we have 5 elements in the array. Now to separate each element, we are using a comma operator, right? Now let's take another literal which is non-homogeneous array. So we'll say constant array2 is equal to, and here in this array we specify different type of data. So we'll specify 1 in the double quote, comma 2 which is number, comma true which is boolean type, right? So this array is a non-homogeneous array which has different type of data. Now let's take one more literal. So I will say constant array3 is equal to, now this is array containing array, right? So I will just specify bracket here, and in this array we put two different arrays. So we'll first specify a bracket inside this bracket and say 1 in the double quote, comma 2 in the double quote. Just after that, when the first array complete, I will just specify comma here and specify my second array. So I will just specify bracket here and say 1, comma 2, comma 3. So now this array called array containing array. right? Just after that I will create one more array literal. So I will say constant array4 is equal to. Now here we'll just create a non-homogeneous array containing array, right? So I will just specify square bracket, and in the first index of the array I will specify object. So I will just specify curly braces here and specify two object properties like name, daily, comma, number 37, and here I will specify comma to specify second element. Now I will just specify square bracket here and specify two objects inside this array. So I will just add curly braces and specify name, tutorials, and subject array. Specify comma to separate each element and specify my second object here. So I will say name, tutorials, and subject literals. After that I will just close this array using a square bracket, right, and end this statement with semicolon. This array known as non-homogeneous array containing array, right? Now let's take one more array literal. So I will say constant array5 is equal to, and now here I will just create array containing array and we put function in this array. So I will just specify square bracket here, and on the first index I will specify an object. So I will say channel daily tuition, comma, videos 150, right? I will just specify comma here and create one more array inside this array. To create one more array, specify square bracket, and after that on the first index of this array I will declare a function. So I will say function, and in the body of that function I will return some message. So I will say containing function, and just after that I will create my second array element. So I will specify comma here and say 3, and just close this array with square brackets, right? Now you know that how to declare an array. The time is to understand how to access these array elements. So here, if you wanted to access this array element, you need to specify your array name with square bracket, just like this. So I will say console.log and specify array here. So I will say array1, and in the square bracket you need to specify your array index. But how will you know which array element has which index? As I said earlier, arrays start with the 0 index. It means array element 1 has 0 index. Array element 2 has 1 index. Array element 3 has 2 index, and array element 4 has 3 index value, and so on. It means 1 has 0 index value, 2 has 1 index value, 3 has 2 index value, and 4 has 3 index value, right? So if you wanted to access these array elements, you need to specify its index value. So if you wanted to access the first element, you need to specify 0 here, right? So I will just specify 0 and just say and save my document, right? So you will get 1 on the console. So if you wanted to print second array element, so I will just copy this one, paste it here and say 1 here to print second array element. To print third array element, I will just specify 2 here, right? And so on. You can print all of them, right? Using for loop, you can print all of them at a time, right? Now let's move on to the next array literal. Now access the non-homogeneous array element. So we'll say console.log and we'll specify the second array name. So I will say array2, and in the square bracket I will specify first index. So I will say 0 here. So this would return string 1. And if I just say console.log array2 and in the square bracket if I specify 2 here, then this would return boolean value true, right? So this index will return third element in the array. Now let's understand how to access the array containing array. So I will say console.log and specify my third array here and just access the first element. So I will say square bracket and in the square bracket I will specify 0 index. Now you know that we have 2 array inside this array. So we'll first specify 0 here to access my first array, and to access the first array element I will create one more bracket here. I will just declare one more bracket here and specify my first index. So I will say 0. So when you execute this, this would return string 1. Now to access this second array, you just need to specify 1 here. So I just wanted to call the first index of my second array. So I will specify 0 here, right? So this will return 1. This array is also known as two-dimensional array. Now let's understand how to access two-dimensional non-homogeneous array. So I will just specify console.log and I will just say array4, and after that in the bracket I will first access my second array index using square bracket. So I will specify square bracket and say 1 to access my second array element, right? After that I just wanted to access these objects. Now to access this object, declare one more bracket and specify your object index. So I will say 0 here, right? Now you know that this statement return object. Now to print object property value, just specify dot operator with property name like this. I will just specify a dot here and say name. When you execute this, you will get a name property value on the console. Right? Let me show you how to access the function. So I will just say console.log and just specify array5, and in the square bracket I will just specify 1 here to access the second element of my array, and to access the function which is located in the first index I will just specify 0 here, right? So when you execute this, you will get a reference of the function. Now to call this function, just specify parenthesis just like this, right? So when you execute this, you will get containing function message on the console. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will understand how to add and remove array element from the array. So we will understand how to add and remove array element at the beginning or end. The beginning refers to the first element in the array, which is 0, and the end refers to the last array index which you can get using length minus 1 method. So in this tutorial, we will understand 4 methods that helps you to add and remove array element from the array. These methods are pop, push, shift and unshift. Push and pop add and remove respectively elements to the end of the array. Likewise, unshift and shift add and remove respectively elements to the beginning of the array. Now let's understand how these methods work. Suppose you have an array of numbers, so I will say constant arr is equal to, and in the square bracket I will specify array elements, so I will say 2, 3, 4. Now you know that you have 3 elements in this array. On 0 index you have 2, on first index you have 3, and on second index you have 4 value. In the previous video we learned how to figure out array index. Now in this tutorial I will show you another way to find out array index. So just say console.log and specify your array here. Now on the console you can see your array elements. Just click on this little icon. When you click on this icon, you will get your array element with its index. So now here you can see on 0 index you have 2, on first index you have 3, and on second index you have 4. Right? Now if you wanted to add any element at the end of the array, then you can do this using push method. The push method will return the length of the array after inserting the array element. For example, so I will say console.log and just specify my array dot push method. I will just call push method here, and in the parenthesis I will specify my element which we wanted to insert in the array, and after that I will just print my array on the console. So when you execute this, you will get array length and array. Now you can see 5 is added in the array element at the end. You are free to push any type of element in the array. If you wanted to push string A, then you can push that also, like this. So I will just remove this 5 and here I will specify A. Right? Now if you wanted to remove the last element to the array, then you can do that with pop method, just like this. I will just copy these 2 statements and here I will just paste it, and I will remove the push method and call pop method here. Now when you execute this statement, it will first print remove element on the console and then print the array. You don't need to specify last element in the parenthesis of pop method. It will automatically remove the last array element to the array. Right? Now let's understand how shift and unshift method work. Now shift and unshift method do the same job like push and pop method, but from the beginning. It means unshift and shift method will add and remove array element respectively to the beginning of the array, just like this. So I will just specify console.log and call the array dot unshift method, and in the parenthesis I will just specify my array element which we wanted to push at the beginning, right, and just print the array here. So the unshift method will add array element at the beginning, so you can see 1 is added at the beginning of the array. Likewise, shift method will remove the array element to the beginning, like this. So I will just copy these 2 statements and print here, and just remove my unshift method and just specify shift method here, right? Now you can see your first array element will be removed. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will take a closer look at slice and splice method of array. We will understand what is the difference between slice and splice method. But before we dive into this method, I want to introduce concat method first. Now, you know that you can add and remove array element at the beginning and at the end of the array. There is a method which add multiple elements at the end of the array, which is concat. In the previous lecture, we learned push, pop, unshift and shift method, which can insert element and return modified array. Now the concat method is a little bit different. Using concat method, you can insert array element at the end of the array. The best thing is you can put multiple elements at a time. This method will return original array. As you know, push, pop, unshift and shift method is returned a new modified array. Anyway, let's take an example of concat method. So I will just declare a simple numerical array here. So I will say constant arr is equal to and specify few elements. So I will say 1, 2 and 3. And I will just print this array on the console. Just after that, I just wanted to concat this array and I just wanted to add 4, 5, 6 in this array. So I will say console.log and specify my array name. So I will say arr dot, I will call the concat method and in the parenthesis I will specify 4, 5 and 6. Right? So when you execute this statement, this will return original array with modified element. So you can see 4, 5 and 6 is added at the end of the array. Right? Now let's head on to the main topic, which is slice method. Now the slice method used to return sub array. If you wanted to slice array and get sub array from that array, then this method is for you. Slice method has two arguments. The first argument where the sub array begins and the second argument where the sub array ends. When you are specifying arguments, you need to specify index value from where the sub array begins and where sub array ends. This method allows you to specify negative indices when you want to count your array index from the end of the array. For example, so I will just create a new array here. So I will say constant arr2 is equal to and specify few elements. So I will say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? Now using console.log, I will just print array with slice method. So I will say console.log, specify my array name. So I will say arr2 dot, I will just call my slice method. So I will say slice here and in the parenthesis I will specify 2 here. So this parameter refers to the second index. It means this array start from the second index, right from here. Right? So when you execute this, you will get 3, 4 and 5 on the console. Just after that, I will specify my second argument to the slice method. So I will say arr2 dot slice and specify 2 here where I want to start my array and specify second argument. So I will specify 4 here where I wanted to end up my array. So the 4 is referred to the index value 4. It means the 4 is refers to the fifth element of the array. Right? So when you execute this, you will get 3 and 4 on the console. Now I just wanted to print 5 on the console. To print that, I will just say console.log and in the slice method I will just put -1. So this slice method start from the end and this will print 5 on the console. Now we have another method which add and remove array element at any position, which is splice. Splice method allows you to do in-place modification of the string. Using splice method, you can add and remove array element from any index. Isn't it great? It is. When you specify an argument, the first argument is the index where you wanted to start modifying, and the second argument is the number of element to remove, and the remaining arguments are the element to be added, right? Keep that into your account. For example, so I will just declare an array here. So I will say constant arr3 is equal to, and in the square bracket I will specify 1, 4, 5. Now using splice method, I just wanted to add 2 and 3 just after the first element. So I will just say arr3 dot splice method. So I will just call my splice method, and in the parenthesis I will specify first argument 1. I just wanted to modify this array from the first index, right? And then I will specify my second index, which is 0. The 0 refers to none. It means I don't want you to remove any element from this array. That is why I specify 0 here. If you wanted to remove any element, then you can specify 1, 2, 3 or any value here. Just after that, I will specify 2 arguments here, which I wanted to add just after the first element. So I will say 2, 3, right? And just after that, I will just print this array on the console. So when you execute this, you will get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the console. So you can see here, I just added 2 and 3 element just after the first index, right? Now if you wanted to remove any element, then you can do that also. Now I just want to remove these 2 elements again. So I will just specify arr3 dot, I will just call my splice method, and in the parenthesis I will just specify where I wanted to start. So I will just start from the first index and how many element I wanted to remove. So I just wanted to remove 2 elements from the first index. So I will specify 2 here, and just after that I will say console.log and print this array on the console. So when you execute this statement will start from the first index just after the first element and remove 2 elements from the array. So this will remove 2 and 3 from the array and print the remaining array on the console. So you will get 1, 4, 5 on the console, right? You can remove any element from any position in the array, but you just need to understand where you wanted to start from and where you wanted to end up. Practice with these array methods. Doing practice will always help you to understand this method well. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will take a look at a new ECMAScript 6 methods, which is copy within and fill method. So we will first understand what is the use of copy within method. If I just wanted to explain the use of this method, then I can just say copy within method copy part of an array to another location in the same array and return it. It means copy within method used to copy an array and overwrite whatever element are there. Using example, you will completely understand what is the basic use of this method. But first, let's understand what is the syntax of copy within method. The syntax of copy within method is array dot, here I will just call the copy within method, and in the parenthesis the copy within method takes 3 parameters: target, start and end. The first parameter, target, is required parameter. The use of this parameter is at which to copy the sequence to. The negative value counted from the end. The second and the third parameter are optional. The second parameter used to specify at which to start copying element from. If this parameter has omitted, then the default value will be assumed as 0. The end parameter used to specify at which to end copy an element from. If this parameter is omitted, then the default value assumed to array.length. So when copy within method copy an array, then the size of the array remains same. This method would not change the size of array. For example, so I will just declare a numerical array here. So I will say constant arr is equal to, and I will just specify few elements. So I will say 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, right? And I will just call the copy within method. So I will say arr dot, and I will just call this copy within method here. So I will just say copy within, and in the parenthesis I will first specify the first parameter and then specify the second parameter too, and just say console.log and print the array on the console. Now here the first index refers to the index number where we wanted to start copying the array, and the second argument specify where we wanted to copy element from. The second index, it means from the third element. So this will print 1, 3, 4, 5, and to complete the size of the array, this will print 5 again. Let's take another example. So I'll just get rid of this parameter, and here I will just say 1, 2 and 3. So in this statement, I will just start from the first index and copy elements from the second index. Now here we had specified third parameter also. Third parameter used to specify where we wanted to end the copy from. So it refers to the fourth element in the array. So this will just copy the third element 2 times and print the remaining array, right? Let's take another example. So I will just get rid of these parameters and say 2, 0. So we will just start this array from the second index and copy this array from the 0 index. So when you execute this, you will get 1, 2, 1, 2 and 3 on the console, right? And if I just specify 1, -1, we wanted to start this array from the first index, it means from the second element, and copy all the array element from the end, right? So the -1 refers to the end of the array. So the output of this statement is 1, 5, 3, 4, 5, right? Don't just watch these tutorials, keep practicing. After you practice on these methods, you will understand what's going on and which thing is used where. Let's move on to the next method, fill. In ECMAScript 6, a new method introduced, which is fill, which allows you to get any number of element with a fixed value. In other words, fill method fill all the elements of the array from the start index to the end index with static values. The syntax of this method is following. So I'll just say array dot, then here we'll call the fill method, and this method has 3 parameters: value, start and end. The first value parameter fill array with static values. The second and the third parameter are optional. The second parameter specify where to start from, and the third parameter specify where to end up. For example, so I will just declare an array here. So I will say constant arr1 is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, right? And just after that I will just call my fill method. So I will say arr1, I will just call my array dot fill method. And now in the parentheses I will just specify value. So if I just specify a static d here and just print this array on the console and just say console.log and just print this array, then the output would be this. So you will get 5 element with the static d values, right? And if you just edit this parameter and specify second argument also, so if you just say comma here and specify 1, then these static values start from the first index because we specified 1 on the second argument. So these static values start from the first index. So the output would be this, right? And if we just specify the third argument also, and if we just say 3 here, then the output would be different. So the third parameter used to specify end of the static values, means the first argument start from the first index and end on the third index. So when you execute this, you will get 1 d d 4 5 on the console. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will take a look at map function. We will understand where to use it and how to use a map function in the program. So what is map function? Using a map function, you can manipulate each element in the object. Map function transforms the element into array. Using the map function, you can perform any operation with the specific element in the object. Map function will not modify array except it create a new one and return it. Wait, if this statement is overwhelming for you, then let's take an example and understand what is the use of map function. So I will just declare an array here. So I will just create a simple numerical array. So I will say constant arr1 is equal to, in the square bracket I will say 1, comma 2, comma 4, right? After that I will just pass the map function. So I will say constant. I will just create a variable here and pass the map function, right? So I will say constant map1 is equal to, so I will just call the array here. So I will say arr1 dot, I will just call the map function here. So I will say map, and in the parenthesis, so I will just call arrow function here. So I will just specify parenthesis, and in the parenthesis I will specify an argument. So I will say x here and then specify my arrow. You can skip this parenthesis also. If you are specifying only a single value in the argument, then you can skip this parenthesis and just specify the argument and the arrow, right? And just after that, we'll just return a single statement. So I will say x multiply by 2. So we are not using return keyword here, because if you are using the return keyword, then you need to specify curly braces and you need to wrap the return and this statement in the curly braces, right? So you can do the same thing like this also. So I will just specify x multiply by 2. We will just multiply the variable by 2 here and return to the map function, and just pass this function as argument to the map method, right? And just after that I will just call my first array. So I will say console.log and just print my array here, and just after that I will call the map variable. So I will just say console.log and specify map1 here, right? So the first array is the simple declaration, and the second map array is modified array, which is modified by the map function. So when you execute this statement, you will know the beauty of map function. So the map array returned by the map function is different. The map function will get each element in the array and multiply them with 2. But how does this happen? If you are thinking that the map function does everything for us, then don't be in this misconception, because map function will just give us an access to each array element one by one and return them. The whole thing is done in the map function parenthesis. So in the map function parenthesis, we just specified a function which multiply a variable by 2. So then the map function will get the array element and multiply them by 2. So the map function will just assume that function argument as a array element and multiply them with 2. and return a new array for us, right? So when the map function execute its parameter, then it will first get the element from the array, multiply them with 2 and return to the variable, right? The one more use of map function is filtering the array. You can use map function to filter array elements like this. Suppose you have a few products in the array. For instance, we will just take 2 products. Now to filter the product name and price, we will perform the following code. So I will just create array here with 2 object element. So I will just say constant cart is equal to, and I will create an array here with square bracket. On the 0 index, we will specify an object. In the curly braces, I will say product laptop, and price, I will just specify a number value here, so I will say 55,000. Just after that, I will create one more element, so I will just specify a comma here just after the closing curly braces and create one more object here. So I will just say product mobile, and price is almost 14,000, right? So now I just wanted to return the product to the product variable and price to the price variable. I will just separate the product name and product price in separate array. So I will just create a constant variable here. So I will say constant product, and in this variable I will store all the product name is equal to, I will just call my cart array dot map function, right? Now in this map function, I will just declare an arrow function. So I will just say x and specify my arrow and return the product name. So I will just say x dot product, right? So the map function will return the product name to the product variable. Just after that, I will create one more variable. So I will say constant price is equal to, I will just call my cart array dot map function. In the map function parameter, I will just say x, specify arrow and just return the price, right, using x dot price. Now we have 2 variables here, the product name and the price. We just wanted to print them on the console. So we'll just say console.log and print product and the price, right? So when you execute this, you will get filter array. The product array contains the name of the product and the price array contains the price of the product, right? Now I hope you understand how to use map function and how to use a map function to perform such operations. That's it. The basic JavaScript tutorial is completed. From the next tutorial, we will take advanced topic of JavaScript. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. From this tutorial, we will start the advanced topic of JavaScript. We will start from the object. In previous lectures, we understand the basic of object and how to declare an object with properties. If you want to watch that video first, then you can watch that video from the top right corner of the screen. After you watch this video, you will understand how to declare an object and how to access object properties. But now, from this tutorial, we will dive deep into JavaScript and learn the advanced topic of JavaScript. So we will first quickly look at what is object and how to declare them, and then we will take a closer look at a difference between array and object. As I said in the previous lectures, object is a container in JavaScript which contains properties. You can also call them aggregate or a complex data type. To declare an object, you need to specify curly braces. Let's understand how to declare an object. So we will just overview the object video first. So we'll just create an object here. So I will just say constant obj is equal to, and in the curly braces, we will specify object properties. So when you are creating an object, you need to specify curly braces. So in these curly braces, we will specify a first property, name, string, and value 45. Now the first property is type of string and the second property value is type of number. You can put function also in the properties. We had learned that in the previous lectures. So now let's understand what is the difference between array and object. In the previous lecture, I asked question, what is the type of array? The answer is object. That is why we need to understand the difference between an object, because array is also type of object. Now, the object have two primary difference from array. The big difference between object and array is this. When you create an array, it contains value indexed numerically. So if you wanted to access an array element, then you need to specify array index. Whereas when you're using object, it contains properties indexed by string or symbol. So if you wanted to access an object properties, then you can't use index values. The object property can access with the property string or symbol. The second biggest difference is array are ordered using index number. It means the 0 index comes before the first index, whereas object doesn't have this limitation. In the object, it is not guaranteed that object.a has come before the object.b property. Right? Now this difference is quite confidential. Then what makes object more important than an array? In this advanced tutorial series, you will completely get understand why we need to understand object, because objects are everywhere in JavaScript. Now let's create an object and print all properties on the console. Suppose if you have this type of object which has multiple properties like this, so I will just say constant obj is equal to, and we'll specify some properties. So we'll just say f1 hello, f2 everyone, f3 welcome, f4 back to, and f5 daily tuition. Now if you wanted to print all the properties on the console, then what would you do? Do you access all the property one by one to print on the console, or anything else? Let me show you the best way to print all these properties on the console. If you are thinking to use control flow statement, then you are right. The best way to print all the properties of the object using for in loop, like this. So I will just create a for in loop here. So I will just say for, and in the parenthesis I will create a let f in object, right? So I will just specify obj here, and in the block I will just print f, right? So this will print all the properties on the console. As simple as that. If you had the same idea to print object properties on the console, then you are very clever. If you are properly following all the JavaScript tutorials from the start, then this is not a very big deal for you to print all these properties on the console, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will take a closer look at OOP. We will briefly understand what is OOP stands for and what is the use of OOP in JavaScript. Don't forget to watch the complete video because it is very helpful to you. OOP stands for Object Oriented Programming. To understand Object Oriented Programming, we need to first understand what is object. Object is a simple, unordered collection of properties, each of which has a name and value. Object can aggregate multiple values and allows you to store and access that values by property name. Property name can be a string or a symbol. In the previous video, we learned how to declare an object and enumerate its properties on the console. Now, we will understand what is the use of object in object-oriented programming. Object-oriented programming is a very important aspect in every programming language. I really hope that you carefully listen all the instruction and understand what is object-oriented programming. In object-oriented programming, object is a logically related collection of data and functionality. Now this object can be a collection of properties and methods. Using the real-world example, you will completely understand how the object is really created. Now let's assume that object is a car, and a car has multiple parts and functionalities. Now here we will assume car parts as properties and functionality as methods. It means if the car has a model number, number of doors, glasses, number of wheels, these all parts are properties of the car object. Whereas open door, accelerate, turn on headlights and every functionality of the car are methods of car objects. Now this piece of information will complete the car. It means when you combine car properties and methods, then you will get your complete usable car. So now the object also have the same similarity like car. Using properties, you can specify object part, and using methods, you can specify object functionality. Now you know that to build a complete car, you will need properties and methods, right? Now here, I also wanted to introduce one more important topic is you can access object reference anytime using reference. It means when you specify your object reference to the other variable, then you can modify this object using the reference variable. Using the example, you will understand what I want to say. Suppose I have an object and you have a reference of that object in the variable like this. If I just declare an empty object here, so I will just say constant obj and I will just specify curly braces here, and this is my empty object. And if I create a reference of this object, so I will just say constant y is equal to object, then I can create properties of this object using this reference. So if I just say y dot d is equal to, and in the double quote I will say property created using reference, right? And when I print this on the console, so if I just say console.log and say obj.d, then you will see the property of object is created. So when you execute this statement, you can see your object has a one property created using the reference variable, right? There is a lot more thing to understand and we will cover everything one by one. I hope you will have understood the meaning of object-oriented programming. If not, then don't worry, using future tutorials you will completely understand what it is. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript tutorial. In this tutorial, we will take a closer look at class. We will understand how to create a class in JavaScript and how to use it. In the previous lecture, we learned what is object-oriented programming. Now in this lecture, we will explore a new topic, class. Prior to ECMAScript 6, creating a class is very fuzzy. ECMAScript 6 comes with the new convenient syntax of class, like this. Class, model. So the model is the name of my class, and then I will specify curly braces, and in this curly braces I will say constructor, parenthesis, and the body of the constructor, right? This syntax create a new class model. So when you want to access model class, then you need to create an instance of the class. No instance has been created yet, so we need to create a class instance first to access class properties and methods. To create a class instance, we will just say constant obj1 is equal to, and just specify a new keyword and say model and specify parenthesis. So here we have created a new instance of the class, right? You can create multiple instances of the same class just like this. So I will just say constant obj2 is equal to new model, right? So obj1 and obj2 are two different instances of the same class. So now we have two instances of the model class. When you creating an instance of the class, you need to use a new keyword. A new keyword will create a new instance of the class. Now using obj1 and obj2, you can access object properties and methods. We did not created any properties and methods yet, but we will look at them after a few minutes. But first, before we make the class sophisticated, I wanted to introduce you an instance of keyword which tells you that which instance belongs to which class. Now if you wanted to find out about which instance belongs to which class, then an instance of keyword help you out. For example, suppose you have a obj1 instance of the model class, and if you want to know does obj1 instance of the model class, then you can find out the answer using this. So I will just say obj1 instance of, so this is the keyword, so I will just say instance of without any space and then specify my class name. So when you execute this, you will get true, because obj1 is instance of a model class. And what if I change the class? So if I just change the model class and say array here, then you will get false, right? Because array is not an instance of a class. As I said in the previous lectures, you can create properties and methods of the class. Now let's make this class more interesting. So here I will just explore the class. In the constructor, I will specify two parameters. So I will just say mNumber, which is model number, and then I will say mName, which means model name, right? And just after that I will say this dot mNumber is equal to mNumber, and then I will say this dot mName is equal to mName. So this dot mNumber and this dot mName is object properties, and we are assigning the value to the object property using the constructor parameter. We will discuss this after a few minutes. Just after that, after the constructor completed, we will just create a method. So we'll just say show and then specify parenthesis. Just after that, specify curly braces, and in this method I will just say console.log, and using the backtick I will say model number, this dot mNumber, and model name, this dot mName, right? And just after that I will just say constant obj1. Now here we have created an object instance, so we just need to specify parameter for this object to access class properties and methods, right? So we will first wanted to initialize the class properties. To initialize class property, we just need to specify parameter for this class. So I will just say 550, and the name of my model number is BMW. So the first parameter is refers to the model number, and the second parameter refers to the model name. So both these value assigned to the class properties model number and model name, right? Just after that I will call my show method. So I will just say obj1 dot show and just specify parenthesis, right? So I just wanted to explain what we had done here. Now the constructor is used to initialize class properties. Constructor is a method which invoke when the class instance is created. So when you create an instance of the class, you need to specify parameter if you created constructor with the argument. So here in this example we had created constructor with two arguments. So in the constructor we had specified two arguments when we created an instance of this class, right? So we need to specify argument value when we create instance of the class. After that, in the constructor we had used this keyword. Now here the this keyword refers to the instance of the object. In the constructor we created two properties of the model class using this keyword. In the previous lecture we learned how to create a property using an instance. So here we are using this keyword to create a new property of the class. So this keyword is refers to the instance of the class, right? After that we have created show method. To create a method in the class, you just need to specify method name with parentheses, and just after that specify curly braces and the body of your method. Method is just like a function. Method is created for adding functionality to your class. right? So when you execute this, you will get your model number and your model name on the console, right? So using the class, you can solve any problem in programming. It is very important to understand how to create a class and how to use it. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will talk about prototype. We will understand what is prototype is and how to use a prototype in ECMAScript 6. So let's understand what is prototype. When you are referring to a method that are available an instance of the class, you are referring to prototype method. Prototype perform dynamic dispatch using the prototype gen. Every function has a special property prototype. For regular function, prototype isn't used, but it is critically important for function that act as constructor. Using this example, you will understand how to create a function which act as a constructor. So we will just take a very simple example. So I will just write this example first and explain what we had done. So I will just say let f is equal to, and I will create a function here. And in this function, we create two properties using this keyword. So I will just say this dot a is equal to 1. Then we'll create the second property, this dot b is equal to 2. And just after that, I will create an instance of this function. So I will just say let o is equal to new f, right? And specify parentheses to call this function. And just after that, I will create one more property using the instance. So I will just say o dot d is equal to 5. Now I just wanted to create a prototype properties to this function. So I will just add properties in f functions using prototype. So I will just say f dot prototype dot b is equal to 3. And then I will just say f dot prototype dot c is equal to 4. Now I have created c property here using prototype. So here we created a function and specified a reference of that function in the variable. In this function, we created two properties, a and b. We had used this keyword because we are creating an instance of this function using a new keyword. So this function acts as an object. So we specified two properties of a and b. Just after that, I had created an instance of this function using new keyword. So this function acts as object constructor. Then we will create a property using instance of an object. So using the prototype, I will create two properties, right? So here I have just created b to inherit the b property, and along with that we had created c property also and specified some values. Now the important about the prototype is a mechanism called dynamic dispatch. But what is a dynamic dispatch is? Well, when you wanted to access any property or method of the object, if it doesn't exist, then JavaScript will check object prototype to see if it exists there. Then if the prototype exists there, then the JavaScript will use that prototype property. I will show you how it's works. So if I just print object properties on the console, then you will get very interesting output. So if I just say console.log and print o.a, so I will just print my first property, and I just wanted to print my all property here. So I will just copy and paste it here and just change o.b, o.c and o.d, right? So on the console you will get 1, 2, 4 and 5, right? So now here you can see the b property is not inherited using the prototype, because the JavaScript will first check if the b property is available in the function or not. If it is available, then the JavaScript will print the B property on the console. If the B property doesn't exist, then the JavaScript will print prototype value, right? So if I just comment here to the B property and run this program again, then you will get 3 on the console. Now here the JavaScript use the prototype B property, right? We are using 3 object properties and 1 prototype. So here property A, B and D is its own property of the object, and property C is the prototype of an object. Now let's print object on the console. So if I just print this object on the console, so I will just say console.log and print O, then you will see your object properties. When you click on this little icon, you can see your prototype properties. Just click on this proto property of the prototype method, and here you can see your prototype properties. The prototype property is invisible, just like this. If you wanted to call the f function, then you will say console.log and say f here. Now I will just print the reference of the function on the console, so I had just specified f here. So when I execute this, I will get my function on the console. Now here the prototype method is invisible. The same statement you can write with the prototype method also. So I will just say console.log f.prototype, right? Now here you can get your properties and the constructor function. Both statements are same. In the first statement, the prototype is invisible. Both statements return the same properties. And using the second statement, which has a prototype method, return the constructor function, right? There is a lot more to learn in prototype, but taking too much detail of prototype will overwhelming for you. So we will cover the prototype in the future lectures. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will talk about static methods. In this tutorial, you will understand what is static method is and where you can use it. So let's get started. Static methods are declared with the static keyword. So whenever you want to declare a static method, you need to specify static before any method declaration. Static methods are declared with the static keyword followed by the name of your method. Static methods cannot called on instance of a class. It means you can't access static methods using the instance of a class. In the class declaration lecture, we had learned how to create an instance of a class and access properties and methods. But when you are declaring a static method, you can't access it using instance of a class. Instead, static methods are called using the class itself. So whenever you wanted to call a static method, you need to call class itself, right? Static methods are mostly used to create utility functions. We will understand what is utility function in future lectures. But just for now, consider the following example. So I will just create a class here with a static method. So I will just say class. We will name this class static class method. Specify curly braces. And then in this class, I will create a static method. So I will say static on call. This is my name of my static method and specify curly braces here. And in the body of the static method, I will return a message. So I will say return, this is a static method, right? Just after that, I will just create an instance of a class. I just wanted to show you when we will call the static method using the instant, what will happen, right? So I will just create an instance, constant st is equal to new static class method, right? And specify parenthesis. Just after that, I will say console.log and call the static method using the instance. So I will just say st.onCall, right? So when you execute this, you will get st.onCall is not a function. This is the error message, right? You will get error message because, as I said earlier, static methods are called using the class name itself, right? So if you wanted to call the static method, you need to specify your class name dot your method name like this. So I will just get rid of this statement and say console.log static class method dot on call, right? So using the class name, we will call the static method. So now when you execute this statement, you will get your message on the console. So you will get this is a static method on the console, right? If you wanted to call any other static method in the static method, then you can use this keyword also. So this keyword bound to the class itself, just like this. So if I just create one more static method here, so I will just say static on call 2, and here I will just return a first static method and a message. So using the backtick, I will just call my first static method using this keyword. So I will just say this dot on call, and just after that I will specify my message. So I will say called using another static method, right? Now here I will just call both static methods using the class name, just like this. So I will just get rid of this first static method, and here I will specify my second static method, which is onCall2. So I will say onCall2 here, right? So when you execute this, you will get this is a static method called using another static method, right? So in this example, I had just used this keyword to call static method. But it's generally considered the best practice to use class name instead of using this keyword, because you can't access static method in the non-static method. So if you wanted to call static method in the non-static method, then you can use constructor property. As I said earlier, you can't access static methods using instance of a class, but now I will show you how you can execute static method using the instance of a class. We are not accessing static method using the instance, but we are executing static method using the instance, right? It means you can execute static method when the instance of a class is created. For example, so I will just first get rid of this second static method, and after that I will create a constructor. We learned when the class instance is created, constructor automatically called, right? So here I will just specify my constructor. So I will just say constructor parenthesis, and in the curly braces I will first call the static method using the class name. So I will just say console.log static class method dot on call, right? So when you execute this, you will get your message on the console. So here, using the instance, we execute the static method. You can do the same thing with another statement also. So I will just comment this statement and say console.log, and here I will say this dot constructor dot on call. So when you execute this, you will get the same outcome, because using the constructor property you can call static method in the non-static method, right? Now you don't need to call the static method using the class name. It will automatically call when you create an instance of the class. So here I just created an instance of a class. We don't need to call the static method using the class name, because it will automatically call when we create an instance of a class, because you know the constructor is called using the instance of a class. So when the constructor is called, the static method automatically executed and print the message on the console, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will talk about inheritance. We will understand what is the use of inheritance in JavaScript and how to use it. So let's get started. So what is inheritance? Inheritance is a mechanism allow us to create new classes on the basis of already existing classes. Using the inheritance, you can create child class of the parent class. Inheritance provides flexibility to the child class to reuse methods and variables of the parent class. In JavaScript, you can use extends keyword to create the child class on the basis of parent class. Using the extend keyword, you can acquire all the properties, methods and behavior from the inbuilt object as well as the custom object. The date object is the proper example of inbuilt object, and the custom object is that which you will be creating using the class, right? So we will just touch the basic example of inheritance. So for example, suppose you have created a class of person with a first name and last name property. After you deploy this class, you want to add age to the person. But instead of modifying the first parent class, we will create a child class which has an age property with a method which display username and age. In this example, we will create two classes, parent class and a child class. First, we will create person class and specify first name and last name property. And after that, we will create second class which is age and specify age property to this class. Right? So let's consider the following example. So I will just first create a class here. So I will just say class person, and in the curly braces I will create a constructor. You already know that to initialize the class properties we will use constructor, right? So we'll just say constructor and specify two properties here, fname, comma, lname, right? And I will just initialize these properties with the property value. So I will just say this dot fname is equal to fname and this dot lname is equal to lname, right? So when you specify your constructor values, these values pass to the property. Now just after that, I just wanted to print the username on the console with their age. So I will just say class age, and here I will use extend keyword to extend the parent class and then specify your parent class name. So I will just specify person here, right? Using the extend keyword, you can reuse properties and methods of the parent class. Now just after that, I will specify curly braces, and here I will say constructor and specify one argument. So I will say age here, and just after that, here in this constructor I will call this super method, right? So I will say super parenthesis, and here to the super method we will specify two parameters, Harry, the first name of my person, and Dim, the last name of my person, right? But first, what is super method and what the super method does? Super method is used to call the parent class constructor. Using super method, you can pass parameter to the parent class constructor and call them. We will call the parent class constructor using super method and specify values to the parameter, right? So this method will call the first parent class constructor, right? Now just after that, I will create age property and specify assignment operator with my parameter variable, right? I just wanted to print the person first name and last name and their age. So I will just create a method here. So I will just say show up. So this is the name of my method, and in this method I will say console.log. I will just first call the first name. So I just wanted to specify this dot fname. I will concatenate this value and specify some space between first name and last name, and then call my last name property, So I will just say this dot lname. Just after that, I will say console.log and specify message. Using the backtick, I will say your age is, and here I will just print my age property. So I will say this dot age. Now you can see here we are accessing the first class properties and the second class properties in the child class. The benefit of the inheritance that you can reuse all the properties and methods in the child class, right? So here you can see we use fname and the last name using only this keyword. We don't need to create any instance of the class and anything, right? Now just after that, using the child instance, you can call any property and method of the parent class. This is very important. Now inheritance will help you to call all the properties and methods of the parent class using the child class instance, just like this. So here I will just say constant d is equal to new age, right? So here we are not creating a person class instance, we are creating an age class instance here, right? Now here I will just specify the parenthesis and specify 23 here. So this is my age. Just after that, I will call the showUp method using the instance. So I will say d dot showUp and specify parenthesis, right? So when you execute this, you will get your person name, first name and last name, and their age. If you wanted to print person name on the console, then you can do that using the child class instance also, like this. So I will just say console.log d.fname. So here you can see we are accessing the parent class property using the child class instance, right? This will print the first name on the console, right? Now if you are not using inheritance and if you are just using the two separate classes without using any extend word, without using any inheritance, then you cannot access any properties and methods of the class without specifying its instance. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn prototype inheritance. In the previous lecture, we learned the class inheritance. Now we will take a brief look at prototype inheritance. In the previous lectures, we had learned what is prototype, and in that video, we had learned a small example which tells you how to create a prototype. If you don't know what is prototype is, then you can watch that video first and move on with this tutorial. Well, you know that objects have a special hidden property, prototype, and JavaScript will access this property if the property and method does not exist. Suppose you specify a property to the object and want to access that property. If this property does not exist, then the JavaScript will move to the prototype and search for that property. You had learned this in the prototype tutorial, right? Using this example, we will understand the complete concept behind the prototype inheritance. Inheritance provides a reusability of properties and methods of existing objects. In the previous video, we learned the class-based inheritance. Now in this tutorial, we will understand prototype inheritance. To set the prototype, you need to specify prototype property proto. Using the proto property, you can set and get properties and methods of the prototype. Let's consider the following example. So if I just create an object here, so I will just select car is equal to, and here we specify two properties, wheel, Ford, and model Tesla. And after that I will create bike object here, so I will just select bike is equal to, and here we just specify only one property, so I will just say cc 250, right? Now just after that I will just specify prototype property of the bike object, so I will just say bike dot, and here I will call the proto property, so you just need to specify underscore 2 times and say proto here, and then again specify underscore, right? And I will just print the bike object on the console. let me show you the prototype property first. Here is your prototype property. Now let's access object properties and print on the console. So if you wanted to access bike property, then you can just say console.log bike.cc, right? Using this statement, you can access your bike property. Now you know that you can access object properties and methods using object name. But what if I say you can access the car object using the bike object also? Yes, you heard it right. You can access all the properties and methods of the car object using the bike object. Like this. So if I just say here console.log and say bike.wheel, and then I will just say bike.model, then this is not an invalid statement. If you are wondering how does this happen, then let me tell you that we had specified a prototype property of the bike object. So when the JavaScript executes the statement, JavaScript will first check the object own properties. If he does not find any existing properties there, then the JavaScript will look at the proto property of the bike object and utilize it. Now here you can say car is a prototype of a bike object, and you can also say bike prototypically inherit the car object. So if car has more than 2 useful properties and methods, then you can access all of these properties and methods using bike object. So these properties are automatically available for the bike object. Such properties are called inherited, right? If you have a method in car object, then this method would be available to the bike object also, like this. So if I just create a method here in the car object, so I will just specify comma here and say show. So this is the name of my method, and here I will just say console.log and specify a message. So I will just use backtick and say car model this.model and specify comma here and say have this dot wheels and say wheel here, right? Now using the bike object, you can access this method. So I will just say bike dot show and specify parenthesis to access the method, right? So you can access the car object method using the bike object. Now you know that what is prototype inheritance. Let me tell you what is prototype chain. Now suppose if we have one more object here, so we will just get rid of these statements. Now in the bike object, if we just specify proto property of the bike object, and if I just say here proto car, and after that I will create a bicycle object here and just say let bicycle, and in the curly braces I will specify one property, so I will just say gear 5. Now here we'll just specify bicycle prototype property, so I will just say proto bike, right? Now here is your question: can you access the car method using the bicycle object? Yes, you can. Using the prototype chain, you can access any properties and methods of the object. So I will just say bicycle.show, and after that I will just print this bicycle on the console to display the prototype chain. So when you execute this, you will get message on the console. This is all happen using the prototype chain. Let me show you. Here you can see the gear object has a prototype property, and the prototype property has its own prototype property. You can create number of object properties chain as per your wish. Now using the bicycle object, you can access any properties and methods of car and bike, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn JavaScript polymorphism. We will understand what is polymorphism is and how to use it. So let's get started. Polymorphism is a core concept of an object-oriented paradigm that provide a way to perform a single action in different forms. This provides an ability to call same method on different JavaScript objects. Using polymorphism in object-oriented programming, you can create variable, methods and object that has more than one form. The use of polymorphism in JavaScript is to override property or method. If you wanted to override any property or method in the parent class, then you can do that using polymorphism. For example, so here if I just create two classes here and extend the first class, so I will just create a parent class here. So I will just say class employee, and here I will specify my constructor. So I will say constructor and specify my parameter. So I will say name here and initialize my parameter with this dot name is equal to name. And just after that I will create a method here. So I will just say employee name and then say here console.log and just print the property on the console. So I will just say employee name this dot name, right? Now just after that, using the child class, I will just extend this parent class, right? In the previous lecture, you learned what is inheritance is all about. Using the inheritance, we will override the parent class method. Just like this. If I just extend the parent class here, so I will just say class member extends employee. And here I will just say constructor and specify two arguments. So I will just say name and salary. And I will just call the parent class constructor. So I will just say super, and in the parenthesis I will specify my constructor parameter. So I will just say name here, right? And just after that I will initialize both properties. So I will just say this dot name is equal to name and this dot salary is equal to salary. Now here we wanted to override the parent class employee name method here. So I will just specify the same name for the child class method also. So I will just say employee name parenthesis, and here in the curly braces I will say console.log. I will print message. So I will say employee name this dot name and salary this dot salary, right? And just after that we will access this class object and methods using the class instance. So I will say constant mb is equal to new member, right? And in the parenthesis I will just specify two arguments because we had specified two arguments to the constructor, right? So when you create an instance, you need to specify parameter for the class. So I will just say Neil Patel. So this is the name of the employee and salary is 35,000, right? And just after that I will just using the instance I will call my employee name method. So I will just say mb.employee name. So when you execute this statement, you will get your message on the console, employee name and his salary, right? You can see here we had specified two methods with same name. So the second child class method will override the parent class method. You can also notice we are accessing both class methods using a child class instance. Now suppose if you wanted to execute the parent class method, then just comment this child method or just change the name of this method. So I will just comment this method and execute this again. So you will get your employee name on the console. So this time JavaScript will execute the parent class method, right? And if you just change the name of the child class method, then also you will get the same output. right? You can override class properties also, just like this. So here I will just add one more property. So in the employee class, I will just add one more property. So I will say this dot age is equal to 24 and override this property in the child class. And I will just add this property in the child class with different value. So I will just say this dot age is equal to 30. So we will override the parent property in the child class, right? And at the last, I will just specify this property in the message. So when you execute this, child class property will override the parent class property. The important thing to notice is if you wanted to override any property, you need to specify same name for both properties and you need to inherit the parent class. Now, I just wanted to explain one more topic, which is string representation. Every object ultimately inherit from object. So the methods available for object are by default available for all objects. One of those methods is toString. ToString method provides the default string representation of the object. Having a toString method that says something descriptive about an object. For example, I will just create a data object here. So I will just say constant dt is equal to new date, right? And just print this date on the console. So I will just say console.log dt. And just after that, I will print this date on the console with toString method. So I will just say console.log dt.toString and specify parentheses because this is a method. So when you execute this, you will get your date on the console. But what is the difference between the both outcome? I will show you. Now let's print the same statement with the type of keyword. So I will just say console.log type of dt.toString and say console.log type of dt. So when you execute this, you will get string and object on the console. So using this statement, you will understand using the toString, we are converting our object into string. The basic use of toString method is to convert object into string type, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will understand new topic in ECMAScript 6, which is maps. In the previous JavaScript lectures, we had learned the basic concept behind the maps. But now we will explore the map topic and understand maps in detail. So let's get started. In ECMAScript 6, a new data structure introduced, which is maps. Map is just like an object that they can map a key to a value. When you need to map a key to a value, you will turn into an object because object allows you to map string keys to object values of any type. So then why JavaScript need to introduce a new data structure? If you wanted to map a key to a value, then the object has some drawback. The prototypal nature of object that there could be mappings that you didn't intend. As you know, in object, key must be symbol or string. This nature preventing you from mapping object to a value. And also, there are no easy way to know how many mappings are there in the object. And you also know, objects do not guarantee any order to their properties. So, the map object address this scarcity. The map of object hold key value pair and remember the origin insertion of the keys. You can use any value as a key or value in the map. You are free to specify any type of values like primitive or object when you want to specify keys or values to the map. To get size of the map, you can use size property. Now let's understand how to create maps. When you want to create a map, you need to understand two methods first, set and get. Set method is used to set the value for the key in the map object, and get method is used to return a value associated with the key, undefined if there is none. Now let's take an example and understand map object well. So I will just create a map object here. To create a map object, you need to call map constructor. So to call constructor, we will just say constant my maps is equal to new map and specify parentheses, right? And just after that, I will just create let key string is equal to and specify string type. So this is the type of string, comma key object is equal to object. So I will just specify curly braces here. So this is type of object, and specify comma here and say key function is equal to function and specify curly braces here, right? So we have created three variables. First variable is string, second variable is object, and third variable is function, right? Now just after that, I will set key and value to the map object. So I will just say my maps dot, I will call the set method here. So I will say set and specify my key. So here I will just say key string. So I will just specify my first variable name, comma, and specify value for this key. So I will just say key string value. Just after that, I will just copy this statement and print here and just change the key. So I will just specify key object and the value is key object value. I will just paste this statement again and say here key function and value is key function value, right? So here we had set key and value to the map object. If you wanted to know the map object size, then you can say my maps dot size. So here you just need to specify your map instance and specify size property, right? Now I just wanted to print the map object values on the console. So I will just say console.log my maps dot get. So here I will call the get method to get the key values. So I will just say get key string. I will just copy the statement and print here and just change the key. So I will just say key object and just print it again, and here I will say key function. So when you execute this, you will get your key values on the console, right? So I just wanted to show you, you can use not a number as a key also, just like this. So if I just say my maps dot set, and if I create a key and value pair here, so I will just say not a number. So I will say NaN, comma, and I will specify a value. So I will say not a number. So this is a valid statement. I will show you how. So if you check the not a number type, then you will get a number on the console, right? Now I will just get the value of the key not a number. So I will say console.log my maps.get not a number, right? So when you execute this, you will get your not a number key value. Now let's understand how to iterate the map object. Using the for loop, you can iterate map object just like this. So I will just say for, and in the parenthesis I will say let, and here we wanted to iterate key and value. So I will just specify key, comma value, and just after that say off and specify your map object. So I will say my maps, right? And in the block I will say console.log, and I'm gonna add message on the console. I will specify backtick and say map key and specify key here in the curly braces, comma value, and specify value in the curly braces, right? So when you execute this, you will get your map keys and values on the console, right? There is another way to declare map object. The map object have a relation with array objects. So you can specify array in the map object also, just like this. So if I just create another map here, so I will just say constant new map is equal to new map and specify parenthesis. Now in this parenthesis, I will specify an array here. So I will just specify a square bracket, and in this square bracket I will specify my array. On the first index I will specify an array, so I will say bracket here and say 1 comma string 1, and just after that specify my first index array. Then I will say 2 comma string 2, and then specify second index array 3 comma 3 string, right? Now I also wanted to show you, if you wanted to iterate this array, you have one more way to iterate this array, just like this. Just specify your map object instance. So I will just say new map dot for each. Using for each method, you can iterate all the properties in the map object, right? So I will just say for each, and in the bracket I will specify function and specify two parameters, values and key. So here I wanted to iterate values and keys on the console. So I will just specify values and key as a parameter, and in the body of this method I will say console.log, specify map key, and in the curly braces I will say key, specify value, and in the curly braces I will say value, right? So when you execute this, you will get map properties. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will understand what is a weak map. In the previous lectures, we had learned what is a map is all about. Now in this lecture, we will explore the weak map. So what is weak map? The weak map is identical to the map object, but there are three disparities between maps and weak maps. First, weak map key must be an object. Second, weak map cannot be iterated or cleared. Third, key in weak map can be garbage collected, right? Suppose you have an object that is a key in a map. JavaScript will keep that object in memory as long as the map is in existence, but not so with the weak map. The weak map is a target to the garbage collection. Because of this, weak map cannot be iterated or cleared. If you are not familiar with garbage collection, then let me introduce the concept behind garbage collection. Garbage collection in JavaScript performs automatically and it is invisible to us. The garbage collection takes care of memory management in JavaScript. Suppose you have an object and this object has two properties. The first property can be accessed with the reference, and the second property doesn't have any reference to access it. In that situation, JavaScript will put some junk data in the unreachable property. This property value called garbage value, right? For example, suppose if we create an object here, so I will just say let user is equal to, and we'll specify one property here. So I will just say name daily, right? Just after that, I will print this property on the console. I will say console.log user.name, right? Now, what if we specify null to the user object? Just like this. So I will just say user is equal to null and just print the name property on the console. So I will just say console.log user.name. Now, JavaScript will put garbage value in the name property. This is all happened behind the scene, right? Now let's move on to the main topic and understand how to create a weak map object. The most important thing is weak map is used to store private key in the object instance. For example, if we just create a weak map here, so I will just say let week map is equal to new week map, right? So I will just call the constructor of week map using the new keyword. And just after that, I will just create an empty object here. So I will select obj is equal to curly braces. So this will create an empty object here. Just after that, using the set keyword, we will specify key and value to the week map. So I will just say week map dot set, and in the parenthesis I will first specify my key. So I will just say obj here and then specify value. So I will just say private here. And just after that, we will specify one more key and value to the week map. So I will just say week map dot set obj1 and specify value private data, right? So if you wanted to access this value, you can say week map dot get. Using the get method, you can access values using the key. So I will just say get and specify obj here. So when you execute this, you will get your value on the console, right? As simple as that. Using this example, you will think that why we need to use a week map if we have a map object to do the same thing. Both are similar. As I said earlier, week map store object as a key and this key is private. You can't access this key without knowing it. So suppose if you don't know which key you specified in the key, then what will you do? For example, now if you wanted to access this key, we can use for of loop and get the key on the console, just like this. If I just create a for of loop here, so I will just say for, and in the parenthesis I will say let, and in the square bracket I will specify key, comma value of week map, right? And I will just print this key and value on the console. So I will just say console.log key and console.log value, right? So when you execute this, we expect key and values on the console, but this is not going to happen. When you execute this, you will get a type error message which says week map is not iterable, right? So this means you can't access key of the week map, it is private. So keep that into your account, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript advanced tutorial. So in this tutorial, we will understand set object. In the previous lecture, we had learned what is a week map. Now in this tutorial, we will understand the concept behind the set object. So let's get started. The set object is identical to map object, but the set object allows you to store unique values of any type. It means set object is a collection of data where duplicates are not allowed. To create a set object, you just need to call the set object constructor, just like this. So I will just call the set object constructor here. So I will say constant st is equal to new set and specify parenthesis, right? Now to add elements in the set object, we have add method. Using the add method, you can add element in the set object, just like this. So I'm gonna add st dot add and specify your element. So I will just specify one value in the set object. So I will say 1 here. To add another value, just call the add method again. So I will say st dot add 2, right? So this will add 2 values in the set object. If you are trying to insert the same values again, then set object would not insert this value in the collection, because set object only store unique values. So if I just add the 2 value again, just like this, st.add 2, and the set object will not insert this value because we had already inserted 2 in the set collection, right? You are free to specify any type of data in the set object. Like this, if you wanted to insert object in the set, so you can say st.add, and in the curly braces, you can say a:1, b:2. So using this, you can add object in the set collection. There is another way to declare set object, just like this. You just need to specify array in the set object constructor. So if I just add an array here, so I will just say square bracket and specify values. So I will just specify some values. So I will say 1, 2, 3, 4, and here I will specify duplicate values. So I will specify 4 here again, right? So when you print this, you will get only 1, 2, 3 and 4. You will not get duplicate values in the set, because set is not print duplicate values, it only accepts unique values, right? Now, to know whether the element is present in the set or not, you can use has method. Using the has method, you will know which element is present in the set collection. Has method will return true if the element is present in the collection, or return false. Just like this. If I just say st.has and specify element, so I will just say 4 here, then the return value would be true, because we have 4 in the set collection. And if the element is not present in the set object, you will get false on the console. So if I just specify 5 here, then you will get false on the console, right? To delete the element from the set, we have a delete method also, like this. st.delete and specify your element in the parenthesis. So I will specify 4 here. So when you print this set object on the console, you can see the 4th element is deleted, right? To iterate set object, you can use for of loop or for each loop also, like this. So I will first iterate this object using the for of loop. So I will say for, and in the parenthesis I will say let item of st. So st is my set object instance. And then in the curly braces I will say console.log and specify item variable here. So this will print set object collection on the console. There is one more method to iterate the set collection using for each loop. So I will just say st.forEach, and in the parenthesis I will call the arrow function. So I will just specify my argument. So I will say value here and specify arrow, and in the curly braces I will say console.log value, right? So this will also print set collection on the console, right? Now let's move on to the next topic, weak set. In the previous lecture we had learned what is weak map. If you had not watched that video, then you should watch that first and move on with this lecture. The weak set is identical to weak map. There is no difference between weak set and weak map except their declaration. Weak set follows the set object principle and weak map follows the map object principle. Weak set is collection of objects and the object is unique in the weak set collection. The weak set can only contain objects and the objects contain maybe garbage collected. Values in weak set cannot be iterated. Weak set is rarely used object in the JavaScript. Now let's consider the following example. So if I just declare a weak set here, so we just wanted to call the constructor of the weak set class. So I will just say constant ws is equal to new weak set and specify parentheses. Just after that I will create 2 objects here. So I will just say let obj is equal to curly braces. So we are creating 2 empty objects, and just say comma foo is equal to curly braces, right? So this will create 2 empty objects. Just after that I will add these objects in the weak set object. So I will just say ws.add and specify my first object in the parenthesis. So I will just say object here, and just after that I will add my second object in the parenthesis, right? So using console.log you can see we have 2 objects in the weak set. right? Now to delete these objects, you can use delete method like this. So I will just say ws dot delete, and in the parentheses I will specify foo, right? And when I print this, you will get only one object on the console because we had deleted one object from the weak set, right? To know whether the object is present in the collection or not, you can use has method also. So if you just say ws.has and specify your foo object here, then you will get false on the console because we had already deleted foo objects from the weak set, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn exception handling. We will understand what is the use of exception handling and how to use it. So let's get started. Exception handling is used to write error-free program. Exception handling is a mechanism which comes about to deal with error in control fashion. When you want to save your program from unwanted error messages and convert that error messages into a native language, then the error handling will help you out. In JavaScript, we have try and catch block to handle JavaScript errors. The syntax of try and catch block is this. So here I will just start my try block. So I will say try, and in the curly braces, here is your statements, and just after that I will create catch block with parentheses, right? So this parenthesis will take argument, right? And then specify curly braces and the statements. In this syntax, we had created two blocks. First is try block and second is catch block. The first try block will always execute. You are free to specify only one statement or multiple statements in the try block, right? The catch block will only execute when any exception, or you can say errors, occurs. It means when you execute your program, the try block will first execute, and then if the try block throw any error, then the catch block will execute and perform statements in the catch block. For example, if I just say try, and in the try block I will just say console.log and specify a simple message. So I will say try block, and in the catch block I will specify my parameter. So I will say here e, right? So this is my parameter, and just wanted to print this parameter and our message on the console. So I will say console.log catch block error and specify your parameter here. So when you execute this statement will not execute catch block because the try block will not throw any error. If we create an error in the try block, then let's see what will happen. So if I just create a variable here which is not defined, then let's see what will happen. So if I just say here variable and specify semicolon, so this variable is not defined, and when I execute this, the catch block will execute and print user defined error message on the console. You can specify any message in the catch block to determine your error message. Now, the few things you need to note before you use try catch exception handling. Your code must be a valid JavaScript code because try and catch block work for runtime error. Suppose you had specified closing square bracket here. So if I just specify here a closing square bracket, then the catch block will not execute because this is not a runtime error. Now you know that this is not a valid JavaScript code. So you will get an error message before we compile it. Now, if you wanted to describe your error message more profoundly, then you can use error object also. For example, so if I just specify a parameter here, so I will just say ERR. You can specify any parameter name for the catch method, and here I just wanted to describe my error message using error object properties. So I will just say console.log err.message. I will just copy this statement and print here, and just remove the message property and call name property here, and I will just paste it again and call stack property here, right? You can specify other name also to the error object. So here we had specified three properties of error object: name property, which return a name of the error; message property, which returns only an error message; and stack property will return current call stack, right? Now suppose we wanted to execute a few statements after the catch block execute. In that situation, we have finally block also. The finally block will always execute. So let's see how it's work. So I will just create a finally block here just after the catch block. So I will say finally, and in the curly braces I will specify console.log finally execute. So when you execute this, you will see the finally block executed just after the error messages. So whenever you wanted to execute any statement after the error message, you can use finally block also. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn regular expression. We will understand how to use regular expression in JavaScript. So what is regular expression? Regular expression is a powerful way to searching and replacing inside a string. It means if you wanted to replace or search any string or pattern, then you can use regular expression. Regular expression is mostly used to search a string, or if you wanted to replace anything in the string. In that situation, regular expression will definitely help you out. There are two ways to implement regular expression: using a long syntax and short syntax. We will first understand using the long syntax. So, to create regular expression, you need to call an instance of the regular expression object, like this. The regular expression consists of pattern and flag. So when you are specifying argument in the regular expression object, the first argument is a pattern and the second argument is flag. Let's consider the following example. So I will just say let reg, so this is the instance, is equal to new, and I will just call regular expression class. So I will just say reg exp. So here you don't need to specify the whole name of regular expression, so just say reg exp, and in the parenthesis say pattern. So this is my first parameter, comma flag, and this is my second parameter. We will understand this pattern and flag soon, right? The second way to create regular expression is using slashes, like this. So I will just say here reg expression is equal to, and specify / pattern, and then again specify / here. Now if you wanted to add a flag, you can do that also. Just do the same thing, and just after the / here specify your flag, right? Now let's understand how to use it. Suppose if you wanted to search daily word in the string, then you can write this type of code. So I will just write a string here. So I will say let str, and in the double quote I will say welcome to daily tuition. Now I just wanted to search a daily word in this string. So in the regular expression we are specifying string pattern, right? So I will just say let reg is equal to new regular expression, and in the square bracket here I wanted to search my daily word, so I will say daily here. Now using the search method, we will search the daily word in the string, and the search method will return a word index number starting position. The string start with 0 index like an array element. So I will just say here console.log, and in the parenthesis I will say str. So I will call my string dot search. So I will just call my search method to search the string and specify a regular expression instance here, right? So when you execute this, you will get index number starting position of your word. You can do the same thing with short syntax also. So I will just get rid of this instance of regular expression, and here I'm gonna add let reg is equal to, and here I will just specify / daily and specify / again. How the JavaScript know this is a regular expression? To know this is a regular expression, we are using /. So the JavaScript will take this statement as a regular expression, just like a string which we specify in the double quote, right? So this will return the same outcome. I personally suggest using the short syntax when you are using a regular expression. But if you wanted to use a variable as a pattern, then you need to use long syntax for that. Now you know that we are using pattern to search for a specific word in the string. But what is flag? And let's understand how to use it. Regular expression have 5 types of flags. Flags allow for global and case-sensitive searching. These flags are used separately or in any order. For example, so this is your string. So if you specify the regular expression word in the capital letters, and let's see what will happen. So if I just specify here a capital word daily and execute this, then you will get -1 on the console. So the -1 refers to not found. It means a regular expression can't find this word in the string. To solve this case sensitive word, we have flags like this. If you just specify flag just after the pattern like this, and if I just say I here, and when I execute this again, this will return the word index number. So the flag used to search case sensitive words. There are 5 types of flags in the regular expression. So the I flag used for case sensitive words, G flag used to global search, M flag used for multi-line search, U flag used for unique code, treat pattern as a unique code sequence, and the last P flag used for sticky search that matches starting at the current position in the target string. There are plenty things to do with the regular expression. To cover everything in detail, we need to start a new tutorial series on regular expression. If you are interested to learn regular expression, then you can comment me, or in the poll on the top right corner of the screen, say yes. If I get a lot of requests from you, then I will definitely start this tutorial series soon. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will understand what is a DOM. We now move to the JavaScript as used within a web browser, commonly called client-side scripting. Whatever we had learned so far is legal JavaScript code. From now, the future few tutorials will depend on the DOM scripting. Hoping that you know the basic of HTML and CSS, so we will move forward with the DOM scripting. Using HTML and CSS, you can create a static, informative web pages, and these pages can be called document. Using JavaScript, you can fairly make these pages dynamic. Using the web browser rather than working on the text, you can use graphical interface. These pages might dynamically load information as needed. So we will first understand what is DOM. DOM stands for Document Object Model. According to the Document Object Model, all tags in HTML is an object. The text specified in the tag is also an object. So all these objects are accessible using JavaScript. Conceptually, DOM is a tree. A tree consists of nodes. Every node has parents or 0 or more child nodes. The root node is document, has only one child, HTML. The HTML element has 2 children, title and head. The following is the DOM tree. You can also call HTML as a root element. In this DOM tree, we had 2 child nodes, head and body. Using root element, you can access all the child nodes. In the head node, we have title, and in the body, we have HTML elements. It depends on you what you put inside the body and in the head. If you put anything in the body, then the browser will create a child node of body element and you can access this node using the DOM tree. To understand DOM tree in detail, we need to learn from the example. So we will just create a simple example here. So I will just create a simple HTML snippet. So I will just specify an exclamation mark here and just enter. So this is our simple HTML document. I will just remove unwanted tag from the HTML document. We have doc type, HTML, head, title, body, and in the body we have paragraph with demo text. Right? So this is your simple HTML snippet. So in this example, we have a root element HTML and the root element consists of two child nodes, head and the body. In the head, we had title with the title text and in the body, we had paragraph with demo text. You can access all the text and all the HTML tags using the DOM tree. To understand how DOM tree look like, just run your document and right click on the document and say inspect. So here on the elements tab you can see your DOM tree. So in this DOM tree we have a root element HTML. By clicking on the tags you can explore your DOM tree like this. You can extend your DOM tree by adding multiple tags in the body or in the head of the HTML document. In the next tutorial, we will understand how to access this DOM tree in the JavaScript. In the next tutorial, we will understand what is the use of DOM object and what can you do with this object. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will understand how to access document object model using JavaScript. And we will also understand how to manipulate DOM elements. In the previous video, we had learned what is DOM is all about. Now, let's understand how to access document object model elements. So, let's get started. So, when we started learning JavaScript, we had learned how to import JavaScript in the HTML file using script tag. You can use JavaScript in the HTML using script tag, or you can import JavaScript file using the source attribute of script tag. So when you import JavaScript in the HTML, you can immediately begin using API for the document or window. As I said in the previous lecture, using JavaScript, you can create dynamic pages. Then what you can do with the DOM object? Using DOM object, you can change any HTML elements and its attributes. Using DOM object, you can create new HTML elements with its attribute. And also you can remove it if you want. Using DOM object, you can add and change CSS styling of the page. DOM object can react all the event in the HTML page and you can create or change any event in the web page. So, DOM is a standard object model and programming interface for HTML. The DOM object defines the HTML element as object. And the DOM object also defines properties of HTML elements and methods to access HTML elements. And also event for HTML elements. So basically you can do everything with HTML elements using document object model. In the document object model, methods are action performed on HTML elements and properties are values which you can change or set. So we will first understand the DOM programming interface. As I said in the previous lecture, all HTML elements are defined as objects. In the programming interface, property is a value which you can get or set, and methods are action performed on the HTML elements, like deleting an HTML elements or create a new one. Now let's take a look at the example and understand how to access HTML element using document object model. So the commonly used to access HTML elements is using method called getElementById. Using this method, you can access any HTML element in the DOM tree. You can also change any HTML text or specify a new text using JavaScript. Using DOM inner HTML property, you can set or get any value of the HTML element. So let's consider the following example. In the previous video, we had created this dom.html file. So in this file, in the body section, I will just create an empty paragraph here and specify id para and just leave this paragraph as it is. Now using this id, we will access this paragraph using the JavaScript. But first, we need to link my main.js file using script tag. To use JavaScript in the HTML, you need to first link your JavaScript file to the HTML document. You can use JavaScript in the HTML also, but we are using external JavaScript file to maintain my JavaScript code separately. So I will just link this file. I will just say script and specify attribute source, and in this attribute I will just specify my main.js file, right? After that, in the main.js file, we will write some code to access the paragraph and specify some demo text. So I will just click on the main.js file, and here, so in this file, I will just select para is equal to, so this is my variable, and now I will just first call my document. So to call the document, we have a document object. So we'll just say document. So this document object refers to the current document. And then I will call the method of this document object. So I will say dot get element by id. As the name implies, using this method, you can get your element by its id. So I will say get element by id, and in the parenthesis, I will specify para. So this is my id, right? Now we have paragraph in the para variable. Let me show you the paragraph on the console. So I will just say console.log and specify para here, right? So this is your paragraph. So this method will return paragraph to the para variable. Now you have your paragraph. Now we wanted to specify text to this paragraph. To get content of an element, you can use inner HTML property. As I said earlier, using inner HTML property, you can get or set text to the HTML element. So I will just say para dot inner HTML is equal to, so I will just set text to this paragraph, and in the double quote I will say this is DOM tutorial, right? So when you execute this, you will get your text on the document. This text will not print on the console. We are not printing this text on the console. This text will print on the document because we are using HTML, right? HTML all tags are print on the document. Just after that, you can do the same thing with JavaScript chaining also. So I will just say document dot get element by id and specify my para here, which is the id of my paragraph, dot inner HTML, and specify my text here. So I will just say this is DOM tutorial. We will understand what is JavaScript chaining in the future tutorials. But just for now, we are just creating a chain of methods and properties. So when you execute this, you will get the same outcome. You can do the same thing with get element by tag name method also. The get element by tag name method will get the element by the HTML tag name, just like this. So I will just select p is equal to document dot get element by tag name, and in the parenthesis I will specify p, right? When you print this on the console, you will get your paragraph object on the console, right? So when you execute this, you will get HTML collection object, and this object contains paragraph. You can access any HTML element using JavaScript. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will understand Document Object Model CSS Selector. In the previous video, we had learned how to manipulate HTML element using Document Object Model methods. But there are much more general methods that you can locate element not just by ID or tag name, but also by the relationship to the other element. Now, in this tutorial, we will take a look at two methods of document object. First, query selector, and then query selector all. We will understand each method one by one. So let's get started. We will first take a look at query selector method. So in the HTML document, we will create a simple div element with the class div1, right? In this division tag, we will create two paragraphs. So we will first create a paragraph 1. So I will just say paragraph. So I will just specify p here and tab, and just specify class para. And just after that, I will create another paragraph with id, right? So I will just say p tab id is equal to para1, right? So we wanted to specify unique id to the paragraph, so we will specify para1 here. Now using query selector, we will select the paragraph and specify some demo text using inner HTML property. Query selector method returns the first element that matches the specified CSS selector in the document. It means the query selector only returns the first paragraph and specify text using inner HTML property. Now I will just open my main.js file. I will select a paragraph using query selector method. So I will just say let para is equal to document.query selector. So I will just call my query selector method, and in the parenthesis I will call the paragraph using a CSS selector. So we will select the paragraph using the class. To select your paragraph using the class, you need to specify class name with dot operator, right? So I will just say dot here and specify your class name, right? So the query selector used to select CSS selectors. So we'll just say dot para here, right? Let me show you the paragraph on the console. So I will just specify console.log and say para here. So this method will only return one paragraph. Suppose in the dom.html file, we will create one more paragraph with the class para, then this method will not select the second paragraph because this method only returns the first matching element in the document. Now, just after that, I will just specify inner HTML property and specify some demo text to the first paragraph. So I will just say para.innerHTML is equal to paragraph, right? Now using query selector, you can also select your HTML element using tag name. So if I specify only p here in the query selector, then this is also a valid statement. So if I just specify p here, then the result would be same, right? You are not limited to specify tag name or class name in the query selector, but you can also specify a unique ID to access HTML element, just like this. So if I just specify here hash para1, then this would return the same outcome. So now here we are accessing the paragraph using its ID. So whenever you wanted to access paragraph using ID, you need to specify hash before the name of the ID, right? So basically, using query selector, you can access any HTML element by class name, tag name, or using ID. Query selector is a CSS selector which allows you to select HTML element like CSS selectors. Like you can select HTML in the cascading style sheet to specify styling to your HTML elements, right? If you're not familiar with CSS, then make sure you first understand CSS selector and then move forward with this tutorial. Now let's understand what is query selector all. So query selector all method is identical to query selector method, but instead of returning only one element, this method will return all the matches element in the document that matches all the specified CSS selector. For example, so in the main.js file, I will just get rid of these statements, and here I will just create let para is equal to, and here I will say document.query selector all. Don't forget to select the right method. So now we are selecting query selector all. Now in the parentheses of this method, we will select the paragraph using class name. So I will just specify dot here before the class name and specify my class name here. So I will just specify para here, right? And I just wanted to show you what this method return. So I will just say console.log and specify para here. So this method will return a node list object. This node list object contains two paragraphs. Now to access any paragraph in the node list, we have square bracket. In this node list, we have collection of nodes. To access these nodes, we have index number. Using index number, you can access any node in the node list object, like this. So if you wanted to access the first paragraph, then I will just say para, and in the square bracket, I will specify 0 to select my first paragraph, and then specify dot, call my inner HTML property and specify some demo text, right? You can do the same thing to select the second paragraph also, but just change the index number. Now you know the difference between query selector and query selector all method. In the next tutorial, we will access HTML element and specify some styling. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will understand how to specify styling to the HTML element using JavaScript. So JavaScript has a special property to specify styling to the HTML element, just like CSS. Style property allow you to specify different styling to the HTML element. In the previous lecture, we had learned how to access element using query selector and query selector all method. Now in this tutorial, we will take a look at style property of the document object. So let's get started. As you know, style property allow you to style your element. Therefore, we will directly jump to the example to understand how this property works. So in dom.html file, I will just create a simple submit button here. So I will just say input, type submit and specify class submit. Then in main.js file, I will just select this submit button using query selector. So I will just say let sub is equal to document.query selector, and in the parenthesis I will specify double quote and say dot submit. So I will just select the submit button using class name. Now let's see how to style your submit button using JavaScript. Now when you specify a new property to the element, then you need to be careful about one thing. Whenever you specify property, you need to specify exact property name, because style properties are case sensitive. For example, so if I just say here sub dot style dot background color, and will specify background color, so I will just say equal to, and in the double quote I will say black. So when you execute this property will apply to the element, right? So whenever you specify any styling property, you need to keep in mind that every property starts with the small letter, and when you combine two words like background and color, then the second word should be start with the capital letter, right? So if you specify a small letter here, then this will not specify background color to the submit button, right? So the JavaScript will not recognize this property, and therefore you will get your default background color to the element. Now let's take a look at few styling properties of JavaScript. So we will just change the color of the button. So I will say sub dot style dot color is equal to white. Then I will just change font size. So I will say sub dot style dot font size is equal to, and in the double quote I will say 3em. And the last, I wanted to specify padding also. So I will say sub dot style dot padding is equal to 1.5 em. In JavaScript, we have more than 50 properties to change element styling. But now we have another method to styling your HTML element using CSS. So to do that, we need to create a class in CSS. So I will first remove the class name from the submit button, right? And in the head, I will create a CSS class. So I will just create a style tag here, and in the style tag, I will declare a class submit. So I will just say dot submit, and in the curly braces, I will specify few CSS properties. So I will just say padding 1 em and 4 em. Then I will specify font size 1 em, background color black, and the color property white smoke. Right? Now in main.js file, I will just get rid of these statements, and here I will just say let sub is equal to document.querySelector. I will just call querySelector method, and in this querySelector I will select submit button using input type. So as you know, querySelector is a CSS selector to select your element. So I will just say input, and in the square bracket I will say type is equal to submit. So here we are using input to select submit button, right? After that, we wanted to add CSS class using JavaScript. So to add this class, we have class list property. Using class list property, we will access add method. So the add method will apply CSS style to the element like this. So I will just call sub dot class list property dot add method, and in the parentheses I will specify my CSS class name. So I will just say submit here. So when you execute this, your submit button would be changed. Using this method, you can add any CSS class to the element. This method is really helpful when you are working with event to add class to the specific element on event fire, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn how to create a new HTML element using JavaScript. In the previous video, we had learned how to access nodes using querySelector and how to style them. Well, in this tutorial, we will understand how to create new nodes using JavaScript. So let's get started. Till now, we had learned how to access nodes using document object, the advantage of using DOM in the JavaScript. Using JavaScript, you can create your own nodes explicitly. To create your new DOM element, you have create element method. Using this method, you can create your new node explicitly. This method only create a new node, but it doesn't add it to the DOM. You will have to do that in the separate step. Now let's understand how to create a new node with JavaScript. For example, so here we will create two paragraphs with some demo text and then append this paragraph in the division tag. So in the dom.html file, we will first create a division tag with the class. So I will just say div class content, right? And just after that, in the main.js file, we will create two paragraphs. So we'll just say let p1 is equal to document dot create element, right? So I will just call my create element method, and in the parentheses of this method I will specify my tag name which I wanted to create. So here I wanted to create paragraph, so I will just say p here, right? To create second paragraph, I will just say let p2 is equal to document dot create element p, right? Just after that, I wanted to specify some demo text to this paragraph. So I will just use text content property of the document object. So I will just say p1 dot text content is equal to, so I will just call text content property of the document object and specify some demo text to the first paragraph. Just after that, I will select my second paragraph. So I will say p2 dot text content is equal to, and specify some demo text here also. So I will just say second paragraph here. So when you execute this, this will not do anything because we haven't added this paragraph to the DOM. So to do that, we have append child method to insert element in the DOM. Append child method used to insert a node to the end of the list of the children of a specified parent nodes. So whatever you wanted to insert in the DOM, you have to specify parent node first, and using the parent node you can append your child nodes. Now to append this paragraph in the division tag, you need to first select the division tag. So I will just say constant content is equal to, and here I will first select the division using the class name. So I will say document dot query selector, and using the query selector I will select the division tag. So I will just say dot content, right? So this statement will select the division tag. Just after that I will just append the paragraph in the division tag. So I will just say content dot append child method. So I will just call append child method to add paragraph in the DOM element. So I will just say append child, and in the parenthesis I will specify my paragraph, right? So I will just say P1 here. Just after that I will append my second paragraph also. So I will say content dot append child P2, right? So using this method you can append your child in the division tag. So when you execute this, you will get your paragraph in the division tag, right? Now suppose if you wanted to append this paragraph in the body, then you can do that as well. So I will just comment this second paragraph, and here I will say document dot body dot append child, and specify my second paragraph here. So this will append the second paragraph in the body section, right? You are not limited to create only paragraph in the DOM. You can create any HTML element using create element method. So it means DOM gives us full control of HTML elements. So what if you wanted to specify attribute to your HTML element? In that situation, you have set attribute method. Using this method, you can set value to the specified element. If the attribute value exists, then only value is updated. Otherwise, new attribute is added with the specified name and value. For example, if I just wanted to specify class attribute to the paragraph, then I will say P1 dot set attribute, and in the parenthesis I will first specify name of the attribute. So I will say class here, and the value goes to the second parameter. So I will say para1 here, right? So when you execute this, you will see your class and your class name to the first paragraph, right? Now if you just change the value, then only the value is updated and the name of the attribute remains the same, right? If you can add the attribute to the element, then you can remove attribute as well. To remove attribute, we have remove attribute method. You can remove attribute value using attribute name like this. So if you wanted to remove your class attribute from the first paragraph, you will say P1 dot remove attribute, and in the parenthesis just specify your attribute name here. So I wanted to remove my class attribute, so I will say class here, right? So when you execute this, your attribute would remove. Basically, there are lots of methods in the JavaScript that you can use in proper circumstances, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn what is data attribute. If you have a basic understanding of HTML, then this would not be different for you. In HTML, you can specify data attribute using data name along with the name of your data. So it means any attribute on any element whose attribute name starts with the data is a data attribute. Suppose you have an element and you wanted to store some data for extra information that doesn't have any visual representation. In that situation, you can use data attribute. Like this, in HTML, you can specify data attribute to the element. So I will just create navigation tag here and say class navbar and specify two data attributes. So I will say data number 0 and create my second attribute. So I will say data name navbar light, right? So we had created two data attribute here. Now if you wanted to use any extra information in your JavaScript program, then this data attribute will definitely help you. Now suppose if you have two navigation menu with same class, and if you wanted to access the first navigation menu with their name, then the data attribute will help you like this. So I will just create two navigation menu here. I already created my first navigation menu, so I will just copy the first navigation menu and paste it here and just change my data attribute to 1 and the data name navbar dark. In main.js file, I will just first select my navigation tag using navbar class. So I will say let now is equal to document dot query selector all. I will just call query selector all method, and in the parentheses I will say dot navbar, right? Using the class name, we will access navigation tag using the class name. In the previous video, we had learned how to set attribute to the element using set attribute method. Now using get attribute method, you can get the attribute value. You can also get the data attribute using get attribute method. You can get any attribute value using this method, just like this. So I will just say console.log, and in the parentheses I will say now. I will select my first navigation menu using the index number, so I will say 0 here and say get attribute, and in the parentheses I will specify name of my attribute, so I will say data number here. To access my second navigation menu attribute, I will just copy the statement, paste it here and just change the navigation menu index number to 1, right? But when you access your attribute using get attribute method, you need to write this code too long. To solve this problem, you have a dataset property. Using dataset property, you can get attribute value using attribute name. To read the data attribute, we have dataset property. To get the attribute value, specify dataset property dot the name of your data attribute, which you had specified just after the data name, like this. I will just say console.log, and in the parentheses I will first select my first navigation menu, so I will say now, and in the square bracket I will specify 0 to select my first navigation menu and say dot dataset and specify your data attribute here. So I will just say number here. So here you just need to specify your data name. You don't need to specify the complete name of your data attribute here. So I will just say number here, right? So using this method you can access your both navigation menu number, right? You can do the same thing with the second attribute also. So I will just copy the statement and paste it here and just change the number to name, right? So using this statement you can access both navigation menu attribute. Now you know that how to use a data property to access data attribute. Now I just wanted to introduce a new useful property in JavaScript, which is class name. Using class name property, you can get or set value of the class attribute of the specified element. You can specify your class name using string. To specify multiple classes, separate your class name with spaces. For example, now in this example, we will create toggle class function. This function toggle two classes with the flag variable, like this. So I will just first create a paragraph in the dom.html file. So I will just say p class is equal to toggle, right? And specify some demo text. So I will just say color this text, right? And create two CSS classes to change text color. I will just go to the head section of this document and say style and just create a style tag and just say dot toggle in. So this is my first class, and specify color property light coral. And then I will just create my second class dot toggle out and specify property color light blue, right? Now just go to the main.js file. In this file we will first get rid of these all statements, and I will just say let toggle is equal to document.querySelector and select your paragraph with the class name. I will just say toggle here, right? Now just after that I will just create an anonymous function here. So I will just say let color is equal to function, and I will just specify an argument flag here. And in the body of this function I will create if and else statement. So I will just say if, I will just specify my flag variable name here. So I will just say flag, and in the if statement I will just say toggle.class name is equal to toggle in. So when the if condition become true, I just wanted to specify toggle in class to the paragraph, and when the condition become false, in the else statement I will say toggle.class name is equal to toggle out, right? So when if condition become true, I will specify toggle in class to the paragraph, and if the condition become false, I will specify toggle out class to the paragraph. And just after that I will just call my function with the parameter. So I will first specify true here and run this document. So when you change the value of the flag argument, you can see your text color will automatically change, right? Because every time when you change the value of the argument, the if condition will become true and false and specify different classes to the paragraph, right? Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn what is event. We will briefly understand how to create event and how to use it in JavaScript. But let me first tell you what is event is all about. So let me first describe event in very simple words. Event is just an action performed by the user. There are almost 200 type of event are there in the JavaScript. We will not take all of them, but we will just learn a few important events. Using event, you can perform different type of operation on HTML element. One of the most important event is click event. Click event mostly used to click a button or to perform any form submission or any validation. You can also create different type of animation using event. Now we will first take a look at click event. The click event simulates a mouse click on an element. The click event is fired when your mouse pointer is pressed and released on a single element. For example, to call click event in the HTML, you have onClick attribute like this. So in dom.html file, I will first create a paragraph with a class para, and just before the paragraph I will create a button here. So I will just create a paragraph here. So I will say p class para, right? And just before this paragraph I will add button here. So I will say button and specify onClick attribute here to call click event. So I will say onClick is equal to, so in the double quote you can specify JavaScript statement. So here I will say document.querySelector. So I will select the paragraph using querySelector method, and in the square bracket I will specify dot para, right? So I will first select the paragraph and change paragraph text. So I will say dot inner HTML and specify date object here. So when you execute this statement, your paragraph will display current date, right? Now when you execute this and click on the button, you will see your current date, right? So in this example, we just specified inner property to the paragraph using onClick event. To call click event, we had used onClick attribute, right? Now you know that you can execute JavaScript statement using onClick event. So now you can call any function using onClick attribute, right? Like this. So in main.js file, I will create a function and specify some text to the paragraph. So in main.js file, I will just say function, specify function name, display, and in this function, I will specify inner property to the paragraph and specify some demo text. So I will say document.querySelector, specify my paragraph class name here, dot inner HTML property, and just after that specify some demo text. So I will say this is paragraph text, right? And then in dom.html file I will just get rid of this JavaScript statement, and here I will specify my function name. So I will specify display here with parentheses. So when you execute this and perform the click event, you will get paragraph text on the document. So till now we have seen click event using HTML markup. Now we will understand how to create a click event using JavaScript without any HTML attribute. To add event using JavaScript, you need to call addEventListener method. Using this method, you can call any JavaScript event. Now let's consider the following example. So I will just remove this onClick attribute from the button and specify class btn, right? Just after that, in main.js file, I will write some JavaScript code. So I will first select the button element and add addEventListener method to this button, right? So I will say document.querySelector, specify button class here. So I will say .btn, and just after that I will just call addEventListener method. So I will say addEventListener here. In this parenthesis I will just specify event name. So I will say click here, comma, I will specify second argument function, right? So I will say function here. The first argument refers to the event name and the second argument refers to the action, right? So in this function I will say document.querySelector and select the paragraph. So I will say .para here and specify inner HTML property and specify some demo text here. So I will say using addEventListener method, right? So when you execute this, you will get paragraph text on the document, right? Using addEventListener method, you can specify any event to the HTML element. You can also specify styling to your HTML element just like this. So in dom.html file, I will specify some demo text to the paragraph. So I will just say increase font size and color. And in main.js file, I will just comment this statement and say document.querySelector, select my paragraph, call the style property dot font size and specify font size 3 em. And just after that, I will just copy the statement, paste it here, and just remove the font size property and specify color here, right? And the color is equal to tomato, right? So when you execute this, the text of the paragraph will increase and the color will change to tomato. Using event, you can create thousands of animations. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn focus and blur event. In the previous video, we had learned what is click event is all about. Now in this lesson, we will concentrate on focus and blur event. So let's get started. The focus event is fired when HTML element has received focus, and the blur event is fired when the element lost focus. Along with that, we will also understand how to use target property of event object. So using the following example, you will completely understand how to use focus and blur event. So in dom.html file, we will create a form with two text boxes. We are using division tag to create a form ID, and using focus and blur event, we are going to change background color of the text boxes, right? So I will just create a division tag here. So I will say div and specify ID form, right? And in this division tag, I will create two text boxes. So I will say first input type text and specify placeholder name, right? Just after that, I will create another text box here. So I will say input type password and specify placeholder password, right? Now I just wanted to style these two text boxes using style element. So I'm going to use CSS to style this element. So I will say style here in the head section of this dom.html file. I will create style tag here and select the input text boxes using input selector and specify padding 0.5 em, text align, center, and font size is going to be 0.9 em, right? Now our design is ready. So I will just go to the main.js file and I will select the division tag using its ID. So I will say let form is equal to document.getElement by ID, and in the parentheses I will specify form, right? So this is my ID name. Just after that I will select the form ID and add event listener to it. Using event listener we will call focus event first. So I will say form dot add event listener, and in the parentheses I will first specify my event. So I will say focus here, and the second parameter is the handler function. So I will say function, and in the parentheses of this function I will specify one argument. So I will say event here. Now here we are going to use target property of event object to get current element, right? Like this. So to get your current element I will just use event.target property. I just want to show you how this target property works. So I will say console.log event, I will specify parameter name here and dot target. So this is my target property, and just after that I will specify comma here and specify true, right? So this boolean indicate that the listener should be invoked at most once after being added. If true, the listener would be automatically removed when invoked. So when you execute this and focus on any HTML element like text box 1 or text box 2, then the target property will return the text box. So on the console you will get your element, right? So when you click on the first text box you will get first text box on the console, and if you click on the second one then you will get second text box on the console, right? So now using target property you can get your current element, right? Now you know that the target property will return element. Now we are going to use this target property to change the background color of the text box. So I will just remove this statement, and here I will say event.target.style.background is equal to and specify background color here. So I will say light blue, right? So when you execute this, you can change your text box background color when you focus on it. But you will notice when you click on the text box color remains the same. In this situation, you need to create another event listener to remove this background color and specify default style to this element. So in this situation, you can use blur event. As I said previously, blur event is fired when the element lost focus. So when the element lost focus, we will specify default background color to that element. So here I will just select the form and add event listener to it, and then specify blur event and the handler function and just change the background color. So I will say form dot add event listener and specify event here. So I will say blur, comma, the second argument which is the handler function. So I will say function, and in the parentheses I will specify an argument event, and in this function I will say event dot target dot style dot background, and then I do not specify anything to the background property, right? So when you execute this, your text box background color will change automatically when you lost focus from the element. So when you click on it, you will get your light blue color, and when you lost your focus, you will get default background color of the text box element, right? These two events are very important when you wanted to validate your input text boxes using JavaScript. If you wanted to learn any other event, then you can comment me. I will definitely make a video on that event. Hey everyone, welcome back to JavaScript Advanced tutorial. In this tutorial, we will take a quick look at jQuery. So we are not going to cover everything of jQuery, but we'll just take a basic look at jQuery library and understand how to use it. So let's get started. jQuery is a very powerful and popular JavaScript language library. jQuery is used to manipulate DOM element and executing AJAX request. jQuery is really very simple and simplify your JavaScript code. So let's understand main three differences to use jQuery library. jQuery is very lightweight when comparing to JavaScript framework. jQuery has various plugins which can be used for different needs. The third main important of using jQuery is it is a designer friendly library. Using jQuery, you can create thousands of animation with minimal code. Using minimal code, you can achieve the same result using jQuery. To use jQuery, you need to include jQuery library to your document. The easiest way to include jQuery is using CDN. jQuery is free to download, so you can download it and link to your document as well. So just go to your browser and type jQuery CDN. Just click on this website and down here, right click here and select copy link address. I am using minified version of jQuery. Using the script tag, I will just include jQuery library to my document. So I will just go to my dom.html file, and just before the custom JavaScript file, I will just create script tag here, and in the source attribute, I will just press Ctrl V. This will paste the address of the jQuery library. Now you are free to use any jQuery code in your document. In jQuery, if you wanted to create any variable, you need to specify $sign to make a valid identifier. A $sign is an alias of jQuery function, and this function simply refers to a jQuery object. The jQuery object holds a set of DOM elements. We are not going too deep in jQuery right now, but we will just understand the basic concept. jQuery function primarily call using two ways, with CSS selector or with HTML. Calling jQuery function using CSS selector will return jQuery object matching that selector, just like we are using query selector all method in JavaScript. Now let's understand how to select a paragraph using jQuery. So I will just create two paragraphs in the dom.html file. So I will just say p class para1 and specify some demo text. So I will say paragraph 1 and just create another paragraph. So I will say p class para2 and specify text paragraph 2. Right, and just after that, in main.js file, I will just write one line of code to select the paragraph like this. Here you don't need to specify any query selector method to select a paragraph. Just use $sign to call jQuery function and specify your CSS selector. So I will just say let p is equal to, and to select the first paragraph I will say $, and in the parenthesis I will specify double quote and say dot para1, right? So this will select my first paragraph. So I will say console.log and print paragraph on the console. So this statement will return the object on the console. So right now we have this paragraph in this object. To access the paragraph, I will just say console.log and specify p variable with index number. So I will say 0 here, right? So when you execute this, you will get your paragraph on the console. Right? So if I just change the second paragraph class name and just say para1 here, then jQuery will select both paragraph and you can access this paragraph using jQuery object. Right? So you can see both paragraph here and you can access both paragraph using index number. Right? Now let's understand how to call jQuery function with HTML. Calling jQuery with HTML, on the other hand, will create a new DOM element. To create a new DOM element using jQuery is very simple. Using only one line of code, you can create new DOM element like this. So in main.js file, I will just say let para3 is equal to, and just call the jQuery function using $sign, and in the parenthesis, I will just put double quote here and say p class para3 and specify text to the paragraph. So I will say paragraph 3 here and just close the paragraph tag. Right? So using console.log, you can access this paragraph with index number. So this statement will create a new paragraph for you. So this will create a new jQuery object, and using this object, you can access your paragraph with index number, right? jQuery makes your JavaScript very easy and simple. If you wanted to learn more about jQuery, then must tell me to start a jQuery tutorial series in the comment. Now our JavaScript tutorial series is going to end. So if you wanted to learn anything else regarding to the JavaScript framework, then you can comment me. I will definitely make a lesson on that topic. That is all for now. We will see you in the next tutorial.